Who in their right mind would believe that nonsense about filling in the entire answer sheet to get a perfect score on the Gaokao? It's not like we're dealing with a bunch of brainless overachievers here, yet some bloggers actually went out of their way to conduct experiments. Stepping on an answer sheet still earned them points, so the class monitor began analyzing the principal and borrowed the school's card reader to conduct various tests. The test results sent the whole class into a frenzy. Far more reliable than the 3 short, 1 long, pick the longest rule, but people forget, the most sophisticated scams often look utterly ridiculous. Take that, Qin Shi Huang, send money line. If no one ever fell for it, why would they mass spam it? Some are driven by greed, others by malice. That was the final lesson we all learned before graduating high school. 1. Quiet, everyone. I have a last-minute exam tip to share, said the class monitor, raising a hand from the podium to get the room's attention. The sporadic rustling of turning pages in the classroom fell silent. In the final 2 days before the college entrance exam, most people could no longer focus on their books. At the mention of the word secret, everyone's ears perked up. My cousin has been in education for over a decade. He told me the scanners for the college entrance exam answer sheets have a flaw. The class monitor swept her gaze mysteriously across the room, making sure everyone was looking at her. Before continuing, the machine only detects whether the answer bubble is filled in. If it's filled, it assumes the test taker selected that option. But think about it. What if you filled in every single bubble? Someone let out an "ah." The class monitor cracked a smile. The machine gives points when it reads the correct answer bubble is filled. In other words, if you fill in the entire answer sheet, you'll get every multiple choice question right. A perfect score. A dead silence fell over the classroom. I was sitting in the window seat of the 3rd row when my pen clattered onto the desk. This scene, this sentence, every single word of it is etched in my memory. In my past life, this was the exact moment I stood up. I slammed my hand on the table, calling it absurd. The National College Entrance Exam scoring has multiple layers of verification, and the machine scanning uses grayscale thresholds. Filling in everything completely black would either result in a 0 or trigger an anomaly detection. I'm telling you, monitor, don't ruin things for everyone. We've spent 12 years studying hard. Don't let us fall flat on our faces over something so stupid. I spoke until my throat was dry, and my classmates went from excitement to skepticism, finally bursting into laughter, saying the class president really knew how to joke around. Then came the college entrance exam. This year's questions were ridiculously difficult, and everyone bombed it. Later, a short video went viral showing a creator stepping on an answer sheet, feeding it into a grading machine, only to get 15 points. The video racked up millions of views. So, the monitor's bizarre claim that filling in all the answer bubbles black would guarantee a perfect score strangely held true. Students who performed poorly on the college entrance exam turned their anger on me, blaming me for robbing them of such an easy chance to score. They know perfectly well that their poor performance has nothing to do with me. A few hot-tempered people kept forcing drinks on me at the farewell dinner for our teacher, and later I slipped and fell down the stairs. The memory was pulled back to reality by the monitor's voice. Xiao Yu, what do you think? The class monitor suddenly called my name. In my past life, she never asked me. I was the one who stepped forward on my own. I looked up and saw a glint in the monitor's eyes, a light that mixed superiority with mischief. Before I could even speak, Hu Xuanyu in the back row was already rubbing his hands excitedly. Holy shit, really? That means we're good, right? Someone else chimed in, might as well give it a shot. There's no guessing with multiple choice anyway. But what if they give me a 0? The class monitor whispered. The class monitor immediately responded. My cousin told me the machine isn't that smart. It just checks for black marks. If you fill in every bubble, it'll detect black for every correct answer, so they'll all be counted as right, won't they? Her argument was riddled with logical flaws, yet her tone was unwavering and decisive. In my previous life, I even analyzed that the card reader first sets the coordinates for the correct answers and then compares them to the positions marked by the examinee. Completely blackening an area would be judged as an invalid marking. I mean, think about it. If it were this easy to get a perfect score, what would be fair about the college entrance exam? Xiao Yu, the class monitor called out again. Everyone in the class was staring at me. My grades weren't good enough to get into the top class, but I ranked high in the regular class, especially in science subjects, and people often came to me for help with their questions. That sounds pretty mysterious, I said. The squad leader waited a few seconds, saw I wasn't saying anything, and looked a little disappointed, then quickly perked up. I know you don't believe me. I've got proof. This time was different from her previous life, back then. She had no proof, this time. She pulled out her phone. Check out this video. She held her phone high, its screen facing everyone. On it was a boy with an influencer's face, grinning broadly at the camera. Hey folks, did your English teacher ever say, I could step on the answer sheet and still score higher than you? Well, today we're putting that to the test. 02, in the video. The creator actually laid an answer sheet on the floor and stepped on it. The tread pattern from his shoe left a dark, smudged imprint on the card. He then fed the card into an old-fashioned scanner, the kind you often see in school computer labs, silver gray and humming. The machine spat out a score slip. The guy held it up to the camera. 15 points. The comments section is going wild, flooded with reactions like, holy crap, is this for real? And, I'm going to check it out tomorrow. The class monitor paused the video and scanned the room. See that? Even a single step scores points. The machine awards marks whenever it detects black. One step alone is worth 15 points. If we fill in everything, we'll get a perfect score. A collective intake of breath echoed through the classroom. Hu Xuanyu sprang up from his seat. Monitor, when was this video taken? Just posted it yesterday, and it's already hit 3 million views. The class monitor raised an eyebrow proudly. My cousin saw it, and that's how he explained the whole principle to me. The class representative expressed doubt, but this is the school's old-fashioned card reader. The college entrance exam uses high-speed scanners. Wouldn't the algorithms be different? The principle is the same. The squad leader spoke with absolute firmness. It's all optical mark recognition, all about detecting whether a spot is filled in or not. My cousin told me that for the National College entrance exam, they use special pencils and paper to prevent tampering, but the underlying logic is the same. If it's black, it counts as your answer. If it's not, it doesn't. She grew more animated as she spoke, her cheeks flushing. Think about it, if the machine could flag someone for filling in all the bubbles as cheating, it would first have to determine if the student did it on purpose. But how can a machine judge intent? It's just a machine. All it does is read coordinates to see if there's a black mark. That actually sounded somewhat reasonable. If you don't understand image processing and anomaly detection algorithms, that is, in my previous life, I spent 10 minutes explaining thresholding, binarization, connected component analysis, and fill-in integrity detection. I said the college entrance exam answer sheets undergo 3 rounds of verification after scanning, and manual spot checks are also conducted. I said that filling in all answers in black will either trigger an anomaly flag or result in a 0 score, at best getting a random chance-based score. Looks like we're doing anti-fraud publicity, but squad leader, this is too big of a deal. What if we're wrong? Zhang Mengmeng, sitting in the front row, raised a crucial question. Her grades were average, and she had been struggling to break through the second-tier university admission line. The class monitor slammed the table. We can run a test first. Let's head to the school computer lab right now. The classroom fell silent for a moment. Will the school really let us take the test? Someone asked. My uncle is the head of the academic affairs office. I can pull a few strings, the class monitor explained proudly. So, all 40-something students in the class followed their energetic class monitor to the school's computer lab. On the way, Hu Xuanyu was already daydreaming. If this actually works, I could get 60 points on the multiple choice section. I might even pass math. English too. The multiple choice section is worth 105 points. Another girl whispered. Everyone started doing the math, their voices growing more and more excited. Multiple choice questions made up the lion's share of the total score. If they could actually ace that section, a vocational college score could turn into a second-tier university, a second-tier into a first-tier, and a first-tier could reach for a top-tier, 211, university. Zhang Mengmeng walked a few steps ahead of me, turning back to glance at me. Xiao Yu, what you just said sounded pretty far-fetched. Do you think it's unreliable? I looked at Zhang Mengmeng. She sat in front of me in class, often brought me breakfast, and asked me for help with math problems. At the teacher appreciation banquet in my previous life, she didn't force me to drink. She just sat in the corner crying, saying that if she had listened to the class president, she might have gotten into a second-tier university. I don't know, let's wait for the results. I said. 03, the computer room is on the 4th floor of the lab building, empty during lunch breaks. The squad leader unlocked the door with a key, and over 40 people rushed in, filling the cramped server room to capacity. Against the wall, the old card reader hummed softly, its power light glowing. The squad leader patted the machine's silver casing. This is it. exactly like the one in the video. She pulled out an answer sheet, laid it on the desk, grabbed a no, 2 pencil, and without hesitation, began filling in the bubbles starting from question 1. The soft scratching of the pencil on paper was unusually clear in the quiet computer lab. Everyone held their breath, watching her movements like a seasoned pro. The class monitor filled in every answer bubble with a dense, dark pencil lead, leaving not a single speck of white. Someone got too close and she nudged them away with her elbow. You're blocking the light. In under 3 minutes, the entire multiple choice section was transformed into a solid, inky black, gleaming with an oily sheen under the fluorescent lights. The class monitor held the card by its edge and raised it high. Watch closely, she said. She slid the card into the slot. The machine gave a soft click, and a green light began to blink. Every eye was fixed on the output slot. The air grew still. I could hear someone behind me swallow hard. Beep. The score slip printed out. The class monitor snatched it out, her eyes scanning the page as a wide grin spread across her face. Without a word, she turned the slip to face everyone. 60-60, the perfect score, written in black digits, was printed in the center of the slip. The server room fell silent for 3 seconds, then exploded. Holy shit, that's a perfect fucking score. Try again. What if the machine just glitches? The squad leader applied another layer, pressing harder this time, causing the paper surface to dent slightly. Insert, swipe, spit out. Another 60, I'll do it. Ushuanyu shoved through the crowd and snatched a fresh answer sheet. Instead of filling it in order, he jabbed randomly at the choice boxes, leaving a mess of scattered black marks. Yet when he fed it into the machine, it still spat out a score of 60. Seriously, just scribble, as long as you fill it in. That's when everyone lost it. Dozens of hands shot toward the stack of blank answer sheets at once, pencils clattering across the desks. The computer lab descended into bedlam. Everyone was hunched over, frantically shading in bubbles like it was some kind of cult ritual. Fill it in, make sure it's completely filled, get the edges too, no white space left behind, sharpen that pencil, color it evenly. They coached each other, exchanging tips as if they were delving into some profound academic subject. Zhang Meng Meng snatched a card, her hands trembling so badly that the color she filled in was uneven and blotchy. The girl next to her grabbed it away. You're doing it all wrong. Watch how it's done. The class monitor was surrounded in the middle, answering all sorts of questions. Monitor, does it matter if I colored outside the lines? The machine only cares if the bubble is filled. Going outside the lines doesn't matter. What about multiple choice questions? What if the number of options is different? Same deal. Fill them all in. The machine gives points for every correct option it reads as filled. But if the correct answers are ABC and I filled in ABCD, would I lose points? No way. The machine only checks whether the box for the correct answer is filled in. You filled them all in, so every correct answer box is black. So it's all right, full of logical flaws. Yet no one questions it. Their eyes glimmer, like a drowning man grasping at driftwood. I watched them, their faces twisted with excitement. I remembered the class monitor saying her uncle was the head of the academic affairs office, and that the card reader could be pre-programmed with correct answers, but I didn't say anything. Someone started calculating the total score, voice trembling. 60 in Chinese multiple choice, 60 in math, 105 in English, 126 in science comprehensive. That adds up to over 300 points. Shit, I might actually get into a 985. Just scribble on the big questions. 450 is a safe bet. Target 211 as a safety net. Aim for 985. I was only going to get into a vocational college. Me too, class monitor. You saved our lives. The class monitor waved her hand with a smile, like a queen accepting homage. Her gaze cut through the crowd and suddenly fixed on my face. Xiao, you've been watching for ages. Why not give it a try? The server room fell silent for a moment, and everyone turned to look at me. I stood at the door, shook my head, and said, no, thank you. What? Don't believe it. The machine is right here, and you saw the score, I believe. I said. She paused, momentarily stunned, but the method is simple. Just fill in all the answers. Since it's so easy, instead of wasting time standing around here, you'd better go practice the big questions. After all, I smiled, you aced all the multiple choice. It'd be pretty embarrassing if you bombed the essay questions. Right. With that, I pulled the door open. The roar of laughter from the computer lab chased me out. Xiao, quit being such a sore loser. Just jot down something for the big questions. Seriously, with over 300 points. Just from multiple choice questions, you could make the key line with your eyes closed. We'll get into a 985 together someday. The honors class is going to be devastated. The door closed behind me, shutting out the noise, for at dinner, Zhang Mengmeng sat down next to me, her tray holding only a few stalks of greens. Xiao Yu, you still don't believe me, do you? She whispered. I didn't answer. Just kept my head down and pushed the food around my plate. Zhang Mengmeng began talking to herself. I only scored 470 on the mock exam, barely enough for a second-tier university. If I'd gotten full marks on the multiple-choice questions, I could have made it to a first-tier university. I remember in my previous life, Zhang Mengmeng only barely made it to the third-tier university cutoff, and her family was already struggling financially. The private university's tuition of over 50,000 yuan a year forced her parents to work 2 jobs just to afford it. In my past life, when I fell down the stairs, someone called the police. It's Mengmeng Zhang, right? I remember her voice. She was crying. I looked up at her and said, I don't know if this trick is reliable, but I'm not going to black it all out. Why? Because the college entrance exam grading system is much more complex than the old machines used in schools. If you fill in all the bubbles completely, you'll most likely get a 0. The card reader in the video is an old model from 20 years ago. The National College entrance exam uses high-speed scanners with image recognition algorithms. They check for completion of the answer bubbles and flag abnormal patterns. Filling in everything completely black would either trigger an anomaly alert or be marked as invalid. I said the same thing I did in my previous life, but I only said it to Zhang Mengmeng, probably because she was the one who made that call to the police in my last life. Zhang Mengmeng stared at me blankly, but the class monitor said, the class monitor just wants you to think she's amazing. She doesn't care if you fail because of it. In fact, I didn't finish my sentence. I picked up my tray and left. What I didn't say was, in fact, the class monitor herself wouldn't fill in all the ovals, because in my past life, she didn't. She had even tampered with the card reader managed by her uncle long ago. But I had no proof. During evening self-study, the atmosphere in the classroom was eerie. Half the class was secretly practicing how to quickly fill in blank answer sheets, while the other half was doing practice problems. Though clearly distracted, the class monitor, the center of attention, sat by the lectern answering questions. I put on my headphones and pulled up a science comprehensive test paper. After being reborn, I still remember most of the exam questions from my past life. I plan to intentionally get a few multiple choice questions wrong and skip some steps in the essay questions. Don't score too high, or it'll raise suspicion. Just aim for about 50 points more than last time, enough to get into a 985 university. English listening was playing through my headphones, but I wasn't paying attention. I was lost in thought, remembering the questions from the college entrance exam, remembering the dizzying, spinning world after getting drunk, remembering the searing pain of a rib puncturing a lung and the blood foaming up in my throat, remembering Hu Xuanyu, Wang Peng, and Zhao Yufeng, the 3 who forced drinks on me, walked me to the stairwell, and then let go. When I recalled them doing it, there was no hesitation in their eyes, only excitement, as if they had just pulled off a prank. The night before the college entrance exams, the school gave us a day off so everyone could go home and prepare. I lived in a 6-story residential building in the old part of town. My parents worked in another city, so it was just my grandmother and me at home. She made braised pork belly, saying it would help nourish my brain. Xiao Yu, don't be nervous, just do your best on the test, Grandma said as she picked up a piece of meat for me, her hand trembling slightly. Not nervous, I said. I'm actually not nervous at all. I knew all the questions, knew the essay prompt involved word selection, and that the final math problem was a comprehensive reasoning task based on newly defined sets, integrating function properties, inequality analysis, and logical construction. I even know that before tomorrow morning's Chinese exam, a girl in the classroom will faint from low blood sugar and be carried out. I know that during the afternoon math exam, a sudden downpour will break out outside, and the thunder will scare a girl into tears. I know everything, like an actor who's read the script. I opened my phone to see 999 plus messages in the class group chat. I didn't open it, but I caught a glimpse of the last few. See you guys at the exam hall tomorrow. Let's ace this together. Fucking pitch black, for the future. Paint, apply, like a pre-war mobilization. I turned off my phone and got into bed. 5. By 7:30 in the morning, a huge crowd had already gathered outside the examination hall. I spotted Zhang Mengmeng standing under a tree. She looked pale and was clutching a clear pencil case. When she saw me, Her eyes darted away for a moment before she lowered her head. The class monitor was surrounded by a crowd, giving a final pep talk. Remember, fill it in, completely black, don't leave a single spot blank. Fill it in solid, this is the moment that decides your fate. Her voice was so loud it drew a sideways glance from the teacher maintaining order. Quiet, over there, class. The class monitor stuck out her tongue and lowered her voice, but her eyes were sparkling. She was wearing a red t-shirt today, saying it was for good luck. The bell rang. The crowd surged toward the exam hall entrance. I found my exam room on the second floor. By the window, I sat down, arranged my stationery, and took a deep breath. The proctor recited the exam rules in a monotone voice. The test papers were handed out. Chinese language. I glanced at the multiple choice questions. They were word for word identical to what I remembered. The poetry recitation section was to write from memory lines from Lu Yong's Gazing at the Tide, Misty Willows, Grace Painted Bridges, Wind-Blown Blinds and Emerald Screens, and Lu Yu's Venting My Indignation, Warboats in Night Snow at Guazhou Ferry, Armored Steeds in Autumn Wind at Great Pass. Reading comprehension. The passage is an excerpt titled Mowing from Leo Tolstoy's Anna Karenina. The essay prompt is about interpreting a word. I started answering the questions. I intentionally got 2 multiple choice questions wrong. For the essay, I used a standard argumentative structure. Nothing flashy, but it wouldn't get a low score either. After finishing the essay, I had half an hour left. I looked up and surveyed the examination hall. Most people are still writing essays, but I know quite a few are frantically bubbling in their answer sheets. Last life, I scored 118 in Chinese. This life, I'm guessing, it'll be about the same. The bell rang to signal the end of the exam. Leaving the exam hall, the crowd erupted. Have you written the essay? For the word interpretation, I chose innovation. Perfect score on the classical poetry recitation. I guessed it right. Multiple choice questions are so hard. I'm not sure about so many of them. Then, I heard hushed, excited whispers. I painted it all over. Me too. How are you feeling? I don't know, but covering it all makes me feel at ease. Yeah, solid. A sense of security bought with self-destruction. Math in the afternoon, before the exam, I saw the class monitor pull aside a girl from another class in the hallway and whisper, fill in all the math multiple choice questions. Remember, all of them. The girl nodded emphatically. The math test was handed back. I glanced at the last big question. Just as I remembered, it was about newly defined sets involving function differentiability and absolute value analysis, parameter discussion under conditions of inequality holding true, and step-by-step logical reasoning. In my previous life, the average score for this question across the province was 1, 2. I started answering the questions. I deliberately got 3 multiple-choice questions wrong, 1 fill-in-the-blank question wrong, and wrote out the steps for the long-form questions in detail, but intentionally miscalculated 1 final answer. Finished, with 15 minutes to spare. The examination room was quiet, with only the sound of pens scratching and the hum of the air conditioner. Then, I heard the crying, faint and oppressive, coming from the right. I glanced sideways and saw a girl from our class, staring at her answer sheet, her shoulders trembling. The tip of her 2B pencil had snapped. On her answer sheet, the multiple choice section was a complete mess, a dark, smudged blob. The invigilator went over to warn her and put a stop to it. As I was leaving the exam hall, I saw her crouched in the corner of the hallway, face buried in her knees. She made no sound, but her shoulders were shaking violently. A teacher walked over, knelt down, and asked her what was wrong. She shook her head without a word. The teacher sighed, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "There's always tomorrow, don't lose heart." She looked up, her face streaked with tears. "Teacher, I messed up the answer sheet, the multiple choice." The teacher's expression stiffened for a moment, thinking she was complaining about how hard the math problems were today, so he could only offer reassurance. "Just focus on finishing the exam, don't think about it anymore." The girl was helped away. 06. I walked down the stairs and heard someone spit behind me. "Idiot, you can't even fill in a bubble sheet properly." It was Hu Xuanyu's voice. "So you gotta practice," Wang Peng's voice said. "I practiced until 2 a.m. last night. Now I can apply it evenly with my eyes closed." The squad leader said, "Just cover it all. Doesn't have to be perfectly even." True. They left with a burst of laughter. I walked to the school gate and saw Zhang Mengmeng. She was standing there, as if waiting for someone. Seeing me, she walked over, her voice hoarse. "Xiao Yu, yeah, I didn't fill it all in, she whispered, like she'd done something wrong. I looked at her. I filled in the Chinese section, math. I didn't dare. Her voice grew softer and softer. My hand was shaking the whole time I was filling in the Chinese answers. Halfway through, I suddenly remembered what you said. What if I got a 0? I didn't fill in the math section. I just did it normally, and then, math is so hard. I didn't know a lot of it. I guessed on half the multiple choice questions, and the free response sections were mostly blank. If I had just filled in everything, maybe 0. I cut her off. She looked at me and suddenly burst into tears. Xiao Yu, am I really useless? Everyone else dares to gamble, but I can't. You're just being cautious. But caution can save lives sometimes. She froze. Go home and get some rest. You have an exam tomorrow. She nodded, turned, and walked away, her figure looking frail against the distance. The English exam on the second afternoon was the easiest to handle, with multiple choice questions accounting for 105 points. During the break before the exam, the atmosphere in the hallway was eerie, a mix of excitement, nervousness, and fear hung in the air. I heard the class monitor saying again, the English section has the most multiple choice questions, fill them all in, and you've got 105 points in the bag. Even if you just scribble something for the essay, you can still hit 120. Brothers and sisters, this is the final push, just fill the damn things in. To the future, like a command from the Suicide Squad. Hu Xuanyu and Wang Peng walked with their arms around each other's shoulders, humming an off-key tune. Zhao Yufeng was reciting an essay template. 3 days after the college entrance exam, the class monitor shared a video link in the group chat. Let me show you another video, so you can finally relax. The video is new, from the same creator. This time, he took 10 answer sheets and shaded them in different ways, completely filled, every other one, in a checkerboard pattern, in the shape of a heart, slipped them into the card reader, and each one gets a score, the highest, that fully shaded one. It's a perfect score. The class monitor tagged everyone in the group chat. See that? Truth is in the hands of the few. Once the scores are out, our class average will definitely be the highest in the school. Hu Xuanyu replied instantly, Class President, you're the best. Wang Peng, the class monitor is like a second parent to me. Xiao Yufeng, once the admission letter arrives, I'll treat the class monitor to a big meal. Zhang Mengmeng didn't say anything. Her profile picture was dimmed, and she hadn't spoken in the group chat at all. I didn't say anything either. I was grinding through practice tests, specifically past papers for the CT4. Since I'm aiming for a top-tier university, getting a head start can't hurt. A week before the scores were released, our class had a get-together. It was billed as a chance to unwind, but really, everyone was there to feel each other out. The gathering was in a large KTV private room, with over 20 people showing up. The class monitor sat in the center, holding court like a queen. Listen up, everyone, my cousin made some inquiries, and he hasn't heard of any irregularities with the grading this year. She took a sip of her juice, glanced around the room, and concluded with confidence, we're in the clear. Class President, what's your estimated score? Someone asked. Me, to be conservative, I'd say around 620. A collective gasp filled the private room. The class monitor scored 580 on the last mock exam. With a score of 620, there would be a much wider range of good schools to choose from. Hu Xuanyu crossed his legs and said, I'll go for 580, not asking for much, just one copy. 550, said Wang Peng. I'm 560, Zhao Yufeng said. They usually score around 400 points. If they get all the multiple choice questions right, that score is definitely achievable. The class monitor began to sing, chasing dreams with a childlike heart, wildly off-key but belting it out with all his might. Run forward. Through the cold stares and the scornful laughter, a crowd shouted along, faces red and necks strained. The class monitor finished singing, and thunderous applause erupted. She raised the microphone. Classmates, on results day, let's meet up again, my treat, to celebrate our entire class getting into top-tier universities. Long live the class monitor. All of us, top tier. The cheers were so loud they nearly tore the roof off. I got up and left the booth. No one noticed me. 07 on the day the results came out. I woke up very early. Grandma made me noodles with 2 poached eggs. Xiaoyu, don't be nervous. No matter what score you get, Grandma will be happy, she said. I'm not nervous. I said, I know exactly what score I can get. 118 in Chinese, 128 in math, 135 in English, and 247 in science, physics, chemistry, biology, Total, 628. That's 52 points higher than my last life. Back then, I scored 576 and ended up at a regular first-tier university. This time, with 628, I can pick a top 985 university at 9 o'clock. The score-checking system went live. I entered my exam ticket number and password, then clicked Query. The page spun for a moment, then loaded Chinese language, 119, Math 128, English 134, Science Comprehensive 251, total score, 632, 4 points higher than estimated. Excellent. I took a screenshot and sent it to my parents. They replied instantly, "Our son is awesome, Mom, I'll transfer you some money. Buy whatever you want." I put down my phone and opened the class group chat. The group chat is going wild. The class study monitor was the first to post their score. I checked, 587. I made it into a top-tier university. Discipline committee member. I got 571, 2 points higher than I expected. What about the class monitor? How many points did they get? The monitor is checking right now. What about Hu Xuanyu? Didn't he black out the whole thing? At Wang Peng, what's your score? Has Xiao Yufeng's score come out yet? Total chaos. Then, the class monitor appeared. She sent a screenshot. Total score, 589. Class monitor 589. You're the best, lower than expected, but still quite high, one for sure. The squad leader sent a smiling emoji. Just playing to my usual standard, the class monitor probably didn't take the essay questions seriously at all. They got all the multiple choice right, but the overall score is still low. The message was sent by the class study monitor, who scored 587 points and didn't fill in all the bubbles. After all, her score didn't need to be risked. Then Hu Xuanyu appeared. He sent a screenshot. Total score, 312. The group chat fell silent for a few seconds. Bro, did you send that to the wrong chat? Hu Xuanyu sent a voice message. No, it's 312. God damn it, I got every single multiple choice question wrong. What do you mean, got them all wrong? 0. I got 0 on the multiple choice, 0 on Chinese multiple choice, 0 in math, 0 in English, 0 in science, all fucking 0. The group chat fell silent. Then, Wang Shipeng sent a screenshot. 301, Zhao Yufeng, 298, one girl, 276, another, 289, a barrage of screenshots, like a string of bombs, left the group chat in stunned silence. The scores were clustered between 250 and 330. With scores like these, getting into university is basically impossible. What's going on? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Hu Xuanyu sent another voice message, his voice trembling with tears. All points deducted, all multiple choice questions marked wrong. Fuck, is the machine broken? Did the system crash? I've deducted them all as well, said Wang Peng. Me too, in the score. Screenshots from over a dozen people. The multiple choice section scores were all 0. Zhang Mengmeng didn't send a screenshot. She messaged me privately. Xiao Yu, my total score is 497. That should get you into a second-tier university. She replied with an MHM, then asked, what about you? I sent a screenshot. 632. She sent a string of exclamation marks. You scored that high. I performed way above my usual level. What about the multiple choice section? I did it normally. Got a few wrong. Her side showed typing for a long time, and finally she sent a message. Xiao Yu, thank you. I didn't reply. The group chat has gone wild. Class monitor, what the hell? You said filling in all the bubbles would get a perfect score. I got a fucking 0 on the multiple choice. 0. I'm finished. Class monitor, say something. Why did you get such a high score when we both just shaded everything in? The squad leader didn't say anything. 10 minutes later, she sent a long voice message. Classmates, calm down. I didn't expect this either, but my cousin said it might be a system glitch, or maybe the rules changed this year. Don't panic. Everyone can request a grade review to see the specific deductions. I'll also help ask around. My cousin has connections in the education system. Hu Xuanyu cursed loudly. Fuck you. Are you telling me it's a system bug now? What did you say before the exam? You said it was a sure thing. You said I'd get a perfect score. Exactly, squad leader. You're going to get us killed. My parents are gonna kill me. I can't even get into a third-tier university. Class monitor, you owe me my points. The class monitor has left the group. The next second, the class group chat popped up a notification. The class monitor has transferred group ownership to the academic committee member. She ran off. The group fell into a dead silence, then exploded completely. Some were crying, others cursing. And some shouting in voice messages. One person tagged the homeroom teacher, demanding the teacher to uphold justice. The homeroom teacher stepped out and said, "Stay calm, check your scores first." But the message was instantly lost in the flood of comments. I turned off the group chat and opened the news. Local education channels have issued a breaking news alert. This year's college entrance examination grading in our province has been successfully completed, with no system abnormalities detected. Regarding the online rumor claiming that filling in all answer sheets in black will result in full marks, the Provincial Examination Authority solemnly clarifies, the grading system is equipped with strict mechanisms to detect abnormal filling behaviors such as completely blackened or patterned shading. Such irregular responses will be penalized or scored as 0 according to regulations. Students are urged not to believe the rumors and to take the exam honestly. The accompanying image is a scanned copy of a completely blackened answer sheet, stamped with a red seal. Reading, irregular marking, points deducted, comments surged past 10,000 in an instant, rumor debunked. Those who went all in are now speechless. I told you it couldn't be possible. Do they really think the Gaokao system is a fool? My classmate applied it all over, and now she's crying at home, saying she wants to jump off a building. Serves you right for trying to take a shortcut. The card reader in that video is ancient. The Gaokao uses high-speed scanners with AI recognition, completely different. How much did that rumor-spreading class monitor score? I heard she didn't fill in all the bubbles. She took the exam normally herself and scored 589. Damn, what a scheming bitch, screwed others over to get into a top-tier university herself. Unbelievable. Does anyone know which school she's from? Expose her. I turned off my phone. The sound of something being smashed and a woman's wailing drifted up from downstairs. I told you to fill in every bubble. I told you, and look what happened. Barely over 200 points. Go get a job. Forget about school. That was Jiahao from the class next door. He lived in the apartment below mine. Looks like he fell for that secret trick our class had been spreading around 2-8. The graduation banquet for the teachers was scheduled for the third day after the scores came out, at a restaurant near the school. When I walked into the room, it was already filled with more than 20 people, mostly the same students who had been taking the exam normally. Teacher Lu, our homeroom teacher, sat at the head of the table, his face ashen. The other teachers forced smiles, but their expressions were stiff and unnatural. I didn't see the class monitor. Where's the class monitor? Someone asked. I just got in touch with her. She said she's still stuck in traffic. The class monitor whispered. Stuck in traffic? Why doesn't she just die on the road? Hu Xuanyu slammed his cup down. The shattering of ceramic was jarring. The private room fell deathly silent. Old Lu snapped sharply. Hu Xuanyu, mind your surroundings. My surroundings. Hu Xuanyu stood up, his eyes bloodshot. Teacher, my life is fucking ruined. I only got 312 points. I can't even get into a decent vocational college. And you're telling me to watch my language. Your grades are your own doing. Don't blame others. Old Lu said. Wang Peng also stood up. If it weren't for that bitch spreading rumors, would we have all failed? Would we have scored so low? Exactly, she scored 589. Herself, but made us all guess. What kind of mindset is that? Murderer. She's a murderer. Several boys started smashing things. Plates and bowls crashed to the floor, splattering soup and sauce everywhere. The girls were crying. Zhang Mengmeng huddled in the corner, her hands clamped over her ears. Quiet, everyone, quiet. Old Lu banged on the table, but no one listened. The compartment door swung open. The class monitor walked in. She was wearing a white dress, had on light makeup, and her hair was neatly combed. Her expression was calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. I'm sorry I'm late, she said. The private room was deathly silent. Then Hu Xuanyu lunged forward first, grabbing her by the collar. How the hell dare you show up again? The squad leader frowned. Let go, I'll let go of your mother. Hu Xuanyu raised his hand and slapped him. Pop, a sharp crack of a slap rang out. The class monitor's head snapped to the side, a red mark blooming on her pale cheek. Hu Xuanyu. Old Lu rushed over to break up the fight, but it was already too late. Wang Peng, Xiao Yufeng, and 3 other boys closed in. They grabbed the class monitor by the hair and forced her to the ground. Tell me, damn it, why did you screw us over? You don't apply it yourself, but make us do it. Are you even human? The squad leader screamed. Let go of me. I didn't force you to paint. It was your own greed. Blame me, you liar. You said filling in all the bubbles would get a perfect score, you said. Your cousin told you that. It was a joke. Who told you to take it seriously? I was just kidding, anyone who believed it is an idiot. The class monitor's words were like pouring gasoline on a fire. Xuanyu's face flushed crimson. Just kidding, you fucking ruined my life. And you call that, just kidding? He kicked the class monitor squarely in the stomach. The class monitor let out a sharp cry and curled into a ball. Hit her. Beat this bitch to death. Fists and feet rained down on her. She tried to shield her head, but it was no use. Her white dress was covered in shoe prints, her hair was yanked into a tangled mess, and her face was bruised black and blue. Old Lou and the other teachers desperately tried to pull them apart, but they couldn't break it up. 5 or 6 boys, driven into a frenzy, possessed terrifying strength. The girls were screaming, huddled in the corner. I retreated to the doorway, watching coldly. The class monitor writhed on the ground, howling in pain and begging for mercy. Stop hitting me, I was wrong, I'm sorry. No one stopped. Their rage, their despair, their shattered lives, all of it coalesced into fists and feet, raining down upon her. The squad leader was beaten so badly that he spat blood, with frothy blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Someone grabbed a chair. Enough, Old Lou roared, but his voice was drowned out. The chair came crashing down. The class monitor let out a sharp cry and then fell still. The private room door burst open as hotel security rushed in. But it was already too late. The class monitor lay on the floor, her white dress stained red, her eyes were half open and unfocused, her left leg was bent at an unnatural angle, and her ribcage was visibly sunken. One of the girls was vomiting. I stepped back into the hallway and dialed 110. Hello, police. There's a large fight at the Jinhua restaurant. Someone is seriously injured. After hanging up, I leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. I don't smoke, but today I felt like having one. Inside the private room, the sounds of crying, cursing, and groaning all blended together. At the end of the corridor, police lights flashed. I took a drag from the cigarette and coughed as the smoke caught in my throat. The exhaled smoke swirled in the lamplight, like a soul leaving its body. I stubbed out the cigarette and turned to go downstairs. As we stepped out of the restaurant, an ambulance pulled up. Paramedics rushed inside with a stretcher. I stood across the street and watched as our class monitor was carried out. An oxygen mask covered her face, but blood was still seeping through. Hu Xuanyu, Wang Peng, Xiao Yufeng, and several other boys were handcuffed by the police and shoved into a squad car. Their faces were smeared with blood and tears, their expressions numb and vacant. Our homeroom teacher, Old Lou, trailed behind them. His hair was disheveled, his suit jacket torn, his face ashen. The police car drove away, and the ambulance followed. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. I looked up at the neon sign of the restaurant. In my previous life, I fell from here. In this life, I watch others fall. The phone vibrated. It was an admission notification. Congratulations, you have been admitted to XX University. Please report on August 30, end of text. Story 2. In my past life, I devoted everything to Crown Prince Sale, scheming only to place him upon the celestial throne. Yet when he returned from battle, he brought back a century-old koi spirit, claiming she was his destined savior. He vowed to make her celestial empress, even gifting her my chance to leap the dragon gate. Though I opposed them at every turn, he cradled the dying koi while condemning me as a scheming, wicked creature. Stripped of my 10,000-year cultivation, our entire dragonkin clan was cast into hell. 3,000 lives devoured by the gluttonous Taotai like dried sweet potato chips. When my eyes reopened, I calmly proclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on gaining such a fair maiden." Crimson filled my vision, the searing pain remained, iron chains still piercing through my collarbones, pinning me mercilessly against the cliff face. Our clansmen wailed in torment, their golden cores impaled by chains as they dangled over hell's abyss, molten fire churning below. The gluttonous beast bared its jagged fangs, reeking of decay. It devoured our kin one by one, crunching bones between its teeth while screams of agony filled the air. Clutching my brother's demon core, I felt hot tears streaked down my cheeks for the first time in my life. They evaporated instantly in the volcanic heat before they could crystallize into pearls. Ember, why the hesitation? Zale's voice cut like ice. I said I shall take Lyra as my celestial empress. A familiar voice reached my ears. I clutched my chest, swaying unsteadily as I took a step back. My eyes widened in realization as I took in the palace surroundings. I've returned, back to the moment when Zale had just returned from war. Stubbornly insisting on making that koi spirit, fished God knows where from some pond, his empress. Despite vehement opposition from all court officials, my younger brother Kellen stood behind me, his anger boiling over. Though merely 2,000 years my junior, he's the mightiest warrior of the Naga tribe and Zale's fiercest general, raised by me since childhood. He shares the deepest bond with me. He stepped forward and bellowed, "Zale, you heartless scoundrel, my sister gave you her undying devotion. What did she ever do to deserve this? If not for her risking her life to save you, you'd have never defeated Crown Prince your brother. You'd be rotting at the bottom of the frozen sea instead of standing here today. If not for my sister exhausting all efforts to unite the clans for you, how could you have possibly gathered such a formidable army after you vanished from the battlefield? If not for my sister suppressing her grief to steady the troops, devising a brilliant strategy to crush the Crown Prince's celestial forces in one stroke, how could you have waltzed back from war straight into the celestial throne? Didn't you swear it yourself, my sister, sharp as winter frost, a serpent demon yet peerless across all realms? You vowed to crown her celestial empress when you ascended, to share eternity's embrace. Now that your ambition's fulfilled, you discard my sister and my serpent-kin army without hesitation. The rabbit's dead, so the hound goes into the pot. Is that your game? A flicker of guilt crossed Zale's handsome face as he avoided meeting my gaze. He slowly lowered his head, and I knew he was hesitating. The coy spirit in his arms, dressed in simple white robes of ethereal beauty, immediately tried to push him away upon seeing this. "Zale," she said softly, "if you've already pledged your heart to another, why did you ever pursue me?" Her voice trembled as unshed tears glistened in her eyes. "I merely saved your life. Nothing compared to what this sister has shared with you through thick and thin. Finding you in the lotus pond that day must have been fate's cruel jest. Now that our bond is severed, let us part here. You shall reign as celestial emperor, while I remain a lowly demon. You're a dragon, I'm but a fish. Mortal demons live fleeting lives, unworthy of your eternity. May we never meet again in this life or the next." Her feeble push melted into Zale's crushing embrace. He kissed her tenderly and whispered, "No, Lyra, this is your tribulation, but is it not also mine? I'd rather betray the world than fail you. You say you're a mermaid, but as the celestial queen, you'll ascend from fish to dragon, gaining eternal life. We'll reign over all three realms together." Lyra choked back tears. "I only want to be your one and only wife, to stay by your side forever. I care not for leaping through the dragon gate or becoming any queen." Zale caressed her face tenderly and said, "Silly girl. How else can you stay by my side for eternity if you don't leap through the dragon gate?" While they were still lost in each other, Kellen erupted in fury. "You shameless bastard! My sister has poured her heart and soul into this for millennia without achieving dragonhood, and now she's supposed to hand it over to some nobody who crawled out of nowhere. The world doesn't work that way." Zale's expression darkened as he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a crushing wave of spiritual energy toward Kellen. The force drove Kellen to one knee, yet he stubbornly refused to apologize. Beads of cold sweat rolling down his face. With a casual wave of my hand, I deflected the spiritual pressure. Kellen sprang up instantly, freed from the weight. Zale's gaze shifted to me, a flicker of wariness crossing his features. "After all these years I've lived, though most of my efforts went into aiding his usurpation, my cultivation hasn't lagged behind. Not even he can gauge my current strength. The ministers behind me are restless. This faction I built with my own hands naturally follows my lead. One word from me, and they'd scramble to petition Zale to make me queen. Yet this isn't what I desired. In my past life, driven by ambition, I rallied my followers to pressure Zale. In his wrath, he invoked the celestial emperor's authority to strip thousands of their immortal bones, casting them into the mortal realm, crippling my allies beyond recovery. Thus when the Serpent clan faced annihilation, not a single faction lifted a finger to help. Now, all await my words, with measured composure. I proclaimed, "Congratulations on your majesty's joyous union. May the celestial emperor and empress remain eternally devoted, blessed with everlasting prosperity." A flicker of astonishment crossed Zale's perpetually composed eyes. He never anticipated my swift concession. No tearful lamentations, no heart-wrenching despair. He couldn't help but ask, "Ember, you truly don't object?" "Object to what?" I replied. His Majesty declared this a heaven-ordained match. Wouldn't opposing it defy divine will? Zale's expression darkened before he finally spoke. "Ember, I've known since childhood how deeply you care for me, and I for you. Though I cannot make you empress, granting you the title of imperial consort would be fitting compensation." I chuckled. "No need for that. Your Majesty has already found your destined one. I'm hardly desperate for a matchmaker's red thread. Let's not waste each other's time. As he reached to grab me, I sidestepped lightly, my sleeve slipping through his fingers. The jade pool was veiled in immortal mist, with lotus blossoms standing gracefully above emerald leaves. I lay napping in the pavilion, using scrolls as my pillow. In my drowsy state, I drifted back to childhood, when I was still a young water serpent in the East Sea's crystal palace, and Zale merely an egg resting in a crystal coffin. The Dragon King was speaking with my father. Kellen hadn't taken human form yet, just a scrawny little serpent coiled around my arm, flicking its tongue, peering through the thick crystal at that jade-like egg radiating light. I found it utterly adorable. He's been blessed with striking good looks since childhood. What's this? I asked the Dragon King's elder brother. My cousin, said the Dragon King's brother, the Celestial Emperor's seed. Our aunt nearly perished bringing forth this egg, sacrificing her very soul to preserve it, yet for centuries it refused to hatch. Now that the new empress has born a prince, this thing might as well be a lifeless stone. Since when do lifeless stones glow with such radiance? Open the casket, I demanded. Let me see whether it lives or not. The Dragon King couldn't refuse my persistence and ordered the crystal lid lifted. The egg tumbled into my warm palms, and the moment I cupped it, the shell cracked open with a crisp snap. The dragon maids and yakshas shrieked in terror, fearing catastrophe, but undaunted, I peeled back the shards to reveal a tiny black dragon blinking up at me, its downy horns still soft. How could I not adore him? He was hatched by the warmth of my own hands. Mine were the first eyes he saw when entering this world. Millennia slipped by in a daze. Chants echoed through the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King's elder brother had invited a venerable master from the Western Paradise to expound Buddhist teachings. The Arhat, round and plump, mumbled scriptures while the disciples below stifled yawns. Kellen had already slumped over the table asleep. Drowsiness clawed at me, yet when I glanced sideways, the youth remained transfixed by the scripture scrolls, his eyes dark as lacquer, slender fingers pale as jade gripping the tome. Delight bubbled within me as I poked him lightly, whispering, Zale, aren't you weary? Let me show you a magic trick. His eyes remained fixed on the book as his lips silently formed the words, Ember, what mischief are you plotting now? I giggled and whispered, let's swipe that monk's water-repelling pearl and sneak off to the ocean's surface during the chaos. What do you say? He lifted his long lashes, visibly torn. With a flick of my finger, the treasure resting on the lotus pedestal vanished into thin air. Deprived of his pearl, the rotund monk immediately bobbed upward like an overinflated pig's bladder. Pandemonium erupted in the crystal palace as I grabbed Zale's hand and darted toward the sea's surface. Night had fallen. In the distance beyond the mountains, we could see the human marketplace aglow with countless lanterns. It was the Ghost Festival mid-July, when lotus lanterns drifted downriver to the sea, their gentle glow transforming the dark waters into a starry expanse. I cupped one in my hands and inhaled deeply, only to catch the scent of wax. Spitting in disappointment, I sighed. The texts speak of lotuses' pure fragrance that carries far, yet human craft, however clever, can't capture their essence. Pity we can't go ashore to behold the true Buddha. Zale stared at me, lost in thought. With an amused smile, I asked, what are you looking at? He blurted out, Ember looks like a celestial maiden descended from heaven. I laughed heartily but chided him. I'm a sea serpent demon who's lived in the ocean all my life. I've survived century-long fire tribulations and millennium-spanning wind calamities through solid cultivation, but even I'll perish when facing the 10,000-year thunder tribulation. How could I possibly compare to the fairies of the heavenly court? Zale asked blankly. You can die. I rolled my eyes. Dragons live as long as heaven and earth. How could you understand the suffering of us demon beasts? Zale fell silent, then declared resolutely, you won't die. When a beast spirit becomes a dragon's mate, they gain one chance to leap the dragon gate. Shedding their beastly form, they forge bones of true dragon kind. Ember, I vow to take you as my one and only wife. For eternity, we shall never part. My heart shuddered as I heard him say, the lotus blossoms in the jade pool are exquisite. When I become the celestial emperor and you the empress, we shall admire them together every day. By then, you could even sleep amidst the lotus pond. Your dreams would be filled with their delicate fragrance. The new empress and the crown prince subjected him to endless humiliation, barring him from the heavenly palace and forbidding him to see our father, though his words were reckless bravado. This single phrase has echoed in my heart for millennia. Hellfire erupted in roaring flames, its stench of charred flesh shattering the peace I jolted awake, still in the jade pool pavilion, my heart pounding violently. As I straightened up, a gentle feminine voice murmured, "Zale, doesn't this lotus pond remind you of the little pool where we first met?" Zale said, "It does look like it." Looking up, Zale and Lyra were admiring flowers by the poolside, while the heavenly queen nestled in the emperor's embrace. "The heavenly palace isn't all that special," Lyra said sweetly. "Why don't we go back to the mortal world for a few days? I'll give you little Zales and little Lyras. How does that sound?" Things that come too easily are often taken for granted. The celestial jade pool I'd dreamed of for half a lifetime was dismissed as nothing special. In her words, Zale leaned in to kiss her affectionately. Just as they were about to get intimate in broad daylight, I quickly cleared my throat and rose from the pavilion. Spotting me, Zale froze awkwardly and subtly pushed Lyra away. Only when she gasped did he realize his blunder and pulled her back into his arms. "Ember," he stammered, What are you doing here?" I grabbed the case files from the table and waved them before his eyes. "The Celestial Emperor is newlywed and preoccupied. I'm merely sharing His Majesty's burdens. It's always been this way. He's long grown accustomed to delegating all affairs to me while he plays the absentee ruler," Zale replied. "Understood." Lyra's eyes darted mischievously as she clutched Zale's lapel, nestling against him to whisper, "Zale, my centennial fire tribulation approaches." Zale nodded. "Ember, make arrangements for the Celestial Empress Dragon Gate ascension soon. Her cultivation is still shallow. She can't endure such trials." I couldn't help but laugh. Every creature that ascends to demonhood endures countless trials. A mere century of fire tribulation. Even an earthworm could withstand that. If you can't bear such hardship, you're unworthy of being a demon, let alone the Celestial Empress of all realms. More crucially, the so-called Dragon Gate ritual requires a dragon to sacrifice half their spiritual bones to forge the gate for their mate's ascension. Zale would lose most of his cultivation. The new Celestial Emperor hasn't even endured his 81 heavenly strikes yet. Is he trying to get reduced to a charred husk when his tribulation comes? I reminded him calmly, "Your Majesty, your heavenly tribulation takes precedence." "Doesn't matter," Zale waved dismissively. "As long as Lyra's safe and sound." He looked up at me. "Besides, Ember, you'll figure something out for me, right?" "Yeah, I've always been the one figuring things out for him. In my past life, I tried everything to stop him for his own good, but nothing worked." He even suspected I was jealous of Lyra, deliberately standing in her way to prevent her from rising to greatness. I couldn't just stand by and watch that koi fish undergo its metamorphosis, reborn anew. When the 9 heavenly thunderbolts struck, it was my monstrous form that bore the brunt of them for him, too. I never expected tearful gratitude, but at the very least, he shouldn't have seized the chance to slaughter my entire kin while I lay gravely wounded. With a non-committal hum, I replied, "The seal at Hell's Maw is weakening, Your Majesty. I must investigate soon." Zale would naturally permit my departure, for the one imprisoned beyond Hell's Maw was the person he feared most, Crown Prince Lennox. Born a century earlier, Lennox was the prime contender for the next Celestial Emperor. His cultivation surpassed all, having nearly slain Zale in their duel. Had I not tricked him into the abyss's maw to seal him away, the outcome would still hang in the balance. Like most phoenixes, his beauty burned fierce and radiant, though long imprisoned with heavy chains binding his glorious wings. His eyes still blazed with unbroken ambition. When Lennox saw me, he laughed outright. "If it isn't my brother's little strategist," he sneered, "you're the one who reduced me to this state, and now you've come to mock me." The hellish magma churned beneath my feet. When I lowered my gaze, I could hear the howls of the Tautai, stirring memories of carnage. "Aren't you afraid?" I asked. Lennox gave an almost imperceptible shudder. "An ancient beast of calamity," he said, his face ashen. "No one across the 3 realms dares face it without fear. Thankfully, it's trapped in the underworld. No one would dare breach the barrier to set it loose." Lennox asked me, "What brings you here?" After a moment's thought, I replied, "Zale has taken another queen, so I can no longer leap the Dragon Gate, yet my 10,000-year lifespan is nearing its end, and as a demon, I still face the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation." Lennox raised an eyebrow. "So you came to me. The phoenix is an immortal bird," I said calmly. "Help me survive the heavenly tribulation, and I'll break the seal to free you from this hell mouth." Lennox laughed mockingly. "Demons will always be demons, utterly devoid of honor. Weren't you utterly devoted to Zale? And yet here you are, bargaining with me just to save your own skin." "The Celestials have no say in demon affairs," I said coldly. "This deal, are you taking it or not?" Are you truly willing to hand over the celestial throne to another? I don't believe it. Of course I'll take it, Lennox drawled lazily, but I'll add one condition. Trapped here, my cultivation has suffered greatly. I may not be strong enough to defeat my dear brother upon release. A phoenix isn't just an immortal bird, it's the finest cultivation vessel. Dual cultivation with one would greatly enhance both our powers. They say Ember is one of the 3 realms' rarest mines. His fingers brushed my cheek. But it seems they've overlooked something. You're also one of its rarest beauties. With 10 millennia of cultivation, dual cultivation with me would not only restore my lost power, but grant you the essence of the phoenix, a nourishment rivaling dragon bones. I said coldly. Get on with it if you're doing this. Lennox stroked my icy hair, murmuring, Ember, should I become the celestial emperor, I'll never forsake you. I pushed his hand away, gathering my robes. First, you must ascend the celestial throne. On the 18th of April, Zale shall sever half his divine essence to forge the dragon gate for Lyra. The most auspicious moment has come. I'll await you at the southern heavenly gate, on the 18th day. Celestial beings gathered at the heavenly palace. Standing beneath the southern gate in my azure robes, I received the clan leader's obeisances and flattery in Zale's stead. He'd no patience for such trifles. Kellen gazed at me and blurted, Sister, your radiance grows daily, your cultivation soars, yet your majesty deepens. Today at the Dragon Gate ceremony, you alone deserve to become the celestial empress. I chuckled. Oh really? The altar stood ready. The imperial couple ascended hand in hand, drawing an elixir from my sleeve. I offered it to Zale. Your Majesty, this will help you shed half your dragon bones. Lyra nestled against him tenderly. Zale, do this for me. Zale's hand trembled as he took the elixir, then suddenly met my gaze with intensity. Ember, he rarely called me that after growing up. I paused when I heard him say, since childhood, I've never dared to trust anyone else, only Ember. Whatever you ask of me, I believe without question. After a moment of silence, I said, Zale, eat it. This is your choice. He swallowed it whole, his face contorted in pain. Amidst a crimson glow, golden dragon bones slowly emerged. I formed my hand into a blade and swiftly severed half, gripping it in my palm, gasping in pain. Zale urged, hurry, forge the gate for the celestial queen. I cast the dragon bones onto the altar and chanted the incantation. Instantly, a magnificent golden dragon-headed gate materialized. Lyra's eyes shone with excitement. Her gaze locked on the spectacle. Were she not supporting Zale, she would have dashed toward it in ecstasy. At that moment, a thunderous boom shook the heavens as Lennox soared above the southern heavenly gate, leading countless winged warriors in his wake. Their menacing presence loomed like storm clouds threatening to crush the city beneath them. The crowd erupted into panicked cries, descending into chaos. As Kellen stepped forward to engage, I intercepted him with an outstretched arm and a firm shake of my head. Gritting through excruciating pain, Zale staggered to his feet, shielding Lyra behind him as he roared, Guards, protect the celestial queen at once. Then came an icy sensation between his shoulder blades, a blade piercing clean through his chest. Turning, he saw Lyra gripping the dagger's hilt, her face eerily expressionless. Lyra, you? Zale choked out in disbelief before blood gushed from his mouth. Lennox boomed with laughter, beckoning, Lyra, come here. Lyra darted forward, leaping to Lennox's side as he pulled her into an embrace. With a coquettish voice, she murmured, Lennox, what took you so long? Enduring that fool's company made every waking moment unbearable. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Lennox gently drew her closer, whispering, You've suffered for my sake, Lyra. Your cleverness in offering yourself was invaluable. Without it, we couldn't have crippled half his cultivation. Zale coughed up blood, his face ashen. Before roaring in fury and lunging forward, with a mere flick of his wrist, Lennox unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, pinning him helplessly to the ground. The Avian Legion had completely surrounded the southern heavenly gate. The battle was lost. Suddenly remembering something, Lennox glanced down at me, his eyes glinting with derision. Woman, did you actually think I'd marry you? Unlike Zale with his wandering eye, the title of Celestial Empress belongs to Lyra, my constant companion. To be fooled twice. You're not half as clever as the legends claim. The only reason I wanted you was to spite Lyra for being forced to endure Zale's company. I lifted my gaze to meet his, voice eerily calm. Who the hell wants a winged bastard like you? With a clap of my hands, the incantation scroll in my palm snapped. Prelate formations shattered the seals as the Tautai roared from molten depths. hell's fury incarnate surging toward the heavenly realm, charging straight at the gods who'd imprisoned it. Lennox paled in horror, roaring as he drew his sword to meet the challenge. Amidst the chaos, I stepped forward and ascended the altar. The golden dragon gate shimmered resplendently. What I never told Zale was this: in my past life, I trained night and day to rightfully endure the 10,000-year tribulation through my own strength, ascending to divinity to sit as the celestial empress by his side, weathering the 9 heavens' thunderstrikes together. How could true love bear to shatter half his spiritual foundation just to forge my rebirth? Leaping the dragon gate was never my desire, but times have changed. Once my heart turns cold, all realms, celestial and terrestrial, shall become my instruments. With a single step across, the dragon bones melted into my shoulder blades, painless, unexpectedly gentle and warm, like a young boy's whisper. Ember, tears welled up unexpectedly, yet what fell were no dragon's pearls. My body turned weightless and translucent, reborn anew. With the cosmos' infinite power now pulsing in my palm, dragon bones and phoenix marrow, all tempered within my flesh, I've ascended beyond godhood, surpassing Zale, eclipsing Lennox. Even the celestial sovereigns of antiquity pale before me. Turning back, I saw the avian clans in ruins, the gluttonous Tautai still crunched audibly, Lennox's half-wing and Lyra's pink robes wedged between its teeth. At my glance, it hesitated, then nuzzled my foot like a tamed hound before spitting out the phoenix bones with a wet plop. I stroked its head. The celestial beings froze in place. Then, led by Kellen, they all dropped to their knees in reverence before me. I accepted their homage without hesitation. Turning around, I saw Zale still collapsed on the ground, pale-faced, his eyes widening slowly with dawning realization. Ember, Ember, he whispered hoarsely, you knew all along, didn't you? Yes, I'd known from the beginning. In my past life, I uncovered Lyra's suspicious identity. She'd been serving as a maid in the Crown Prince's palace. Despite my grievous injuries, I risked everything to warn you, yet when faced with irrefutable proof, all she had to do was shed crocodile tears and leap off the immortal execution platform. You flew into a rage, cradling her half-dead form while condemning me as a scheming, wicked creature. Stripped of my scales and cultivation, I knelt before you for my clan's sake. Meeting your gaze through unshed tears, I swore, however cunning I may be, never have I turned my schemes against you. Yet our entire clan was stripped naked, threaded onto a celestial chain like grotesque beads, and hung from hell's cliff as living bait for the gluttonous Tautai. No humiliation was spared, no agony left unfelt. Lennox and Lyra deceived you. That's on your own stupidity. Stupidity isn't the worst. It's when stupidity meets cruelty. After committing irreparable mistakes, one must pay the price for their errors. Thunder roared across the sky as the 81 lightning tribulations he owed arrived belatedly, ready to reduce everything to ashes. Zale writhed helplessly on the ground, unable to even lift himself. Panic and terror flashed across his face before he suddenly cried out, Ember, Ember, save me, please. I whispered, Zale, you're not a child anymore. You must learn to repay your own debts, even if it costs you a lifetime. The 9 heavenly thunderbolts came crashing down, and when I turned back, only a charred corpse remained. Now, you shall address me as the Celestial Emperor. Story 2, in our past life, my sister fell head over heels for a powerful and gorgeous fire fox. While I was forced to choose a weak and ugly white fox, little did I know, my white fox turned out to be the legendary 9-tailed fox, transforming into a breathtakingly handsome form. Meanwhile, the fire fox transformed into an ordinary-looking creature, failed its heavenly tribulation, and dragged my sister into mortal danger. Consumed by jealousy, my sister poisoned me when I tried to save her. Given a second chance at life, she eagerly embraced the white fox, leaving the fire fox to me. Little did my sister know, the white fox fed on life essence. With a cruel and cunning nature, this time, let her endure those inhuman torments in my stead. 1. Vera's family possesses wealth rivaling nations and wields immense power, yet its members are cursed with naturally short lifespans. To remedy this flaw, their ancestors devised a solution, forming life-sharing pacts with beast folk. In return, Vera's family provides cultivation resources and protection for the beast folk clans. Though I'm the legitimate eldest daughter, father favors my younger sister more. She was born from his childhood sweetheart and cousin. On our coming-of-age day, the beast folk sent us 2 eligible foxes to choose from. In our previous life, my sister immediately took a liking to the tall, powerful fire fox and formed a contract with it on the spot. Left with no choice, I had to form a contract with the white fox Blaze, to everyone's surprise. The beautiful and powerful Zephyr turned out rather plain looking after transformation. Though my sister regretted her choice, our father reminded her that one can only contract a single beast folk in Vera's family. Resigned, she ended up keeping several handsome male companions instead. To my astonishment, my contracted spirit Blaze, with his striking beauty, turned out to be the legendary nine-tailed fox, consumed by jealousy. My sister would frequently visit under the pretense of spending time with me, all while subtly trying to seduce the white fox. Later, when Zephyr failed his heavenly tribulation, my sister got caught in the aftermath and was left hovering between life and death. Father threatened me with mother's life to force me to save her, but when I went to my sister's rescue, she poisoned me instead. I'll never know where my sister found that poison, but it dissolved my flesh alive. The pain was unbearable. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself sitting unharmed in the parlor, my sister clinging to our father like a spoiled child. Against all odds, I'd been reborn, returned to the very day we were to select our orc companions. I lowered my gaze to hide my turmoil. Soon after, the orc chieftain entered the hall with 2 foxes in tow. My sister straightened slightly, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Blaze and declared firmly, "Father, I choose the white fox." Startled by my sister's voice, I turned to look at her, only to be met with an eye roll. So my sister had been reborn too. Hearing her choice, father hesitated. "This white fox is rather scrawny and unimpressive. Nothing compared to the fire fox. Are you sure about this?" A glint of malice flashed in Blaze's eyes at those words, his head bowing low, yet I caught sight of his clenched fists at his sides, hiding my smirk behind the teacup. Seeing my sister's insistence, father relented with a heavy sigh. My sister gleefully dashed to Blaze, embracing him before shooting me a triumphant look, sealing a master-servant pact with him on the spot, the exact same scene as my past life. Except my sister chose a different beast man and father's expression wasn't as pleasant as before. Father said helplessly, "Sable, that firefox was your sister's concession to you. Remember this kindness." I gave a quiet acknowledgement as Zephyr nuzzled against me, his fluffy tail wagging back and forth. His sparkling gaze made me slightly uncomfortable, noticing my hesitant fascination with his tail. Zephyr simply shoved it into my hands. The fur was impossibly soft, just as I'd imagined, too. As I was about to lead Zephyr back to my courtyard, my younger sister called out, "Sis, why didn't you form a contract with the fire fox?" Meeting my sister's eager gaze, I was just about to speak. Zephyr placed his paw on my hand, ripples forming beneath our feet as the pact sealed. Feeling the surging vitality within me, I couldn't help but admire what a genuinely kind-hearted beastman Zephyr was. Unlike Blaze, I thought. Shooting a sideways glance at him, the younger sister quickly blocked Blaze. "Sis, you already have the fire fox, must you really compete with me for this one?" I chuckled. "Of course I wouldn't take it from you." In my past life, after forming the pact with Blaze, I discovered he'd tampered with it, changing our equal covenant into a master-servant contract. He became the master, and I the servant. My foolish little sister didn't even notice the loopholes in her contract, but I couldn't be bothered to point it out, simply taking Zephyr back to the courtyard I'm still living in. The old courtyard, in my past life. When I was forced into the contract with Blaze, father took pity on me briefly and moved me to a slightly larger compound, but in this life, with father still fuming, he didn't arrange any alternative residence for me. I watched Zephyr with some concern as he circled the courtyard a few times before rummaging through his storage ring. He pulled out a cushion and placed it by my bedside. Settling down comfortably, guilt crept over me. Father doesn't value me much, so your cultivation resources might pale in comparison to Blaze's in the future. But don't worry, I'll work hard. Zephyr wagged his tail and nuzzled his fluffy head against my palm. Seeing Zephyr like this lifted my spirits. Zephyr settled into my courtyard just like that, spending days and nights together. I discovered he was truly the most cheerful beast man, never wallowing in self-pity. When courtyard meals grew too plain, he'd drag me up the mountains to hunt. During my nightmares, he'd curl up beside me, offering silent comfort. Watching Zephyr's daily joy somehow eased the lingering pain from my past life. I'd become much more cheerful. Father, dissatisfied with Blaze's frailty, spent vast resources sustaining him. My sister also scavenged treasures for Blaze, all to help him overcome his tribulations sooner. But with limited resources to go around, they gave everything to Blaze, leaving me only with a few worthless scraps he'd rejected. I gave Zephyr an apologetic glance. Zephyr was happily gnawing on a chicken leg when he noticed my guilty expression. promptly stuffing his fluffy tail into my arms with practiced ease. Watching his clueless demeanor, I sighed inwardly and resolved to take him out to fend for himself. I'm the invisible one in the family, but I carry memories from my past life. I took Zephyr out for a walk. I've gotten thinner and tanner, while Zephyr has plumped up quite a bit, with a glossy coat that's absolutely stunning. When we returned, we could still hear the servants gossiping. Who knows what the second young mistress was thinking, passing up such a gorgeous fire fox for some scrawny white fox. Must be so cozy to hold. Zephyr wagged his tail excitedly as he listened. After pinning down Zephyr's mischievous tail, I spotted my younger sister standing behind the servants. The terrified servants begged my sister for mercy, but she ordered them to be thrown out. She stormed toward me with resentment. Sable, you must be feeling pretty smug. Not wanting to argue with my sister, I shook my head and tried to leave, but she grabbed my arm forcefully. She hissed viciously, "Don't get cocky, Zephyr was just my cast-off, yet you treat him like treasure. Blaze is a nine-tailed fox." My sister's pale wrist bore faint bruises. After a glance, I averted my eyes. As my sister opened her mouth to speak again, a radiant white light suddenly illuminated her courtyard, filling her with ecstatic joy. Looks like Blaze has overcome his tribulation. Well, in this life he's been pampered with the finest things and given priority for all the best resources. No wonder he transcended faster than in his previous incarnation. My younger sister murmured to herself, "See, only I can give him the very best." With that, she excitedly dragged me toward her courtyard. I nearly got pulled down, but thankfully Zephyr's massive tail coiled around my waist. My sister and I stepped into the courtyard where Blaze stood bathed in white light. Squeezing his eyes shut, his tails began sprouting one by one from his back. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, 9 magnificent tails unfurled while his previously dull fur began radiating light. The white light intensified as Blaze gradually transformed into human form. Just as in the past life, his appearance was strikingly handsome. 3. After witnessing Blaze's transformation, Zephyr visibly wilted, even refusing his favorite chicken drumsticks. Seeing his fox ears droop, my heart ached as I asked what was wrong. Zephyr lay on the bed sulking, giving me those pitiful puppy dog eyes. Listening to Zephyr's inner thoughts, I chuckled. Why compare yourself to Blaze? I'd never dislike you for not being a nine-tailed fox. You're my companion, and one-of-a-kind fire fox. Zephyr perked up happily, gleefully grabbing a chicken drumstick in its mouth. The next day, I found an unfamiliar youth in the house. I panicked momentarily, but sensing his familiar aura, I realized it was Zephyr. Though Zephyr's face was anything but ordinary, radiant and handsome. In my past life when Blaze imprisoned me, I never got to see Zephyr's transformed appearance. Zephyr's fluffy tail swayed behind him, his ears and tail not yet fully retractable. He blushed as he looked at me, and I said, "That's already impressive. I genuinely think Zephyr is remarkable." Without access to family resources and only scarce opportunities from my travels, he managed to achieve transformation in such a short time, proof of his true strength. Watching Zephyr, I grew curious about how his past life's tribulation ended in failure. Something must have gone wrong, but only my younger sister knows the truth. The moment I thought of my sister, I heard her calling me in the courtyard. As Zephyr and I stepped out, we saw my sister and Blaze sitting at the stone table. Spotting us, she froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. "What kind of useless beast man did you pick, sis? Can't even retract his ears and tail properly. Not like my Blaze here." Crossing her arms, she sneered, "Perfect timing, since Zephyr's taken human form. He'll face his tribulation soon. Why don't you kneel and beg me? Maybe I'll have Blaze escort you through it." Malice radiated from her expression, her eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. She just can't wait to see me get caught in Zephyr's crossfire and die on the spot. Can she? Seeing me being mocked by my sister, Zephyr's handsome face flushed crimson before he slowly levitated, bathing our entire home in a red glow. My sister's smirk widened as she watched Zephyr writhe in agony. She leaned in close and whispered, "Sister, do you believe in past lives? Because this lifetime of yours is about to end." My sister was utterly convinced I was dead, and she spilled the secret with smug satisfaction. I took a step back, watching Zephyr hovering midair with concern as I clenched the jade pendant in my hand. This pendant was something I stumbled upon by chance. It belonged to the demon god. Possessing it could spare a beastman's life. In this lifetime, nothing bad will happen to Zephyr. I turned to my sister and asked, "What brings you here?" With an arrogant tone, she said, "Sister, I've decided to marry Blaze. You'll give us your blessing, won't you?" She stared at me, searching for any trace of displeasure or pain on my face. To her disappointment, I simply replied, "Congratulations." My sister was visibly annoyed, but the sight of Zephyr hovering midair quickly restored her smug expression. So much so that she completely missed Blaze's condition. Blaze stood trembling, his face ghostly pale as he stared at Zephyr suspended in the air. When Zephyr successfully weathered the tribulation, I finally exhaled in relief, only to notice my palms were bleeding from how tightly I'd clenched them. My sister gaped at Zephyr's unscathed form in disbelief, shaking her head and muttering, "Impossible," repeatedly. As Zephyr landed, he turned to his sister and Blaze. Blaze's legs gave way, collapsing to his knees. The sister gasped, "You're a nine-tailed fox. Why are you kneeling to him?" The sister grabbed at Blaze, who shoved her away viciously. "Idiot, get lost." Tears welling in her eyes, the sister shouted, "Blaze, I'm your master. How dare you treat me like this?" For Blaze sneered, "Fool, I'm the master here." The arriving father overheard this and grabbed Blaze's sleeve, demanding, "What did you say?" With a flick of his wrist, Blaze sent the father flying. The man collapsed, spitting blood. I sneered at the sight before me. In my past life, Blaze secretly tampered with the contract, turning an equal pact into a master-servant bond. He tormented me relentlessly. Whenever I tried seeking my father's help, excruciating chest pain would strike the moment I attempted to speak. This lifetime, he pulled the same trick. My sister believes she formed a master-servant contract with him, when in truth she's the enslaved one. Father wanted to reprimand him, but then remembered he's now a nine-tailed fox. Even though my family has always dominated the beast men, he wouldn't dare confront a nine-tailed fox. But father was furious. He'd never suffered such humiliation before, with his beloved daughter becoming a beastman's servant. His gaze fell upon me. "Sable, do you admit your wrongdoing?" Hearing this, I could only laugh in silent disbelief. My laughter only fueled father's rage. "You insolent girl, what's so funny? Just like your wretched mother." His words stung, stirring anger within me. Seeing my distress, Zephyr quickly pulled me close and materialized his fluffy tail into my arms, stroking the soft fur. My anger subsided somewhat. I met father's gaze coldly. "Pray tell, father, what transgression have I committed?" Father berated me mercilessly, and Zephyr's expression grew increasingly grim with every word. Father snapped, "Why didn't you choose Blaze? You've let your sister suffer such humiliation." Blinded by rage, father failed to notice Blaze's darkening expression, likely stirring up those painful memories of past indignities. After a moment's thought, I decided to pour fuel on Blaze's fire. "So bonding with Blaze is beneath us." Remember, it was sister's own choice. Unlike her, I've never been father's favorite. How could I dare to choose? My father and sister have thoroughly pissed off Blaze. Coming to her senses, my sister lunged at Blaze. "How dare you claim to be my master?" Blaze sneered, yanking her hair. "You were the one begging to sign a master-servant contract. What's wrong with me playing along?" The chaotic scene in the courtyard was giving me a splitting headache. Noticing my weary expression, Zephyr tilted his head thoughtfully before scooping me up and soaring into the sky. Startled by his sudden movement, I found myself airborne and instinctively clung to Zephyr in alarm. Yet as the breeze caressed us, an exhilarating lightness filled me. No wonder cultivation fascinates so many. What bliss to have the entire world beneath your feet. Zephyr took me to the mountaintop, where we watched the rolling sea of clouds. I remembered the look Blaze gave Zephyr, along with Blaze's instinctive gestures. After a moment's thought, Zephyr said, "After surviving my heavenly tribulation, I received an ancestral memory, the legacy of our Fox clan's war god from 10,000 years ago." I knew of that legendary warrior, the first single-tailed fire fox in our clan's history. Despite his unconventional form, his pure bloodline allowed him to rise above even the nine-tailed elites. With the war god's legacy, Zephyr naturally overpowers Blaze. Besides, though Blaze is a nine-tailed fox, he's merely a second-rate one at that. 5. When Zephyr and I returned to Vera's family, we found my sister with swollen cheeks, sobbing as she massaged Blaze's legs. Father stood rigidly with an unpleasant expression. I pinched my palm hard to stifle my laughter at the sight. Father snorted coldly when he saw me return, then left clutching his head. Blaze froze upon seeing Zephyr, then said with a beaming smile, "I'm going to marry Vera. That makes you my sister now." The way Blaze lingered on the word sister sent chills down my spine. Unsettled by Blaze's lecherous gaze, I instinctively stepped behind Zephyr for cover. Noticing Zephyr shielding me, he casually averted his eyes and pinched his sister's chin. Forgotten to eat, still unsatisfied, he yanked her up and slid his hand beneath her collar, groping without restraint. Disgusted, I quickly pulled Zephyr away, back in the courtyard. I felt uneasy staring at the cramped house with Zephyr. Having only known Zephyr in fox form, his human appearance now made me strangely uncomfortable. Zephyr chuckled heartily and sprawled across the daybed in the outer room. His tall frame was curled up on the couch, looking rather pitiful. I couldn't bear it and suggested he transform into his fox form to sleep in the den. The moment I said it, Zephyr instantly shifted into that beautiful red fox, his eyes sparkling, but I kept picturing Zephyr in human form. Thank goodness the candles were already out, or I'd have been mortified. In the darkness, I could smell the fresh grass scent on Zephyr. My face flushing with warmth, Zephyr whispered, "Let's leave Vera's family. I can protect you and give you a good life." I remained silent. Part of me wanted to leave Vera's family too. Before, I couldn't. Now that I had the chance, I still couldn't bring myself to go. I want to watch my sister reap what she sows, and see Blaze get the punishment he deserves. And one more thing, I said, "Zephyr, we can't leave yet. My mother is still locked in the prayer hall by my father. I can't abandon her." Their marriage was arranged, and my father never cared for her. After her family fell from grace, he seized the first excuse to imprison her. It's been years since I last saw my mother. I miss her terribly. Zephyr fell silent too, sensing my sorrow, then suddenly hopped onto my pillow and nestled close. Zephyr said, "I'll help you." 6. Zephyr and I racked our brains trying to figure out how to rescue Mother. But none of the plans seemed feasible. Zephyr asked, "Why can't we just break Mother out directly?" It suddenly dawned on me, might makes right. All we needed was to show Father that Zephyr was stronger than Blaze. Exhausted beyond measure, I drifted into a heavy sleep. In my drowsy haze, I felt a pair of hands gently embrace me. When I woke the next morning, Zephyr took one look at the dark circles under my eyes and burst out laughing, furious. I hurled the egg I'd been using to reduce the swelling straight at him. After his laughter subsided, Zephyr reached over and rolled the egg under my puffy eyes himself. Amidst the festive music outside, a servant came in to inform me that my sister was marrying Blaze today and requested my presence. Eager to witness the spectacle, I brought Zephyr along with me. My sister sat before the dressing mirror with utter despair, her exposed skin covered in alarming bruises. When she noticed my entrance, her eyes flickered slightly. "Sister, you're here," she murmured. Seeing her so haggard filled me with wicked satisfaction. I took a seat and watched Madame Chuanfu prepare her for the ceremony. When memories of my past life suddenly surfaced, in our previous lives, my sister lived lavishly, our father doted on her, and even with her useless beast-man contract, she kept handsome consorts for pleasure. Had Blaze not awakened as a nine-tailed fox, she would have continued her carefree existence, but in this life, craving greater glory, she stole Blaze from me. Blaze is such a treacherous snake, there's no way she could ever control him, but frankly, she got what she deserved. When I went to rescue her, she repaid my kindness by murdering me to climb the ranks. Or how about that time she pushed her mother into the water as a child, causing her to lose the baby she was carrying? Or when she conspired with her birth mother to lock her stepmother in the prayer hall? Of course, it was also due to father's favoritism. He forced mother to register my sister as the legitimate heir while neglecting both mother and me. Every single detail remains etched in my memory. I'm no saint. Cross me, and I'll make sure you pay with your life. Perhaps my past life was too wretched, so heaven now repays me by making my tormentors reap what they've sown. I let out a heavy sigh. Blaze entered, his striking crimson wedding attire accentuating his delicate features. Everyone present was dazzled by his beauty, except Zephyr and me. Only I knew the vicious demon lurking beneath that breathtaking beauty. Her eyes lit up with admiration as she gazed at Blaze with infatuation. I couldn't help but sneer, no matter how Blaze tormented her. She seemed willing, but this couldn't go on. Blaze ignored her and instead turned his gaze toward me. A lewd glint flashed in his eyes, but the sight of Zephyr by my side kept him in check. After casting a few furtive glances my way, he sidled up to my sister. Whatever he whispered to her sent my sister into peals of laughter. Watching them like this stirred an uneasy feeling in my chest. That unease deepened as night fell. When a maid came saying mother had taken ill and wished to see me, I hurriedly followed the maid out, but the maid led me deeper into secluded areas, with no sign of Zephyr anywhere. Only then did I realize I'd been tricked, cursing myself for letting my guard down and giving them an opening. Just as I was about to knock the maid unconscious, Blaze suddenly appeared beside her. Blaze smirked wickedly at me, running a crimson tongue across his lips before yanking me into the room. I gasped in alarm. "What are you doing? Zephyr will make you pay for this. He's got his own Problems to deal with, Blaze sneered. Since when does he have time to babysit you? Confident his plan was working, Blaze released my wrist and sipped his drink, watching amusedly as I desperately tugged at the door. But someone's locked the door from outside, Blaze said. Vera told me you belonged to me in your past life. Though this is my wedding day with her, I wouldn't mind consummating our bond first. His lecherous gaze crawled over my body inch by inch, leaving me limp on the floor. Do you know what happened to Zephyr? I've dosed him with Soul Bane. Behave, and I'll spare him. Blaze's words finally made me understand why Zephyr appeared ordinary and failed his heavenly tribulation in his past life. During my time with Zephyr, I've learned much about the Fox clan's ways. When a Fox spirit forms a master-servant pact with someone of lower cultivation, their own realm will regress. His past life sister's master-servant contract weakened his cultivation, and combined with the soul devouring herb, Zephyr never stood a chance against the tribulation, so Blaze had been targeting Zephyr from the very beginning. Blaze lifted my chin and asked, well, made up your mind, you're Zephyr, your mother. I shut my eyes in despair. Even in this second life, I'd still fallen into Blaze's clutches. My hands trembled as I began unbuttoning my clothes. Zephyr's voice suddenly cut through. Then have you decided how you want to die? My eyes flew open to see Zephyr standing there unharmed. He helped me up with tender care, pulling me into a tight embrace. I'm sorry I'm late. I shook my head frantically. No, you're right on time. Blaze turned deathly pale, collapsing to his knees under Zephyr's overwhelming pressure. 7. Zephyr was genuinely furious, sitting in the study with a dark expression, yet his gaze toward me remained tender. His heart ached as he looked at my swollen cheek, then at the scrapes on my hand. Witnessing this, Blaze suddenly slapped himself several times. My sister and father stared in shock, with my sister screaming, "You're a nine-tailed fox." I chuckled. That second-rate nine-tailed fox wouldn't dare act cocky before the war god's heir. Little sister, both my sister and father knew of the Fox clan's war god. Indeed, who hadn't heard of his legendary might? My sister stared at Zephyr in shock, a flicker of regret flashing through her eyes. With a single strike, Zephyr shattered Blaze's meridians, sending him writhing on the ground with agonized screams. His sister, serving as his maid, was also implicated but faced no mortal danger. Biting back pain, the sister knelt before Zephyr, cooing apologies while deliberately showcasing her most alluring side, yet Zephyr's gaze remained fixed on me, sparing not a single glance for her. She preened and posed, but found no admiring eyes. The father approached with an ingratiating smile. Son-in-law, truth be told, Vera was meant to form a contract with you. It's just that Sable, taking advantage of being the elder sister, forced Vera to choose Blaze instead. Ah, you should have been the one marrying Vera today. All because Sable lacks propriety, Zephyr sneered. Vera's running wild just because she got a second chance at life. Do you take me for a fool? Even if I formed a contract with her, do you think she'd agree to equal terms? I'm certain she was the one who got me killed in my past life. Zephyr accidentally blurted out the truth about their past life. The younger sister flinched before hastily clinging to Zephyr's leg. That's not true at all. It was all our sister. She looked down on Blaze and forced me into the choice. I chuckled. Little sister, you can eat carelessly, but you mustn't speak carelessly. After contracting with Blaze, you've been strutting around like you own the place. Does that look like reluctance to you? My sister was left speechless. Blaze could hold on no longer. He reverted to fox form, his body drenched in blood. Zephyr forced father to release mother, and under pressure, he had no choice but to comply. Hearing father's words, I couldn't bear to stay and look at their faces any longer. Seeing my urgency to meet mother, Zephyr led me away. Before leaving, I glanced at the unconscious Blaze on the ground and said, "Little sister, he's still your master after all. Do take good care of him." My sister's expression turned inscrutable, but I paid it no further mind. Zephyr swept me up and flew straight to the temple. With trembling hands, I undid the lock and flung it into the lake. The dim lamplight in the Buddhist hall illuminated my mother, dressed in plain clothes, kneeling before the statue as she devoutly prayed while turning her prayer beads. With sharp hearing, I caught her whisper, "May my child be blessed with smooth endeavors and good health." Tears rolled down my cheeks as I choked out, "Mother." She whipped around, so thin, so weary, her once jet black hair now streaked with silver. Mother murmured to herself, "Is this a hallucination? I think I see my son." I could no longer hold back and rushed forward to embrace my mother. With trembling hands, mother held me tightly. "My child, my dear child." 8. I led my mother out of the prayer hall, and we moved into the most luxurious courtyard of Vera's family. Seeing how frail my mother had become, tears welled up in my eyes again, with tender care. My mother wiped away my tears and looked curiously at Zephyr, who'd been protecting me. And this is, Zephyr scratched the back of his head with a guileless smile. I'm Sable's husband, Mother lamented with regret. I can't believe I missed my own son's wedding. Zephyr reassured her. No, neither Sable nor I wanted any regrets, so we made special arrangements to bring you here. Mother broke into a radiant smile, gently stroking my head. Having spent too long in the prayer hall, Mother's health had deteriorated. Zephyr used spiritual energy to help restore her vitality. I helped Mother lie down, and after she fell asleep, I returned to the courtyard with Zephyr. Father wanted to move us to a larger courtyard, but I refused. This courtyard holds all my memories, though most are painful. It contains recollections of Mother and me, and of Zephyr too. Zephyr transformed into a fox and tried to slip into his den, but I scooped him up as he flailed his limbs in the air. I pinched the nape of his neck. Since when were you my husband? Zephyr's ears turned crimson as he stammered. I even let you touch my tail. Don't you know touching a fox's tail means you have to marry them? Zephyr grew agitated. You touched my tail. You're not thinking of skipping out on your responsibility, are you? The excited little fox's fur stood on end. I quickly gathered Zephyr into my arms to soothe him, but as I comforted him, his body suddenly went rigid. Looking down, I saw his eyes glazing over while blood trickled from his nose. After all the commotion, sleep eluded me. Zephyr led me to the rooftop where we gazed at the star-studded sky together. I asked, why did you let me pet your tail the very first time we met? Zephyr blushed. Don't you remember? I was caught by a hunter when I was being playful, and you saved me. I dug through my memories and recalled that year. It was my mother's birthday. I sneaked out of the estate to buy her a gift and encountered a hunter on the road, carrying a brightly furred fire fox. After much haggling, I spent a fortune to buy it, originally intending to make a fur scarf for my mother, but the fox was too small, and my mother, always tender-hearted and averse to killing, would never approve, so I set it free. Glancing at Zephyr, I decided not to tell him the truth. I gazed at the stars with Zephyr for hours before drifting asleep in his arms. When I awoke, my mother was sitting by my bedside, watching me with tender eyes. Father eagerly proposed hosting our wedding with Zephyr in 3 days' time, the most auspicious date on the calendar. True to their reputation as one of the wealthiest families, Vera's clan managed to prepare an extravagant wedding. Within those 3 short days, poor Zephyr bore the brunt of it. Mother insisted we couldn't meet before the wedding and kept him at bay for 3 whole days, but Mother worried needlessly. Zephyr respected her wishes, though I could sense him lingering by my window those nights. He never once tried to open it. The day came swiftly. As Mother applied my bridal makeup herself, she fought back tears and whispered, knowing you'll be protected puts my heart at ease. Tears streamed down my face. My mother held me and wept for a while before helping me freshen up again. Mother said, I thought I'd never live to see your wedding day. Thank heavens for this mercy. Indeed, by divine grace, we mother and daughter have finally gained our freedom. 9. After marrying Zephyr, he became even more attached to me. Zephyr and I moved to a more spacious courtyard, sharing meals with my mother daily before taking walks together. I never meant to make things difficult for my sister, but she's been having a hard time. When my sister first brought Blaze home, she lost control of her anger and beat him severely, but since they're bound by a master-servant contract, his injuries became hers as well. At the time, my sister was also injured, so she barely noticed the pain from the whipping. After recovering a few days later, the moment she lashed Blaze, she realized the backlash struck her too. Blaze discovered this phenomenon and began tormenting her daily through self-harm, forcing her submission out of spite. Unable to endure the agony, my sister finally yielded and agreed to tend to Blaze. Having tasted the intoxication of power, Blaze became increasingly twisted by the drastic contrast, tormenting his sister daily. The sister was covered in wounds without a single patch of unblemished skin. Though she contemplated resistance, she remained a servant while Blaze was utterly ruthless. Her courtyard became a constant battleground of chaos. She resented me, Zephyr, and even our father. Eventually, even our father stopped visiting her altogether. On Mother's birthday, I made her a bowl of longevity noodles while Zephyr was grilling chicken legs for her. He still adores chicken legs. Father came rushing over shamelessly and plopped himself down at the table. No matter how many dirty looks Zephyr shot him, it was useless. Seeing Zephyr about to lose his temper, I quickly intervened. We were once married. Just let him stay. Deeply moved, Father looked at Mother and me with tearful eyes. I was Wrong before, I promised to cherish and protect you both from now on. Smiling, I handed father a piece of paper. Since it's mother's birthday today, why don't you give her a special gift? Assuming it was a land deed, father absent-mindedly took it, only to discover it was divorce papers. Enraged, he tore the document apart. What kind of daughter encourages her own parents to divorce? This is outrageous. Without a word, I handed him another divorce petition. When father tore it up again, I produced a stack of divorce papers. Tear away, father, I've plenty more. Where that came from. Father called me a wretched brat. The moment those words left his mouth, Zephyr's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on father. Zephyr's calm stare carried unspoken menace. Father shuddered before adopting a conciliatory tone. Sable, must we make such a spectacle of this? Mother said, I'm the one demanding this divorce. I've had enough after all these years. If we don't separate, Zephyr cut in, then you'll become a widow. As he spoke, he glanced excitedly at father, practically itching for action. With no other choice, father reluctantly signed the divorce papers and stormed out. After receiving the divorce papers, mother led me inside. When Zephyr tried to follow, she declined his company, saying she needed private words with me. Left with no choice, Zephyr began grilling chicken legs in the courtyard. Seizing the rare moment of Zephyr's solitude, my disheveled sister barged in. Attempting to throw herself into his arms, startled, Zephyr dodged aside, letting her crash heavily onto the ground. The younger sister wailed hysterically, I should be your wife, why won't you have me? Zephyr tried to flee to his mother's room, but his sister clung desperately to his leg, pressing her voluptuous bosom against him. Zephyr cried in despair, Sable, save me, my virtue is at stake. The sister spat angrily, Sable this, Sable that, can't you see we're the married ones, that slut? Her mother was a whore who birthed a little harlot, always stealing other women's husbands. Zephyr's face darkened at his sister's foul language. He kicked her away forcefully. I never hit women, except for bitches. The sister took a thorough beating, but after enduring Blaze's torment lately, the pain felt like nothing more than a mosquito bite. Gritting through the pain, she tried to embrace Zephyr again, only for him to dart onto the rooftop. Mother and I had seen enough of the show, so we stepped out. My sister glared at us with resentment. Why do you two always insist on stealing other women's husbands? I smiled and said, Mother was father's lawfully wedded wife, but he took advantage of her pregnancy to have an affair and sire you. As for Zephyr, he's my bonded beastkin. We share the same lifespan. We've exchanged vows before our parents and heaven and earth. He is my husband. With desperate eyes, my sister suddenly drew a knife from nowhere and lunged at me. Die, Sable, then everything can start anew. Just as I was about to kick my sister away, Mother stepped between us. Zephyr swooped down from the rooftop and shoved her aside instead. My sister lay sobbing on the ground. Mother, I pleaded, come with us, let's leave the capital behind. We could go to the desert, the grasslands, the southern rivers, even the Fox clan's territory. Mother nodded silently and led Zephyr and me inside to pack our belongings. Blaze stood by the doorway, listening to our conversation with a pensive expression. 10. After packing everything up, I found the door wouldn't budge no matter how hard I tried. Blaze cackled madly outside. That's right, when everyone's dead, it all begins anew. I'll still be the nine-tailed fox, just die already. He tied his sister to the side, then doused the entire courtyard with kerosene before setting it ablaze. In the firelight, Blaze's handsome face contorted into something hideous. My younger sister looked utterly entranced, beaming as she echoed, yes, they're all dead, we can start fresh now. Mother seemed nervous at first, but seeing how calmly Zephyr and I carried ourselves, she gradually composed herself. The flames roared fiercely as Blaze and my sister became human torches, writhing on the ground with screams that somehow twisted into grins. They clung to the illusion of rebirth to keep going. When they were on the verge of death, I shot Zephyr a meaningful look. Amid Mother's startled cry, Zephyr reached out and pushed open the door. The raging flames parted before him like obedient servants, clearing a path. Zephyr shielded us as we faced the two fire-wreathed figures. Blaze was barely recognizable, his form consumed by flames. Why? He gasped in shock. Why? He tried to lunge at us, but his strength had already failed him. We stepped past him and headed out. Just before leaving, I turned back to glare at Blaze and his sister, sneering, fools, Zephyr's a firefox, ordinary flames flee from him. Did you really think you could burn him? Blaze and his sister fell silent forever. They were already dead. Zephyr and I traveled the world with Mother, she grew more vivacious by the day, her whole demeanor rejuvenated. Later, a mischievous fox cub joined our trio, annoying Zephyr so much he couldn't even finish his chicken drumstick. A few more years passed, and another little fox cub had joined the pile on Zephyr's head, tugging at his hair every day. That evening, as our eldest son stole the chicken leg from Zephyr while our daughter kept pulling his hair, he tearfully pleaded, "Sable, no more kids. I'll die young at this rate." I chuckled, rubbing my belly, "Afraid you're out of luck." Under the sunset, Zephyr's yelps mingled with the children's laughter as their mother gently scolded our daughter to stop tormenting his hair. This lifetime, I'm finally living the life I've always wanted. Story 2, I traveled back to the time just before the start of the apocalypse. In 10 hours, the zombie virus will break out fully. The good news is that the system gave me a spatial ability for free, and I now have a large supermarket, which seems to have an endless supply of goods. The bad news is that I'm weak and vulnerable. In this world where zombies roam freely, powerful ability users are respected, and resources are extremely scarce. I'm like a child carrying gold through a busy marketplace. An ability user could crush me to death with just one finger. I traveled back with a mission. 25 years after the zombie virus outbreak, the global population had decreased to 10% of what it was before the apocalypse. At that time, the environment on the Earth's surface was no longer suitable for human survival. The ground was filled with the virus, miasma, zombies, and all kinds of mutated beasts. There were also acid rains that lasted for 3 years from time to time, or blizzards and tornadoes. Under the leadership of ability users, humans moved into underground cities to survive with great difficulty. Perhaps it was the retribution for the endless pollution and destruction of the Earth's environment by humans over the past 100 years. Since I could remember, I've lost count of how many underground cities I've witnessed being destroyed by mutated rats. Until I was 19 years old, I lived briefly and peacefully for a year in an underground city called Xiangyang. Audrey, the highest leader of Xiangyang City, is the most capable and approachable leader I've ever met. What's more admirable is that she is an ordinary person without any special abilities and has even lost one arm. Under her leadership, the ability users and ordinary people in Xiangyang City lived in harmony. They could not only have enough to eat and wear but also had a much better mental outlook than the residents of other large underground cities. I was extremely grateful that the leader of Xiangyang City was someone as capable, courageous, and intelligent as Audrey. But the good days only lasted for a year, and then a traitor appeared in Xiangyang City. The invaders led a group of mutated rats and massacred almost all the ordinary residents in the city. Then they branded the ability users with mental marks and took them away as slaves. On that day, the once peaceful and harmonious Xiangyang City was filled with cries of pain. The corpses piled up like hills, and the blood flowed like a stream. People like me, whose abilities were rather useless, were not originally within the scope of those people's choices. If Audrey hadn't stood out, I would have become the tool for that big guy to satisfy his lust. It was she who, with her last bit of strength, sent me into the secret passage in Xiangyang City and then used her own body to block the attacks from those people for me. But unfortunately, even so, I still collapsed and died in that secret passage due to my severe injuries. Only after my death did I know that Audrey was the female protagonist of this world. Under her leadership, everyone in Xiangyang City should not have ended up like this. What's more, the world itself should not have ended up like this, and the reason for such an outcome was all because of that invader, that 9th level dual element ability user named James. According to the original world trajectory, the apocalypse should have ended under Audrey's leadership in the 15th year, and the world would have entered a new era from then on. However, James, this supporting character who was punished by Audrey for bullying the weak in the original world trajectory, somehow obtained a chance to be reborn. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, he used a cheat to steal Audrey's dual element abilities. From that moment on, he became the new protagonist of this world, and all the luck and fortune tilted towards him alone. After the death of Audrey, the protagonist who should have saved the world, this world completely collapsed and became James' personal paradise of the apocalypse. After the heavenly Tao system noticed something was wrong, it randomly captured my consciousness, reversed time and space, and sent me back to the time before the apocalypse began, to stop James and set everything right. 9 hours and 45 minutes before the zombie virus outbreak, I finally recovered from the pain and fear of death and understood the purpose of my journey. 9 hours and 30 minutes before the zombie virus outbreak, I took some bread and water from the spatial supermarket to barely fill my stomach and then set off on the journey to Audrey's home. As soon as I left the space, I was Shocked by the bustling scene on the street with heavy traffic and people coming and going, I was born in the 6th year of the apocalypse, and I had only heard about this kind of scene from the adults, read about it in books, and seen it in some not-so-well-preserved video materials. People didn't have to worry about the simplest things like food and clothing. Instead, they could freely walk on the street, chatting and playing with their good friends. The streets were full of various snack shops, beverage stores, and restaurants. All the delicious foods that people were holding in their hands or depicted on the flyers were things I had never heard of or seen before. If the year I lived in Xiangyang City was a rare period of peace and tranquility, then everything in front of me was a scene of prosperity and liveliness that shocked me to the extreme. So, this is what the world was like before the apocalypse. Just thinking that in less than 10 hours, this prosperous scene in front of me would be destroyed by bloodshed and violence, my mood became indescribably low and gloomy. But more than that, it was hatred for James. If it weren't for him, the apocalypse could have ended in the 10th year, 9 hours before the zombie virus outbreak. I got on the bus heading to Audrey's home in the city center. There were also buses in the apocalypse, but they didn't run on diesel or gasoline. Instead, they consumed the abilities of lightning element ability users. If you wanted to take the bus, you needed to pay one first-level crystal core. I had only taken it in Xiangyang City. In other underground cities where ability users were respected, this kind of transportation that consumed abilities was exclusive to high-level ability users, and someone like me, a useless ability user, would never have the chance to use it. I sat in a seat by the window. On the one hand, I was admiring the last scenery before the apocalypse with an indescribable feeling, and on the other hand, I was excited in my heart about meeting the young Audrey soon. What would the young Audrey, the chosen protagonist who would save the world from disaster in the future, look like, too? Isn't it just one college entrance examination? Do you really have to treat me like an enemy? Your younger brother is still young. Besides, he has already admitted his mistake. Why do you have to be so petty? Fine, fine, fine. If you can't stand it in this home, then get out. I want to see what kind of achievements you can make without a single penny. That was the 18-year-old Audrey, silent, gloomy, and thin. It was as if a dark cloud was hovering over her, and there was no sign of the liveliness and cheerfulness of her peers. In her, I couldn't see the open-mindedness and magnanimity of the 25-year-later Audrey, nor the youthful enthusiasm of the protagonist that I had expected. The 18-year-old Audrey grew up in an extremely patriarchal family. Since childhood, she had been reduced to a nanny for her half-brother. Under the torment of her biological father and stepmother, she regarded the college entrance examination as her only hope. She had thought that she could escape from this hell after the college entrance examination. Who would have thought that she would be locked in the basement of her home by her naughty younger brother and thus missed one of the main subjects in the exam? After the college entrance examination, Audrey had a big argument with her biological father who had just returned from a business trip. As a result, she was mercilessly kicked out of the house. I followed Audrey all the way. I was thinking about how to organize my words when I saw her go around to the back of the villa, pick up a stone casually, aim at one of the windows of the villa, and throw it. The glass shattered with a bang. She turned around, and her beautiful Danfang eyes stared at me coldly. What are you following me for? My mouth spoke faster than my brain. In less than 6 hours, the zombie virus will break out. You won't get into trouble even if you kill them now. Audrey's delicate eyebrows slowly furrowed. You little slut, are you rebelling? Audrey's biological father and stepmother appeared behind the broken window and cursed at Audrey. Audrey bent down and picked up a bigger stone, preparing to throw it. I volunteered and grabbed it. Let me do it. After all, I had experienced the hardships of the apocalypse. That stone accurately hit Audrey's father's greasy face. Blood spattered at once, and he let out an ah and fell down. I showed off to Audrey. Look, I'm accurate, right? Once when we went out to search for supplies in the apocalypse, I used this accuracy to shoot down an arrow that was aimed at Audrey, and I even received her praise. But the Audrey in the apocalypse would praise me, while the 18-year-old Audrey just looked at me with an indescribable and terrifying gaze. Honey, you little slut, do you have any conscience at all? That's your own father. Audrey's stepmother was hysterical at the window, and her younger brother was crying as if his father had really died. Audrey took a deep breath and then turned around and ran. She ran 2 steps and then came back to drag me. What are you standing there for? Run. At first, she was pulling me to run, but later it became me pulling her. We climbed out of the villa area and ran all the way to the riverside. Only then did she collapse to the ground. Do people who come out of your mental hospital all have as much energy as you. I pulled her up from the ground and pushed her. Don't sit on the ground. Get up and walk around to recover. Audrey was panting heavily and gave me a thumbs up. You even teach this. It's quite professional in your hospital. I didn't explain too much and just said, after 6 hours, you'll know whether what I said is true or false. Audrey still didn't believe it, but it didn't matter. The fact that she was willing to wait with me for 6 hours was enough, as the sun set in the west and the sky gradually darkened. The wind blowing from the river gradually carried the smell of blood. Audrey looked at her watch and her expression became serious. It's 7 o'clock. Your hospital has a lot of calls. Ah, a shrill scream pierced the sky, followed by a loud bang. The vehicles on the bridge over the river crashed into each other like bumper cars. The honking of car horns, screams, cries of pain, curses, and sobs mixed together, playing the prelude to the arrival of the apocalypse. Help, save me, that person is crazy. A man covered in blood fled from somewhere. He was limping and running towards us in panic. However, before he could run a few steps, an old man suddenly rushed out from behind and pounced on him, knocking him to the ground. Save me. Black blood oozed from the man's mouth, and his red eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. He was still reaching out to us in the last moment of his life. Audrey finally couldn't hold back and was about to step forward when I grabbed her. He's beyond saving. Once infected, in at most 5 minutes, he will definitely turn into a zombie. The man had already been bitten when he first appeared, and the redness of his eyes was a sign that he was turning into a zombie. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw the old man who had been feasting on the man suddenly stop. He raised his head and stared straight at us with his cloudy, blood-red eyes. His upper lip had been torn by someone, revealing his red gums. There were still pieces of bloody meat hanging from his false teeth, which made people feel nauseous. He let out a strange, ho-ho, sound from his throat, and in response, the man lying on the ground made a crack sound as his twisted limbs moved. These two creatures that could no longer be called human beings, with their 2 pairs of eyes emitting a blood-red light, then rushed towards us quickly. Audrey grabbed my hand and tried to run in the opposite direction. I held her back, in the last second before the claws of those 2 zombies grabbed us. I fell backward neatly. The disgusting smell of blood from the zombie still lingered at the tip of my nose, but the surrounding environment had already changed to the first floor of the spatial supermarket. Audrey was caught off guard and fell to the ground, her chest heaving continuously. Where is this? This is my space. I stood up and pulled her up from the ground. Now, do you believe what I said? 3 days after the zombie virus outbreak, Audrey and I were fully armed and climbed into the villa area where she lived. The gate of the villa area had been smashed open, which caused zombies to wander everywhere at the entrance and in the community. The exquisitely luxurious villa area before the apocalypse was now desolate and dilapidated. When Audrey and I sneaked in through the window that she had smashed open 3 days ago, we just heard Audrey's stepmother Savannah cursing. I told you that your daughter is a jinx. Look, I don't know where she met some shady people, and she actually dared to attack her own father. She paced around the living room restlessly. Say something. Look at the situation outside. There are those man-eating monsters everywhere. In a few days, there will be no food left in the house. What are we going to do then? Audrey's father lay feebly on the sofa, his face extremely pale. What can we do? I'm in this state. How should I know what to do? It's all that bitch's fault. Audrey's father sat up straight from the sofa, held the wound on his head that had been bandaged, and cursed Audrey viciously. The words he used were so vicious that it was hard to imagine that he and the bitch, whore, and money-losing good-for-nothing he was cursing were actually father and daughter. The couple in the living room took Audrey as their punching bag and spewed out all kinds of foul language. Even as an outsider, I found it unbearable. But Audrey herself had an expressionless face. You stay here and keep an eye on them. I'll go and pack my things. The reason she came back this time was to pack the things left to her by her biological mother before she passed away. Besides, she wanted to settle the score with these 2 people during the apocalypse. Who are you? How did you get in here? I was waiting in the corridor when the door beside me suddenly opened, and a chubby boy of about 7 or 8 years old rushed out holding a toy gun. Mom and Dad, that little slut is back. How did you get into my house? Get out now. Audrey's father and Savannah hurried upstairs and just saw Audrey coming out of the room. Audrey's father said angrily, "Bitch, how dare you come back?" Audrey's face was cold. "This is my home, why wouldn't I dare to come back?" Savannah supported Audrey's father and said with a heartbroken expression, "Your friend beat your father into such a state, don't you feel any guilt?" The toy gun in the little boy's hand was aimed at me, and his expression was sinister. "You hit my father, you're in the same group as this slut, you're also a slut." I was eager to try. "Audrey, how do you want to deal with them? I can't beat ability users, and I can't beat high-level zombies either, but beating 3 ordinary people with thin skin and brittle bones is simply a piece of cake for me." A hint of a smile flashed in Audrey's eyes. "I don't need you." Her voice turned cold. "I'll do it myself." Audrey's father was so angry that he was shaking. Rebellion. Rebellion, Audrey, I'm your father. In reply to him was a kick from Audrey. Ah. Audrey's father directly tumbled down the stairs. Savannah let out a scream and was about to pounce on Audrey, but she quickly stopped her action because I grabbed her weak point. Her chubby son. "Let me go, you little slut, you little whore, let me go." The boy struggled desperately in my hands. When Savannah saw the cold blade in my hand, her legs went weak, and she almost knelt on the ground. "Let go of my son." I ignored her and just restrained the mother and son pair to prevent them from interfering with Audrey's revenge. Audrey's biological mother committed suicide due to severe depression, and the root cause of all this was Audrey's father, that scumbag. After Audrey's grandparents passed away one after another, Audrey's father, who had been playing the role of a good son-in-law, received most of the inheritance. From then on, he no longer concealed his true nature, tore off the masks of a good son-in-law, a good husband, and a good father, and revealed his inherently selfish and cold-blooded true face. He resorted to cold violence and PUA. Sometimes he even laid hands on Audrey's mother in front of Audrey. Audrey's mother had been in poor health. When Audrey was 5 years old, she became pregnant again. She had thought that this could win back her husband's heart. But who would have expected that Audrey's father didn't care about the child in her belly at all? He even blatantly brought Savannah back home. Audrey's father and Savannah lingered on their marital bed, which made Audrey's mother so angry that she had a miscarriage. The next day, Audrey's mother jumped off the building of the hospital. Audrey had hated Audrey's father deeply since she was a child, but at that time, she was just a child and had to make a living under the hands of Audrey's father and Savannah. What could she do? She had thought that after the college entrance examination, it would be a turning point in her life, and from then on, she would have a bright future and there would always be a chance for her to avenge her mother, who knew that this path was also ruined by her half-brother. Now that the zombie virus has broken out and the apocalypse has arrived, she has nothing to worry about anymore. Savannah was still crying. "You're trying to kill your father. How could there be a daughter like you?" Audrey didn't go for the kill. She wasn't the battle-hardened leader of Xiangyang City in the future yet. So even though she used all her strength to vent her anger and beat Audrey's father until he was on the ground, he still had the strength to shout, "You little slut. Just wait until your father recovers. See if I don't beat you to death." Audrey stepped on his greasy face and grounded hard. "Then let's talk about it when you survive." I threw Audrey's father, Savannah, and their son out of the villa. This villa was Audrey's mother's dowry. After Audrey's mother passed away, it fell under Audrey's name. Therefore, it was perfectly reasonable for her to take back her house and drive away these irrelevant people. "You're trying to let us die, Audrey. How can you be so heartless? Aren't you afraid of retribution?" When they were driven out, Audrey's father, supported by Savannah, was still gnashing his teeth at Audrey. "Were you afraid of retribution when you and she killed my mother?" Audrey sneered. "You won't be able to see my retribution, but I'll soon see yours." The door closed, and the pleading voices of the couple outside the door immediately sounded. "Audrey, Audrey, Dad knows he was wrong. Open the door, open the door. Audrey, it's Auntie's fault. Auntie is sorry. You can hit me or scold me, but please open the door and let Auntie in. Those monsters will eat people." Their son was still making a fuss. "I want to go in. I want to go in. You little slut. Let me in." In fact, there were no zombies around this villa. As long as they were quiet and found a new shelter before dark, they could survive, but the problem was that it was only the 3rd day since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Audrey's 7-year-old brother, who had been pampered since childhood, didn't realize at all what kind of situation he was in. After his shout, I soon heard the roars of zombies not far away, as well as the urgent pleading voices of Savannah and Audrey's father. Then, heart-wrenching screams came from outside the door, for, when Audrey and I left, there were already 3 fresh zombies in front of the villa. I couldn't keep Audrey in the spatial supermarket all the time. The Heavenly Tao system had placed a restriction on the space it gave me. except for the first 3-day adaptation period. Later, Audrey could only stay in the spatial supermarket for 8 consecutive hours. If she stayed for more than 8 hours, she would be expelled, of course. This restriction was specifically for people other than me. After all, Audrey was the protagonist. She had to go through all kinds of hardships, draw experience from them, and gradually grow into a leader who could shoulder heavy responsibilities, so she couldn't, like me, just slack off in the spatial supermarket all the time. After 12 o'clock today, it would be the 4th day since the start of the apocalypse, so we had to find a safe foothold as soon as possible. After leaving the villa area, Audrey took me to another house under her name. The house was located in an old residential area far from the city center. There were quite a few elderly zombies scattered in the community. Audrey and I didn't spend much effort and entered her home before dark. This was the former residence of her grandparents and also her shelter. Usually, whenever she had a quarrel with Audrey's father and Savannah, she would move here to live. The house was large, with a layout of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, clean and spacious. In the early days of the apocalypse, there was still water and electricity. After we washed up respectively, we spent the first night safely in this house. Early the next morning, I was awakened by a huge dull sound outside the window. Someone had jumped off the building. The house was on the 4th floor, and I could clearly see the twisted body beside the flower bed downstairs. It was an old man who had lost a leg. The zombies, attracted by the sound, swarmed up and instantly submerged the old man's body. 3 minutes later, the group of zombies dispersed, and the old man came back to life. Since he had lost a leg, he could only crawl aimlessly on the ground. I let out a sigh. But Audrey was silent for a long time. After a while, she asked, "Is there really no possibility of curing this virus?" No, in my previous life, even the highest-ranked 9th-level healing ability users could only slow down the rate at which the infected turned into zombies and couldn't completely eliminate the virus. I said, "Only a very small number of people will awaken their abilities after being bitten." I told Audrey that I was someone who had been reborn, because she had saved me in my previous life. I had come to find her in this life. The zombie virus had already broken out, and she had also seen my spatial supermarket with her own eyes, so she accepted the fact that I was reborn quite well. Then in the previous life, when did the apocalypse end? I was silent for a moment. It didn't end, in my previous life, until I died. Humans were still living in dire straits and had to constantly be on guard against being killed by zombies and various mutated animals. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, a saying began to spread among the survivors. The zombie virus was a cleansing of humanity by the earth, but the heavenly Tao system told me that rather than a cleansing, it was more like an evolution. Survival of the fittest. Audrey and I stayed in this house for a total of 3 months. She didn't blindly rely on my spatial supermarket. Instead, after mastering the skills of killing zombies, she chose to go out and search for supplies on her own. I didn't know when she would encounter James, so every time I would follow her and help store the supplies she found. The zombies in the first 2 months were still easy to deal with, as long as we mastered the skills and didn't encounter a large-scale zombie horde. Although it was occasionally strenuous, we could always come back safely each time. But 2 months later, the zombies began to show signs of evolution. They learned to climb, open doors, jump long distances, lie in ambush. Moreover, some of them had even evolved abilities. There was a long-jumping zombie 1 kilometer away from the community. In a few days, this community with only 7 floors would fall. This place was no longer safe. Audrey and I planned to move to a commercial building 5 kilometers away from the community. It had just been renovated and hadn't opened for business yet. We had been there several times when searching for supplies. Because there was a small wave of zombies gathering around, there were only some staff zombies scattered inside, which was relatively safe. Before leaving, Audrey informed the neighbors across the door. The neighbors were an old couple with a granddaughter who had just turned 10. The old couple had taken good care of the young Audrey before, so after the apocalypse, when Audrey went out to search for supplies, she would always give them some help within her ability. I didn't stop her. The sinister nature of people and the various aspects of the world in the apocalypse were all experiences for Audrey. As I expected, the old couple didn't want to take the risk, but they wanted Audrey to take their granddaughter away. "Grandpa and Grandma, I want to stay with you. I'm not leaving." The old couple had protected their granddaughter well. This was the first time I saw the little girl. As soon as I saw her face clearly, I was overjoyed. Isn't this the team leader? Before I went to the Xiangyang underground city led by Audrey, I was responsible for searching for supplies in a large underground city. The Team leader of my team was a 5th level water element ability user. She had a withdrawn personality and was cold, but she protected the team members under her very much. After that underground city was breached by mutated rats, she protected several of us team members and went to seek refuge in the Xiangyang underground city. As a result, when we were almost at the destination, she was burned to death by 2 4th level fire element zombies. Let's go together. It's daytime now, and the weather is so hot that the zombies move slowly. If we're careful and go in through the back door of the mall, nothing will happen, I said. Audrey gave me a surprised look but didn't say anything. Okay, the old man of the couple, whose brows had been furrowed, relaxed and said as if he had made up his mind, we'll just follow behind you. If there's any accident on the way, you don't have to worry about us 2 old people. Even with Audrey's occasional help, the 2 old people were very thin. The little team leader with tears in her eyes still wanted to say something, but was stopped by the old woman. A quarter of an hour later, the 5 of us were fully armed and carefully walked out of the community gate. Audrey led the way, the grandparents protected the little team leader and walked in the middle, and I brought up the rear. 5. There were quite a few people in the community watching. Some people wanted to follow, but when they saw that we were bringing 2 old people and a child, they shrank back. Some people were even mocking, taking these 2 old people will only hold you back. They'll surely be bitten to death by zombies as soon as they leave the community gate. But in fact, under the big sun, the zombies moved slowly, and Audrey and I had cleared most of the zombies on the way from the community to the mall. So halfway through the journey, we didn't encounter many zombies. It wasn't until we turned a corner and saw the roof of the mall that we encountered a small wave of zombies. The 2 old people took the little team leader and hid around the corner. Audrey and I went up to deal with them. More than a dozen zombies soon fell. Just as I was about to go back and call them, I heard a short scream. When I ran over to take a look, I saw a completely rotten, big-bellied zombie lying on the ground. The old man was panting heavily, and the machete in his hand was still embedded in the zombie's skull. The old woman covered her granddaughter's mouth and shrank in the corner. Although her eyes were full of fear, her expression was still relatively calm. Fortunately, this was just an ordinary 1st level zombie. Otherwise, the 3 grandparents and grandchildren would have been in trouble. After that, things went smoothly. The number of zombies in the mall was very small, and they were all ordinary zombies. I don't know if killing a zombie just now gave the grandpa confidence. He held a long-handled machete and protected in front of the grandma and the little team leader, and successively killed 3 more zombies. We cleared the zombies as we went up. When we finally reached the 8th floor, there were chattering voices coming from upstairs. My heart tightened. I exchanged a look with Audrey, and we both saw shock and vigilance in each other's eyes. We had come all the way up and found no signs of anyone having been here. Could they have come in through the zombie horde at the front door? Or were they ability users? Come up quickly. I looked in the direction of the voice and met a face that couldn't be more familiar. The man was handsome, with furrowed brows, and looked full of righteousness. Did you come in through the back door? Are there many zombies at the back door? James, almost instantly, the anger and hatred surging in my heart made me unable to control myself and want to rush up and kill him, but thinking of the warning from the heavenly Tao system, I could only forcibly suppress it. When I first traveled back, I thought about killing James the first moment so that the whole world would follow the original track, but the heavenly Tao system didn't allow it. It told me that as the protagonist, Audrey was destined to go through many hardships, and James's existence was also a kind of experience for her. I just needed to destroy the cheat in James's hand that could steal other people's abilities and didn't belong to this world. It happened that this cheat was hidden very tightly by James. For half a month in a row, I couldn't find the slightest flaw in him. During these half a month, Audrey, the old couple, the little team leader, and I all lived on the 18th floor of this building. From the 1st to the 10th floor of the building, there were all kinds of luxury stores, as well as a gym, a swimming pool, a boxing gym, and so on. Above the 10th floor were the renovated offices waiting to be rented out. James was now a 2nd-level ability user with both water and wood element abilities. He led a small group of about 30 people and was stationed on the 13th floor. He was particularly enthusiastic about Audrey and would send some supplies up from time to time to please her. But Audrey wasn't very interested in him. Every day, besides going to the boxing gym on the 9th floor to practice boxing, she would drag me to exercise my reaction ability. James didn't care either. He simply used a roundabout tactic and went to give supplies to the little team leader's grandparents. Of course, he was still refused, the cold and aloof team leader who used to teach me how to kill zombies. Take care of me, and protect me was now a 10-year-old girl. That feeling was really novel. Besides sparring with Audrey and keeping an eye on James every day, I would also go to tease the little team leader. At night, after dinner, the little team leader and I sneaked up to the rooftop together to look at the stars. She asked me, "Sister Violet, don't you like James?" "How do you know?" As I spoke, I reached into my pocket. In fact, I took out a strawberry-flavored lollipop from the spatial supermarket and handed it to her. The little team leader obediently took it, peeled off the candy wrapper, and handed it back to me, saying, "I can tell, every time you see James, you pull a long face." I was at a loss for words. Is it that obvious? The little team leader nodded seriously. Yes, it is. I handed her another milk-flavored lollipop. Well, you've seen through it. I really don't like James. Why? Suddenly, a clear female voice rang in my ears. The little team leader and I were startled. We turned around and met Audrey's beautiful and indifferent face. "What did James do to make you angry?" Audrey looked at me seriously. "I'll help you get revenge." I almost blurted out that James coveted her dual-element abilities, but it was only the 6th month of the apocalypse. Audrey was temporarily just a strong and healthy ordinary person and hadn't awakened her abilities yet. Moreover, the heavenly Tao system didn't allow me to reveal too much. I sighed and came up with an idea. I put on an indignant look and said, "He always clings to you. He's interested in you because of your looks, and I simply don't like him." Audrey nodded understandingly. "I see, then I'll tell him not to come to the 18th floor anymore." After she finished speaking, she patted my shoulder. "Have you digested your food? Let's go to the boxing gym and have a sparring match." I was still in shock, thinking, is it really that simple? When I was defeated by this sentence, have a sparring match. Audrey is indeed the protagonist. She has made rapid progress in the past 6 months. Her moves are fierce, and I, who have lived in the apocalypse for 19 years, can hardly keep up with her. After each sparring match, I always have to spend a day recovering in bed. I made a bitter face, and the little team leader imitated Audrey and patted my shoulder. "Take care, Sister Violet." A mischievous thought crossed my mind, and I grabbed her. "You can't run away either. You have to train with me." 2:6 Audrey's abilities were awakened on a rainy night. The gate of the building was breached by second-level zombies, and a large number of zombies rushed in. While we were fighting against the zombies together, Audrey was pushed out when she was saving a thin and small man. A second-level wood element ability user in James' team managed to pull her back in time, but Audrey's arm was still scratched. After repelling the zombie horde, Audrey had a high fever and fell into a coma. Her symptoms were very similar to those of turning into a zombie. Her face was pale, her body was stiff and cold, and the wound was black. I've never seen anyone awaken their abilities like this. Has she already turned into a zombie? I think so too. She looks really scary like this. I held Audrey's hand tightly. I wasn't too worried in my heart because I knew that James wouldn't let anything happen to Audrey before her abilities awakened. Sure enough, as soon as the person finished speaking, James stood up. "We'll know whether it's a zombie transformation or an ability awakening tomorrow." James looked deep into my eyes and stared straight at Audrey in my arms. "You've all worked hard today. I'll keep watch tonight, and I'll take care of Audrey." I took a deep breath and showed a relaxed smile. "Okay, then James, I'll leave Audrey to you." Heaven knew how hard I tried to suppress the killing intent in my heart when I said this. The little team leader's incredulous gaze almost saw through me. Fortunately, her grandparents held her back. After leaving that room, the little team leader was extremely anxious. "Sister Violet, why did you leave Sister Audrey to James?" Her grandfather quickly pulled her back. "Your Sister Violet must have her own considerations. Don't be nosy." The little team leader pouted, looking very unconvinced, but she didn't dare to say anything. Her hands were almost twisted into a knot. I stroked her head. "Don't worry, your Sister Audrey will be fine." That night, while James was going to treat his injuries, I sneaked into the room where Audrey was and then entered the spatial supermarket. I watched over Audrey through the surveillance video inside. Half an hour later, James pushed open the door of the room and slouched down by the bedside. He laughed heartily. "You didn't expect this, did you, Audrey? You've finally fallen into my hands one day." His dirty hands slapped Audrey's face hard, and he clicked his tongue. "You're quite good looking. If I didn't find you disgusting in your current state, I'd really like to have some fun with you." I felt like vomiting when I heard this. This James was originally a pervert. In the original plot, he was killed by Audrey because he forced women, after being reborn, He stole Audrey's dual element abilities and became a powerful figure. The lightning element ability made him strong and invulnerable, and the spiritual element ability made him seem harmless and popular among people. He led a group of vicious bandits to burn, kill, and loot everywhere, committing all kinds of atrocities. The dangerous apocalypse became his amusement park, and all humans were either his helpers or his playthings. I knew that James had a bad personality, but I didn't expect him to be so unscrupulous. He actually entertained himself in front of the unconscious Audrey. The scene was too disgusting. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao system could censor and mute it, otherwise, I might get a sty in my eye on the spot. I didn't dare to look away, for fear that this scumbag James would do something to Audrey. Finally, James finished, and Audrey was awakened by James' voice. The paleness on her face had already faded and turned into a rosy color. "James, what are you doing here? Where's Violet?" James pulled up his pants and sneered. "She left you to me." Audrey struggled to get up from the bed and looked at him with a look of disgust, as if looking at a bug. "You're lying. Violet wouldn't leave me alone." Hearing this, a strong sense of guilt welled up in my heart. James was complacent. "But she did leave you to me. She's also afraid that you'll turn into a zombie." Audrey glared at him fiercely, and there was a faint flash of electricity in her eyes. James smiled. "You've finally awakened your abilities. It's been worth waiting for so long." A dazzling white light emanated from his hand. He grabbed Audrey's arm and laughed grimly. "Soon, it will all be mine." That's when I left the space. "James, you're shameless." The sparring matches with Audrey these days were still useful. At least I caught James off guard and suppressed him severely in a short time. I used the heavenly Tao system to destroy the cheat in his body that could steal other people's abilities, but I'm just an inexperienced fighter. After all, James was a water and would dual element ability user. When he reacted, it was me who was suppressed. I could only try my best to hold James back and pray that Audrey would recover quickly and use her abilities to blast James away. I destroyed James' cheat, and in a fit of rage, he tried to kill me. When I was almost unable to hold on, a brilliant light finally flashed before my eyes. Bang! Smoke was coming out of James' head. He stood there in a daze, his eyes full of disbelief. However, he didn't have a chance to say another word. His body stiffened, and he fell straight down. Just as I was about to heave a sigh of relief, I was suddenly blinded by a sharp pain in my chest. I looked down and saw an ice spike inserted into my chest. "Violet, how do you feel?" My body's senses were gradually fading. I heard Audrey's crying voice. In a blur, I saw tears streaming down her face, but I didn't even have the strength to raise my hand. I died. My last thought before death was that it was a pity I hadn't asked the heavenly Tao system whether I could transfer the spatial supermarket or move the things in the spatial supermarket out and store them for Audrey and the little team leader. There were also many delicious foods in the spatial supermarket that I hadn't tasted yet. I had thought that I could stay by Audrey's side for a long time. With such regret, I seemed to have slept for a very long time. When I woke up again, I saw the white ceiling. "Are you awake? How do you feel?" I looked at the team leader with a much softer expression. In a daze. On that day, the originally peaceful and tranquil Xiangyang city was filled with cries of pain. The corpses piled up like hills, and the blood flowed like a stream. New, truly feeling the warmth of her palm, I finally believed that I had returned to the 25th year of the apocalypse. No, to be more precise, it should be the 15th year since the beginning of the new world. This time, without the protagonist Audrey losing her dual element abilities, she ended the apocalypse in a shorter time and led the remaining ability users and ordinary people to start a new world. The little team leader who used to call me Sister Violet was already 35 years old this year. She was a 6th level water element ability user and now the general manager of a water supply company, and Audrey, who was 43 years old, had already stepped down from the position of the highest leader and was enjoying her life. In this life, I was also born in the 6th year of the apocalypse, when I was 4 years old. That is, in the first year after the apocalypse ended, Audrey rescued me from the black market and adopted me. The new world has not only restored the prosperity before the apocalypse, but everything is developing in a better direction. I stood by the window of the hospital, looking at the bustling and lively streets outside, and couldn't help but feel tears welling up in my eyes. "Your mother has gone to buy the lotus root and spare rib soup that you like. Don't you have to look so eager?" I was a bit confused. "My mother," the team leader nodded matter-of-factly. "Yes, your mother, Audrey, Violet." The 43-year-old Audrey still looked elegant and came in with a lunchbox in her hand, smiling. "See what Mom has brought you, I lamented in my heart but showed joy on my face. It's lotus root and spare rib soup. Everything in the new world is great, except for the fact that Audrey has become my mother. Story 2, my husband cheated, I wanted a divorce, and my daughter jumped into the river without hesitation. If you get divorced, I won't have a home anymore. Mom, please don't get divorced. If not for yourself, then for me. I agreed through tears. Later, my husband beat me within an inch of my life, and I struggled to call the police. She snatched my phone away. If Dad has a criminal record, I won't be able to take the civil service exam. Mom, you might be dying, but I still have to live my life. I died with overwhelming bitterness and unwillingness in my heart. When I opened my eyes again, I was back on the day my daughter tried to jump into the river. Children suffer the most in a broken marriage. If you divorce, my home will be gone. Mom, can you not get divorced? Do it for me. My daughter stood by the riverside, her frail body swaying perilously in the wind. I watched her trembling in that flimsy nightgown, her childish face streaked with tears. Everything felt surreal. This is the child I raised with my own hands. I know her favorite dishes, the clothes she loves to wear, all her closest friends, yet I don't know when she became so selfish. One, bystanders briefed the arriving Marine police on the situation. We were taking a walk here when we saw this young girl heading toward the water. Poor thing. Apparently her parents are getting divorced and she couldn't handle it. Shirley noticed the crowd of onlookers growing larger. Her sobs grew even more intense. All I want is a home. You're getting divorced. Dad will have a new family. Mom will remarry. But what about me? Where am I supposed to go after school? Some soft-hearted onlookers were already wiping away tears. The child's already grown so much. You should think about them first. Don't be so impulsive. Poor kid. A child without a mother is like a weed in the wind. Exactly. For the child's sake, no conflict is too big to resolve. Faced with everyone's persuasion, seeing my daughter utterly broken, I swallowed my pride and agreed through tears. Her tears turned to smiles. Mom, I just knew you loved me most. That single word, love, has me tied to the stake. They say cheating is either zero or infinite. Soon Damon outdid even his own absurdity. On Valentine's night, he worked overtime till dawn, only to come home the next day with lipstick stains on his shirt. I occasionally take Damon's car out for errands. The car wash guy blushed while holding up a pair of panties, asking if I still wanted them, but they weren't even mine. I always pretend not to notice. I was lost in the self-righteous glow of my sacrifices, convinced my daughter's happiness made everything worthwhile. After her college entrance exams, Damon's mistress got pregnant. I realized she was grown now. No reason to endure this any longer. This time I'm filing for divorce, and I won't back down. Damon was drunk and slapped me to the ground. He pinned me down and started pounding my head with his fists. Her life is hers to live. What's it to you? You couldn't even bear me a son. Are you trying to end my family line? When my daughter returned, I was lying on the ground with my last dying breath. Shirley, call the police. I'll make this beast pay with his life. How could he lay hands on me so brutally while wearing the shirts I lovingly washed for him and eating the nutritious meals I carefully prepared every day? He's the cheating offender, the abuser, the murderer. Even if I die, I won't let him get away with this. She knelt on the floor, clutching my hand with heartbreaking sorrow as fat tears rolled down her cheeks. I urged her to call the police. In a daze, I heard my daughter's hesitant voice. I'm about to graduate, but with Dad's criminal record, how can I take the civil service exam? Mom, you're dying, but I still have to live my life. Honey, perhaps seeing my prolonged silence, Damon mistook my hesitation for indecision. He pulled me close and whispered, I was just drunk. I didn't know what I was doing. For the sake of our child, please forgive me this once. My gaze fell upon the pitiful Shirley by the riverside and the servile, devout-looking Damon. A bone-chilling hatred welled up inside me. I hated my past self for being indecisive, hated my daughter's selfishness, how she disregarded my happiness while obsessively pursuing her own. I hated Damon for humiliating and assaulting me. Since fate has granted me this second chance at life, I must distance myself from these deadweight people, living exactly as my heart desires. I gently shook off Damon's hand. Shirley, you've been swimming since age 6 and even captained the synchronized swim team in middle school. A skilled swimmer like you couldn't possibly drown. The Marine police have arrived now, adding another layer of protection for your safety. Your body is a gift from your parents. I'm truly relieved to see you value your life so dearly. Your father and I are definitely getting divorced. You'll need to decide which parent to live with. With that, I turned to leave, Ignoring the strange looks from those around me, I walked away without looking back. I'd barely taken a step when Damon called out to me. His voice carried disappointment, laced with a subtle threat. "Vivian, how could you be so heartless? She's our daughter. Are you really going to drive her to death?" Shirley broke into hysterical sobs upon hearing this. "If you get divorced, I'll kill myself." I forced a laugh, struggling to contain my trembling rage. "Damon, you're the one who cheated and destroyed our marriage. Don't you dare twist the truth. I told you, I was too drunk to know what I was doing." "Save those words for the judge, Mom, you left me no choice." Shirley's resolute voice rang out as she plunged into the water. She was pulled out within 5 seconds. But none of that mattered to me anymore. It's good that she's alive. If she died, that'd be fine too. Before I even got home, my mom's call came through. "Damon said you're making a scene about divorce and drove Shirley to jump in the river." "What kind of mother does that?" "He told me too, said he made some mistake. Men will be men. As long as he changes, that's what matters." "You're not getting any younger. Where would you find someone as smart and well off as Damon after divorce? Think of the children. Can't you just tough it out?" "I admit that children are the future of our nation and deserve tender care." So when her grandmother refused to help with childcare, I quit my promising career to become a stay-at-home parent. At first I thought I could return to work once Shirley started kindergarten, but she's had health issues since infancy, allergic to rice and dairy. The school cafeteria food simply doesn't agree with Shirley's constitution. There was no other choice. So I had to prepare her customized meals at home. 17 years of unwavering care, haven't I done enough already? Does being a good mother really require tearing your heart out for your child? Every time Damon and I have a conflict, Damon always calls my mom. What breaks my heart the most is how my own family never stands by me. Every single time, they just tear into me without mercy, saying I do nothing at home, living off others' hard work, and should be grateful for it. They say a woman loses her worth after having children. You shouldn't be so headstrong. Sometimes I wonder if she's really my mother or Damon's. "Vivian, are you even listening to me?" My silence made Mom raise her voice in irritation. "Mom, he hit me this time," I said quietly. There was a long pause on the other end before Mom let out a weary sigh. "You must have provoked him. That boy's usually so mild-mannered, too. Can I come stay at home for a few days?" I paid for Mom's current house in full before I got married. Back then, my parents happily said there would always be a room for me in this home. This time, Mom hesitated again. "My dear, it's not that we won't take you in, but with you and your husband going through a divorce, how would it look for you to move back home? He'd surely accuse us of stirring up trouble." I understood. They're avoiding the appearance of impropriety. They won't shelter me. I hadn't held out much hope to begin with, yet my heart grew colder still. The house was a complete mess. Damon had booked a 5-day, 4-night tour package for me and our daughter. He said I should take our daughter on a proper vacation to unwind during the holidays. With an apologetic look, he claimed he couldn't join us due to urgent overtime work at the office. The moment we stepped out, he brought another woman right through our door. Despite all our planning, floods hit the destination and shut down the airport. My daughter and I had to turn back home. The door swung open, revealing Damon and them in a compromising position on the bed. That was the most satisfying bed we'd bought after touring multiple furniture stores. I washed the sheets and duvet covers monthly. He actually wanted to do such filthy things. Why bring it home? There's a hotel less than 500 meters from our place. I was shaking with rage and about to call the police, but Damon snatched my phone and threw it aside. I lunged for the phone, determined to capture evidence of their affair. He pinned both my wrists with one hand and slapped me hard with the other. "You crazy bitch, what the hell's wrong with you?" The blow made me see stars. My daughter tugged at her father's sleeve, pleading for me. In the chaos, I didn't even notice when the woman slipped away. I glanced at the tangled sheets on the bed. The grievances from both this life and the last came flooding back all at once. Grabbed a pair of scissors and shredded all the bed sheets and duvet covers. If I can't use this bedding set, nobody else will either. Damon and his daughter had just returned home when the police arrived. She was soaked to the bone. She's the precious baby I've raised with my own hands, always been perfectly cared for by me. This father claims to love his daughter, says his heart aches for her. How could I just let my daughter come home soaking wet like this? Years of caring for her kicked in, and the words slipped out before I could stop them. "Shirley, go take a hot shower. You'll catch a cold." Shirley looked up at me, her eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and disgust. "Now you care. Where was this concern when you abandoned me?" I closed my eyes and fell silent, turning to the police officer. I said, "Officer, I suspect my husband of soliciting prostitutes. Could you please look into this thoroughly for me? Damon turned livid with rage. I've already told you what happened. What more do you want? Yes, he told me. Damon released my hand the moment that woman walked away. He said she was his first love, her marriage was falling apart, and she happened to be visiting our city. Damon took her out to dinner to cheer her up. They both had a few too many drinks and somehow ended up in bed together, yet throughout it all, he showed not a shred of genuine remorse, just emphasizing everything was done under the influence of alcohol. Whether there was solicitation or not, the officers will investigate. Why are you in such a hurry? I retorted coolly. What else would you call a woman who comes to a married man's home to sleep with him, if not a prostitute? Damon's expression twisted into something vicious as he glared at me. The tree may crave calm, but the wind won't subside. If you want a divorce, so be it. The cars, the house, the kids, they're all mine. You're not getting a single thing. Damon insisted all marital assets were earned by him alone. I've been unemployed with no income all these years, so he wants me to leave with nothing. I know, he's just making things difficult for me on purpose. We're all educated people. How could anyone not know that post-marital assets are jointly owned? 3. I didn't waste time arguing with him and filed a lawsuit directly with his history of infidelity. I held the upper hand in mediation. Though Damon has achieved career success, we both came from rural backgrounds. Everything we have was built from scratch through our own efforts. On top of that, it's a single income supporting 3 people. Damon's mother back in their hometown still frequently asks him for money. Apart from 2 properties and 2 cars, they have no savings. One is a rundown starter home they bought right after marriage, worth only $500K. The other is their current luxury flat they just moved into, valued at $2 million. The cars are similarly priced, so we'll each take one. I volunteered to take that old rundown apartment. After calculations, I'm still owed $500,000 in assets. Our daughter's tuition and living expenses will be split between us. Deduct my share from the $500K. I'll cover any shortfall myself when she comes of age. Divorce strips away affection, leaving only cold calculation. Damon agreed without batting an eye, but I know he must be feeling like he hit the jackpot. For my daughter's 3 years of high school plus 4 years of college, this amount should be more than enough. But honestly, I'm even more thrilled, because I can finally start doing what I truly love. That rundown little apartment will be demolished soon anyway. 1 unit's compensation could get me 4 new ones. Moving forward, I could either become a career powerhouse, or fall back on being a landlady. Compared to my past life, this happiness is 1,000-fold. After the divorce, I moved into a rundown little apartment. I visited several yoga studios that same day and finally chose one with good credentials and a pleasant environment, paying 10,000 yuan to enroll. I've always been naturally flexible since childhood, and enjoy doing splits and stretches in my free time. I even joined the yoga club during college, after getting married and having kids. I couldn't help but linger on those posters whenever I saw them. Now I finally have the time. I wake up at 5 a.m. every morning to run 5 kilometers, rain or shine. I hit the yoga studio after breakfast. In under 3 months, I've lost 10 pounds. The mirror shows a more vibrant, youthful version of me. The house hasn't been demolished yet, but my wallet's already empty. Nearby supermarket happened to be hiring part-time cashiers. I spent my afternoons working as a cashier at the supermarket. The pay wasn't great, but at least the job was easy. Most supermarket workers come from society's lowest rungs. Back when I shopped there, I never really looked at them closely, let alone imagine becoming friends. Chatting with them daily and discovering new makeup products makes my days joyful and fulfilling. Only after stepping out did I realize how much higher everyone's beauty standards have become. Lena is quite a bit older than me, yet she's incredibly knowledgeable about all kinds of cosmetics and makeup techniques. They all speak with effortless eloquence, handling things with practiced ease, while I've been working behind closed doors for over a decade, stuck in my ways. I really shouldn't have. Lena pointed at a blonde guy and said to me, so young and already such a player. This kid's had 3 different girlfriends just in the past month that I've seen. The blonde guy slung his arm around a girl's shoulder, whispering something while pointing at the contraceptive products section. The girl bashfully gave him a playful punch, but she still let him grab a box anyway. The smile froze on the girl's face. When it came time to pay, Mom, I deftly picked up the barcode scanner and began checking out the items. That'll be 5 yuan. The guy glanced between us. Shirley, did you just call her mom? Didn't you say both your parents were state-owned enterprise executives? Shirley's face darkened further. She quickly paid the bill and dragged the guy away. I must have been mistaken. How could she possibly be my mother? Gosh, I'm starving. Let's grab something to eat quick. The doubt in my heart finally dissolved. Back in middle school, I worried about her safety walking home after night classes. I always went to pick her up, but she wasn't happy about it, said she's grown up now, and since some classmates live in the same neighborhood, walking home together is perfectly safe. I didn't think much of it. She always sends Damon to parent-teacher conferences. A daughter is her father's little sweetheart. Seeing them so close warms my heart. Turns out in my daughter's mind, she's always looked down on me being a stay-at-home mom. Only someone like Dad, a state-owned enterprise executive, could hold their head up high. Watching the pair walk away, I calmly straightened up the checkout counter. The kind-hearted auntie couldn't help but sigh. That girl looks so young, fooling around with some punk like that. Do you think her parents even know? For, was that anger or relief? Perhaps neither anger nor relief. Shirley called me that night. How could you work at a place like a supermarket? Why can't I go? How could you sink this low? You graduated from a top-tier university. For heaven's sake, Shirley ordered me, quit your job tomorrow. My father and I can't bear this humiliation. I just don't get it. I earn my living honestly through hard work. What's shameful about that? Besides, what I do is my own business. I've already left that household behind. How could she possibly think I'd still care about how those two men feel? When I was giving birth to her, I had massive hemorrhaging. The doctors asked whether to save the mother or the baby. My husband couldn't decide, but I insisted on saving the child. In the end, both mother and child survived, but my health was left in ruins. The doctors said I could never conceive again. Holding that tiny pink bundle in my arms, I thought to myself, this is heaven's gift to me, my precious little treasure. I vowed to raise her with all my love. My mother-in-law despised me for bearing a girl, refusing to help with childcare, spending her days playing mahjong and bragging with others. She kept bragging about how well her son was doing in the city. I quit my job to become a homemaker, diving headfirst into the daily grind of household chores. Life was exhausting with all its trivialities, but my daughter made everything worthwhile. Her first rollover, her first steps, her first calling me mommy on your first day of preschool fills me with wonder at life's miracles. Hearing that girl's shrill, cutting voice on the phone, I can't help but wonder where I went wrong as a parent. I remained silent, only giving her a well-meaning reminder, that boy isn't right for you. Take care of yourself. After all, she's my daughter. I couldn't bear to see her go down the wrong path. Shirley didn't appreciate the gesture. Vivian, just because you couldn't keep Dad with your charm doesn't mean you get to resent my happiness. My love life is my business. You abandoned me. Don't even think about controlling me now. In my past life, I'd noticed something was off about my daughter. Turns out that bleached haired punk was waiting for her at the school gates every night. On one hand, I became stricter with my daughter's discipline, while on the other, I used that troublemaker's dirty secrets to threaten him into staying away from her. The punk finally stopped harassing her, but when my daughter found out, she smashed every piece of furniture in the house. Damon comes home at midnight every night now. When would he ever have time to discipline his daughter? But these aren't my concerns anymore. As she wishes, I won't interfere with her life anymore. The next day after rush hour, there weren't many people around. I was helping restock the snack aisle when I caught Shirley and Yvette strolling arm in arm through the supermarket. Their shopping cart was piled high with groceries. They walked up to me, and Shirley shot me a disdainful look. Without my dad, she's reduced to working in a place like this. My dear mother, which counter are you assigned to? Should I make a scene and buy something from you? Yvette tugged at Shirley's hand. Little rascal, watch your mouth. She's still your mother after all. Even if she abandoned you, she did give birth to you. Shirley grew even angrier upon hearing this. A woman who bears children but won't raise them is the most selfish creature alive. Yvette noticed Shirley's obvious disdain and aversion toward me, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with a faint chuckle. I'll go pick up a fish from the seafood section. You said I cooked it well last time. You two should have a proper talk. After all, no parents are ever truly in the wrong. I frowned. I clicked my tongue at her leisurely departing figure. You actually look human with clothes on. That single remark made Yvette flush crimson. She took several deep breaths, her expression shifting to sarcasm. Some people just can't keep a man because they lack charm, and that's somehow my fault. Damon says you're just a stress reliever to him. Thanks for taking care of Damon for me these years. I smiled calmly. Do you really think this man loves you? At least he spends his money on me. What are you? Just a free outlet for his urges. Even the scraps on my plate aren't safe from you. How shameless can you get? My words left Yvette looking like she just swallowed a fly. She pointed a finger at me. Shirley chimed in from the sidelines. Auntie, don't be upset. He who laughs laughs best. You and Dad are getting married soon. No point getting worked up over outsiders. Yvette rolled her eyes with a smug expression. Your husband and kids are mine now. What exactly are you so smug about? Congratulations. You three make the perfect family. The universe's trash sorting is impeccable. Yvette still wanted to keep arguing with me. Shirley saw the crowd growing larger. Being young and thin-skinned, shoved Yvette out of the way and left. When a dog bites you, you don't bite it back. Why bother with that shrew? I shouted after them. Absolutely right. It's like finding half a cockroach in my rice bowl. I'd toss out both the meal and that nasty surprise. Later, roaches, thanks to Damon. He posted about my supermarket part-time job in our college alumni group. Many of my former classmates now pull in 20 to 30 grand a month. They lounged in chairs enjoying the AC, chatting with coworkers over afternoon tea. Damon was trying to make me feel inadequate, but I've long since let it go. I was blind back then. You'll have to face the consequences yourself. There was this girl who used to have a thing for Damon, but he chose me over her. She showed up all dressed up with perfect makeup just to see me. Vivian, look at you now. Honestly, we should thank Damon for not marrying you. Back in school you were the laughingstock, and now you've become the punchline. How dare Damon mock you? The mess you're in is entirely his doing. I just smiled, neither arguing nor taking offense, because in her eyes, I saw genuine concern and righteous anger. Didn't you used to love working out? Come with me, I'm a big shot now, own a major gym in the capital. Stick with me and you'll do way better than staying here. I agreed to her offer. Just give me some more time, I'll definitely come find you. Damon's face would be priceless if he knew he'd actually hooked me up with a golden opportunity soon enough. The house I lived in got marked for demolition in my past life. All 4 compensation properties were transferred to Yvette by my husband. Yvette lived in one unit and rented out the other 3, pocketing $30K each month with ease. In this lifetime, I've become that joyful landlady living her best life. Meanwhile, I've already obtained my yoga instructor certification. My boss assigned me to substitute teach her yoga classes, earning 10,000 yuan per month. I quit my part-time job at the supermarket to pursue work I'm passionate about. My supermarket coworkers noticed me gradually glowing up and started joining me for jogs and yoga workouts. The yoga studio owner couldn't stop grinning. They gave me a fat red envelope as a referral bonus. I politely declined and asked her to give my coworkers the steepest possible discount. 5. They're all just regular working folks, struggling to make ends meet on a meager income while supporting a family, yet managing to awaken and better yourself amidst life's chaos. You're already miles ahead of where I was in my clueless days. Helping them feels like helping my younger self, Lena, and the others. Know a bit about my situation. She mentioned a girl recently came looking for me at the checkout counter. Lena only said I'd quit and didn't share any other details about me. The girl left grumbling under her breath. They say I'm living the high life with my earnings, neglecting my own daughter. I just smiled without a word. I ran into Shirley unexpectedly while grocery shopping at the supermarket. It took her a good while to recognize me. Mom, you look so beautiful now. After 6 months of exercise and healthy eating, I've slimmed down completely. Yes, I've lost those 20 pounds. Now I've got a healthy glow, wear subtle makeup, and move with graceful lightness. A far cry from that worn-out, makeup-free mom I used to be. She looked me up and down before affectionately linking arms with me. You're way more stylish than any of my classmates' parents. With the parent-teacher conference coming up, I'm totally showing you off. Oh yeah, Mom, our place is getting demolished. I've been wanting to move out forever. It's a bit farther from school, but no big deal. You'll just wake up earlier to drive me. I subtly dodged her reaching hand. Moving is your choice, but moving into my place, that's a hard no. The building's getting demolished with a 4-to-1 compensation deal, but that's got absolutely nothing to do with you. Shirley's eyes welled up with tears as she gave me a pitiful look. Mom, are you abandoning me? Even though you and Dad are divorced, I'll always be your child. If you're gone, those 4 properties will still be mine anyway. What's the big deal about enjoying things a little early? Damon walked in with effortless composure. His eyes lit up the moment he saw me. Shirley, don't act childish with your mom. Your mother raised you single-handedly from birth till now. If she doesn't love you, who will? He kept stealing subtle glances at me while talking. Shirley, I offered to walk you to school back then, but you refused. I work at the supermarket, honest work. Yet you pretended not to know me. And now you come running to me. Mom, Shirley cut me off. Anxiously before I could finish, casting a guilty glance at Damon, I genuinely didn't recognize you at the time. Oh, how strange, and to think I bought it in size S. How embarrassing. I remained calm and unhurried. Shirley's face flushed red. Damon stared wide-eyed, looking utterly shocked. You little brat, how could you do such a thing? So young and already doing such disgusting things. What a disgrace. Shirley wasn't having it either. My boyfriend is handsome, rich, and treats me well. Why shouldn't I be with him? If you can cheat on your spouse and put on that disgusting show in front of us, why can't I be intimate with the guy I love? You bastard. Blinded by rage, Damon slapped his daughter hard across the face. Twice, he'd forgotten how rotten apples never fall far from the tree. I ignored their petty squabbles, but since they were making such a scene and ruining the store's image, I gave them a cold warning. Take your argument outside if you must, but don't disrupt our supermarket business. Get out now or I'm calling the cops. Damon snapped out of his daze. His eyes darted as he shoved Shirley into my arms. I want nothing to do with a daughter like this. Damon walked out of the supermarket. Shirley trailed closely behind me. 6. As I checked out and left, she stopped me with pitiful eyes. Mom, Dad abandoned me, and now you're leaving me too. I'm a homeless child now, you know. It breaks my heart every time I see families of 3 out together. What did I do wrong? Why should children suffer because of adult matters? Please just let me come home with you. I promise I'll be good and listen to you. I stopped in my tracks, my face expressionless. Shirley, what does your father abandoning you have to do with me? You swore you'd never want to see me again in this lifetime. Where's that backbone now? This house is mine alone. When I die, every penny will go to the orphanage. You won't get a dime. Shirley clenched her fists beneath her, a venomous glint flashing in her eyes. Mom, Grandma always said you were a heartless woman. Seems she was right. That blonde punk suddenly jumped out from the side, glaring at me with pure malice. So you're the one who bullied my sweetheart. What kind of mother are you? My girl lied about you being a state-owned enterprise executive because she was afraid I'd look down on you. Instead of appreciating that, you accuse her of disrespecting you. Now that you're rich, you won't spare a penny for your own child. How heartless. Come see for yourselves. What kind of mother would let her own daughter end up homeless? The bleached-haired guy shouted loudly, drawing crowds of passers-by to stop and watch. This woman cheated and divorced when her daughter was struggling through high school, the most demanding time academically. Now that she's made it big, she treats her own flesh and blood with such cruelty, leaving her child to roam the streets. Some people were pointing fingers and whispering. Lena and a few colleagues pushed through the crowd and approached. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense, folks. What kind of decent guy brings different girls to buy contraceptives at our supermarket every day? The punk flashed a sleazy grin. Auntie, we young folks are just being safe. Come on, it's the modern age. Don't be so old-fashioned. Lena's temper flared. No era makes this acceptable. Knowing my elder sister has a heart condition, I gently patted her shoulder. Shirley, it was your father's affair that made me file for divorce, wasn't it? During court mediation, you chose to stay with your father voluntarily, and I prepaid $500,000 in child support for you, didn't I? You never visited me in this shabby little house all these years. Now that it's being demolished, you suddenly remember you have a mother. Tears still glistened on Shirley's face, but her pitiful demeanor vanished as she glared at me with resentment. Dad said he just had too much to drink when he messed up with Auntie Vet. Why can't you forgive him? You keep saying you love me. Why won't you call off the divorce for my sake? My classmate's dad cheated too, but her mom chose to turn a blind eye for her sake. Why can't you do the same? That statement completely shattered everyone's worldview. Young girl couldn't hold back anymore. Sweetheart, that's an incredibly selfish thing to say. Your mother is her own person first. A parent second. Everyone else chimed in agreement. Though some older folks remarked that poor girls had it rough. Surely, I've done everything a mother should. You're on your own now. I watched the scene unfold with cold detachment, striding straight toward Damon hiding behind the tree. Damon, fair warning. If I go down, I'm taking you all with me. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Don't push me. I thought this matter was over, but they just wouldn't change their ways. My ex-mother-in-law somehow got hold of my address and showed up at my neighborhood gate shouting through a megaphone. My poor granddaughter has such a hard life. A motherless child gets no love. Listen everyone, Vivian in Unit X of Building XX in your neighborhood is my daughter-in-law. she spends all day painting her face and dressing provocatively, only caring about her own pleasure while neglecting her own flesh and blood. My poor granddaughter has no one to cook or do laundry at home, even having to wash clothes in cold water during her period. I stood there with my arms crossed, watching. The old woman's face was streaked with tears and snot. She wiped her nose and smeared it carelessly on her pants. Then she turned to me, standing nearby, and started pouring out her grievances. Miss, you tell me, does such a mother even exist in this world? She's in such a hurry to divorce and move out. Clearly there's someone else. Shirley grabbed the old woman's arm. Granny, take a good look. Who is this woman, Auntie? Did you catch your daughter-in-law cheating red-handed? I heard the wife caught her husband in bed with another woman. The old woman blinked, squeezing out two murky tears before finally recognizing me. She let out a wail and started thrashing about on the ground. This is the woman who's been fooling around with other men and insists on divorcing my son, my poor granddaughter. Because of her, she's left without a mother now. Shirley knelt at my feet, wailing bitterly. Mom, I just want to be with you. Please don't abandon me. A crowd had gathered around us. A middle-aged woman started making a scene. Look at her all dolled up like that. Clearly no decent woman would dress that way. How could she abandon her own child at this age? What a heartless woman. She looked familiar, and then it dawned on me. I saw her back when I visited Grandma during Chinese New Year. So you're Grandma's reinforcement. Auntie, how could you tolerate catching your husband naked in bed with another woman? Oh right. About your husband being bedridden, my ex-mother-in-law said he collapsed from rage after catching you naked with another man. Right, dear mother-in-law, you said the whole village was laughing at her family's misfortune, and only you took pity on her and kept her company. The onlookers were stifling their laughter. The reinforcements were left speechless, unable to get a word out. The ex-mother-in-law stubbornly refused to admit anything, digging in her heels. How was I supposed to know these details if she never told me? The reinforcements turned and left. Without hesitation, the ex-mother-in-law's fingers trembled uncontrollably. You bitch, give my son's house back. Huh, it all boils down to money in the end. She lunged at me with claws out while Shirley jumped up and pinned me down in a death grip. To outsiders, it looked like a daughter's desperate plea to her mother, but in reality, she was restraining my arms while letting that old hag attack me. Seeing the slap coming, I twisted away while wrenching myself free with all my strength. Shirley clung to me like a deadweight, and despite my physical strength, I couldn't shake her off immediately. The old woman's first swing missed me, then she grabbed a brick from the roadside and hurled it at me. As the brick flew closer, a sense of inescapable doom washed over me. After being reborn, did I still fail to protect myself? No, I refuse to believe that. I've done my absolute best. I won't let anyone bully me ever again. I struggled desperately and managed to break free just as the brick was about to hit me. Dodging to the side, the arriving officers witnessed the entire incident and immediately restrained the elderly woman. Granny Qian recently gave me a call, essentially saying the old house was originally given to me by her son, so now that it's being demolished, the 4 allocated apartments should be returned to him. As for me, just save me one set at most. I ignored it. You can't wake someone who's pretending to sleep. When you reason with her, she plays dirty. When you play dirty, she suddenly wants to talk about feelings. With people like this, they simply won't listen, won't see, won't believe. 7. Just block them outright. It's no surprise she managed to cause trouble all the way up to me this time. 10 minutes ago, I called the police. The old woman still wanted to throw a tantrum at the police station, but that was no place for her antics. She got an earful from the officers. As we left the station, she shot me a venomous glare. Don't try to scare me with the police. What can they possibly do to an old woman like me? At worst, they'll just give me a lecture. I'll make a scene in your neighborhood every single day, tomorrow, the day after, and beyond, until you return my son's apartment. Only then will I stop. I thought to myself, I'd been too soft on them before, too lenient by half. Shirley took my silence as fear. She leaned close and whispered in my ear, my demand is simple. Transfer 3 properties to my name, and I'll keep Grandma from harassing you. Just you. Wait. My dear daughter. Before the old woman could even take out her loudspeaker the next morning, she learned her son had been taken away by prosecutors. Over the years, Damon had climbed to executive positions through networking and gift-giving as his partner. No one knew the details better than I did. After returning from the riverbank, I not only shredded the betting set but also went to the study. His laptop meticulously documented every substantial profit gained from corporate projects. Given a second chance at life, I chose not to exact vengeance for their past transgressions, simply wishing to live peacefully. Yet, the tree craves stillness but the wind won't cease. Then don't blame me for showing no mercy. With disaster looming, Yvette was about to flee with a satchel of money embezzled by Damon, only to be intercepted by her mother-in-law at the door. My son ruined our family all for your sake. And now you think you can just walk away. She dragged Yvette along, though young. Yvette's frail frame was no match for the obese mother-in-law. In the scuffle, the mother-in-law shoved Yvette down the stairs, killing her instantly. Once the old lady gets taken to the police station this time, she won't be coming out anytime soon. As for Shirley, Lena told me that Blondie took another girl to the supermarket again, buying contraceptives. Shirley, heavily pregnant, pleaded with the blonde man to change his mind, only to be shoved to the ground and kicked repeatedly in the belly. Before the ambulance arrived, Shirley somehow produced a fruit knife and stabbed the blonde man multiple times in his vital areas. The blonde guy clutched his bloodied groin and passed out from the pain, but none of that was my concern anymore. I sold all 4 of my properties and accepted my Beijing classmate's offer to work at her fitness center. Her success led to opening another branch in the capital. I invested my savings and became a junior partner. Managing the gym's daily operations keeps me happily busy. The road ahead is long with mountains to climb. I just want to leave the past behind, do what I love, see the views I adore, know myself, enjoy myself, surpass myself. Story 2. With only 2 days left before the arrival of the zombie horde, I was simultaneously dealing with my long-term bully of a roommate and racing against time to fortify my end-of-days base. Little did I know that I was not the only one who had come back to life. Isabella, step forward. A stern voice suddenly commanded. Trembling, I moved out from the crowd to face the towering figure of the drill instructor. You've made 3 mistakes, the instructor said grimly. Run 10 laps as punishment. The rest of you, go have your meal. Laughter from a few girls echoed from behind me. With my head bowed, I started jogging, then gradually picked up speed and dashed off the track toward the dormitory. The instructor's roar followed me. What are you doing? Come back, come back. That was never going to happen in this lifetime. After all, I was someone who had already died once. Back then, after running the 10 laps and missing mealtime, I returned to the dorm to be mocked by my wealthy classmates. They ridiculed everything from the woven bag I carried on my first day, to the cheap skin cream I used, and even made fun of my grandfather who collected trash. Unable to bear it, I argued back. When the teacher arrived, the girls unanimously accused me of starting the trouble. No matter how I defended myself, it was useless. The school's decision was to issue me a formal reprimand. Just 2 weeks into the school term, I felt utterly defeated. If poverty was a sin, then societal prejudice was a blade that slaughtered without mercy. As I walked out of the office with the notice, I saw our class instructor in a compromising position with the class beauty at the doorway. The instructor was deeply engrossed, and the class beauty seemed to enjoy it, tilting her head back. Their relationship seemed unusually close, before I could decide whether to avoid them or not. The instructor looked up at me, his smile revealed blood-red teeth, clenching one of the class beauty's ears. As his grip loosened, she fell to the ground with a thud, her face a bloody, unrecognizable mess. My first thought was of a crime of passion, until the instructor lunged at another student. Something was very wrong. His eyes were blood-red, and there was a hole in his stomach as big as a fist. No living person could sustain such a wound. The other students panicked, their voices trembling. Run, it's a zombie, the zombies are coming. As everyone fled in terror, I hid behind a pillar and saw the class beauty lying motionless on the ground suddenly twitch. The next second, she leaped up, grabbed a tall boy next to her, and started biting him fiercely. Despite his size, he was powerless under her attack. Like a little chick after a frenzied attack, a large hole appeared in the boy's chest, and he was thrown away like a rag. Terrified, I ran all the way back to the dormitory, only to be pushed out by several of my roommates. Why should you be allowed in? Do you even deserve it, you rural dog? Go find your trash-picking grandfather. I cried and pleaded with them, but no one would open the door. Then, the growling of zombies came from the stairwell. A grotesque zombie charged up, grinning excitedly at me and lunged forward. In that critical moment, the dorm door behind me opened and a girl fiercely pulled me inside. It was Amelia, a senior student who lived alone in a dorm room. Due to being ostracized for her vitiligo, we had never spoken before, but in that moment of crisis, she was the only one who saved me. Unfortunately, we soon ran out of food. After hiding for 3 days and unable to endure any longer, we ventured out together in search of food. Just as I stepped out of the dormitory building, a large group of zombies suddenly burst out from the shadows. My senior sister tried to save me at the last moment, but it was too late. Neither she nor I had any chance of escaping when the zombie horde approached. We eventually died at the hands of the zombies. Before she died, her last words were, "Thank you for being there during these times. You've been my only friend since college." Thinking of this, tears streamed down my face. In my previous life, my death was tragic. In this life, I am determined to survive and protect my senior sister. I rushed up to the 5th floor and knocked forcefully on Amelia's door. After a while, the door opened, and she stood there, holding a lunchbox, looking at me blankly. At that moment, she didn't recognize me, but that didn't matter. I pushed her inside and quickly shut the door. "Could you do me a favor? I want to start a small shop in the dormitory to earn some money. Would you help me with the shopping?" She looked at me in astonishment. "Me? Yes, you. I've asked many classmates, but no one is willing. Can you help me?" My voice trembled. I had imagined countless scenarios where she might refuse, ignore me, suggest I speak to a teacher, or think I was crazy, but she eventually nodded. "Okay, how can I help?" Excited, I placed my bank card on the table. "This is all my living expenses, a total of 3,000 yuan. I need to buy everything within 2 days." I knew it was a small amount, but that was all my grandfather could afford to give me. My parents died early, and he supported my education by collecting recyclables. After paying the tuition, only this amount was left. I took a leave of absence from school under the guise of a severe cold. We went to a supermarket outside the school at noon, borrowed a cart, and hauled back boxes of instant noodles, bottled water, bread, and sausages. The quantity was large, and we quickly spent 2,000 yuan. Why I kept the goods in my senior sister's room was because she lived alone and had more space. I promised her a cut of the profits once we started earning. Amelia agreed without a word. We rearranged the beds a bit to turn them into double-deck shelves and neatly stacked up the goods. By the time we finished, it was already 6 in the evening. Starving, we hurried to the cafeteria for dinner. After an afternoon of physical labor, each of us ordered a large bowl of rice noodles and ate voraciously. Just as we were enjoying our meal, a few girls from our dormitory arrived. The class beauty walked over with disdain on her face. "Isn't this the poor student Isabella? You don't look sick to me." The other two started mocking us as well, eating so much when sick. "You must have hyperthyroidism." And really, Isabella and Amelia make quite a pair. One is as poor as a church mouse, the other as ugly as sin. Ha ha ha, what a rhyme. They burst into harsh laughter. My fists were clenched tightly under the table. Just as I was about to react, Amelia kicked me under the table and frowned at me. Shaking her head, I instantly calmed down. With the zombie virus set to break out in a day and a half, why provoke these people and create trouble for ourselves? After all, every remaining minute was extremely important. So we continued eating silently, treating those four as if they were air. After they taunted us for a while and saw we didn't respond, they lost interest, cursed a few more times, and left. After a silent 10 seconds, Amelia suddenly spoke. "It's hard to bear, isn't it? But we have no choice. The zombies are coming soon, and the most important thing is to survive, isn't it?" I looked up in shock. "What did you say?" Amelia looked at me with faint tears in her eyes. "I'm really happy to see you again. We can definitely make it through this time, right?" It turned out, I wasn't the only one who had come back. My senior sister had returned as well. No wonder she believed my flimsy excuse. Our hands found each other under the table, both burning hot with urgency and determination. This time, we had to survive no matter what. "Isabella, we still don't have enough supplies. I have a few $1,000s left. We need to hurry and buy more," Amelia said as she took out her bank card. After dinner, we set out again, this time at the supermarket. We bought 3 bags of rice, dozens of packs of noodles, 100 cans of luncheon meat, some pickled vegetables, a jar of lard, a few simple spices, and several trays of eggs. We also picked up some pumpkins, sweet potatoes, and yams which are easy to store, as well as a kerosene stove, some simple pots and dishes. 1 barrel each of kerosene and diesel took a great effort to carry back. We only chose apples for fruit because they keep well and can be stored for a long time without spoiling. These supplies would solve our basic food needs for now. Time was limited, our dorm's facilities were limited, and our money was pitifully scarce. Then there were the cleaning supplies. We bought a lot of toilet paper, sanitary pads, and disposable underwear. These items aren't essential for survival, but without them, life would be quite uncomfortable. The next morning, We even found some sturdy iron grills at the second-hand market. We quietly brought them up while the dormitory supervisor wasn't watching in the morning. The doors and windows of our dorm were too vulnerable. These grills could save our lives in critical moments. We also got knives, ropes, a few flares, and a second-hand drone. These items were crucial for our escape and for calling for help. Electricity was another major issue. We couldn't afford expensive solar panels. So we chose a small diesel generator, a quiet one, which we got for just over $1,000 of course. The power it generated was limited, and it was only relatively quiet. It could only be used in critical moments. I have some old quilts and clothes. We can make do with those. Isabella, can you think of anything else we might need? My senior sister asked, sitting on the bed. Maybe that's about it. Maybe we should buy some more water. The sensation of dehydration was bone deep, a potentially deadly feeling. You could feel the moisture in your cells, even your blood, evaporating bit by bit, but you were powerless to stop it. My senior sister nodded. Okay, have you called home? I did. My grandfather is all who's left at home, I said, feeling a wave of sadness as I remembered that call. I had urged my grandfather to quickly buy some food and drinks and then stay home, but he said staying home wasn't an option. He had to earn my tuition. It hurt, but I had to suppress it and sternly repeated myself several times before he reluctantly agreed. I was worried sick, but unfortunately, my home was too far away. In just a day and a half, it was impossible for me to get there. My home is in a relatively good location. After the zombies arrived, a safe base was quickly established there. Grandfather should be able to survive. I sighed. What about you, senior sister? Senior sister was silent for a while before replying. Pretty much the same. At 10 in the morning, we headed out again. Our funds were running low, so this time we just bought 8 jugs of purified water. It took a lot of effort, but we managed to carry them upstairs bit by bit. While carrying the last jug, we ran into the class beauty returning to her dorm after a meal. She glanced at me with disdain. Isabella, pretending to be sick and skipping without reason. The school will definitely give you a severe punishment. Just you wait. Whatever. My nonchalant response angered her. What did you say? I said. Whatever, I replied, giving her a look. Mind your own business. She stormed over in 2 steps. What right do you, a poor country bumpkin, have to talk to me like that? If you want to die, just go die by yourself. I didn't respond and just carried the water jug into Amelia's dorm room, slamming the door heavily behind me from outside. Her voice could be heard. Oh my God, Isabella actually moved into Amelia's dorm room. It's really a gathering of oddities. Inside the dorm, I shook my head. The advice I gave her to mind her own business was really the best I could offer her. In the previous life when the zombie outbreak started, she was among the first to die. It seems it wasn't just by chance. Such brainless people don't survive long anywhere. It was now 12 o'clock, and if things were still on the same timeline, we only had 2 hours left before the zombies arrived. Senior sister and I decided not to go out anymore. We locked the doors and windows and sat on the bed, silently eating our boxed lunches. These were from the school cafeteria, probably our last normal meal for a while, so, in silent agreement, we ate every grain of rice, preferring to overeat rather than leave any regrets for later. Around 1:50, my phone rang. Picking it up, I saw it was our counselor's name displayed. Hello, the teacher's voice was stern. Isabella, you haven't attended the military training since yesterday noon, have you? There won't be any more training. What are you talking about? The teacher asked, sounding annoyed. Are you trying to drag the whole class down? Our counselor, only a few years older than us, was sharp-tongued but not a bad person. He had scolded classmates who mocked me before, so I instructed him carefully. You need to quickly go back to your dorm, lock up, and don't go anywhere. Before I could finish, the teacher exclaimed in shock, what's happening downstairs? A fight? Instructor, let Evelyn go. Evelyn, that was the class beauty's name. I could clearly hear the screams, roars, and cries on the other end, just like before. Around 2 o'clock, the instructor bit the class beauty, triggering a massive viral outbreak. Teacher, don't go. It was too late. The phone call was abruptly ended. I stood up, staring blankly out the window. The streets, previously empty, were now filled with students running frantically, chased by blood-covered zombies, the crowd visibly multiplying. The speed was alarming, spreading exponentially. Behind me, senior sister's voice broke the silence. Before it happens, no one will believe us. We can't save anyone, that's right. Even if we tried to warn them, others would think we were insane. We watched from the window for a long time. Downstairs was a bloody chaos, and every now and then, screams erupted from the hallways. Then, from the next room over, a harrowing cry was heard, and a shadow fell from the empty balcony with a loud thud. It was a girl from our class, senior sister, and I exchanged frightened glances, and instinctively, we both picked up iron bars and hammers, and started reinforcing the window. Next, we secured the door. We've now employed the same approach. Our sense of safety has greatly increased. Throughout the entire afternoon, the screams and shouts outside came in waves. Each glance out the window revealed far fewer people running for their lives. Thus, we boldly speculated that there weren't many of us left in the school who were still normal. I turned on my phone and opened our class group chat, only to see a string of horrifying messages. Help, I'm in the 4th floor classroom. Mr. Wesley, covered in blood, is violently banging against the glass. What should I do? The library is full of zombies. The class president is chasing me. I'm hiding in a cabinet in the office. Can someone call the police? Messages like these kept popping up, interspersed with some leaving their last words in voice messages. Everyone kept asking the same thing. Why haven't the police arrived? According to the experience from my past life with my senior, it wasn't that they wouldn't come, but rather they couldn't. The zombie virus had broken out in multiple locations, spreading quickly. The police, fire services, and community organizations soon collapsed. In our previous lives, we died without ever knowing the true cause of the zombies, but in this life, there should be hope to learn the truth. After all, our supplies should last us a long time. I was looking down at these messages when suddenly, a shrill scream came from the next room. Evelyn is downstairs. I initially had no interest in seeing the doomed Evelyn, but their voices were so loud that I went to the window to take a peek. What I saw was truly terrifying. She looked exactly like the last time she was bitten by the instructor. Her face was a bloody, indistinguishable mess, missing an ear, and when she bared her teeth outside the dorm, her mouth was smeared with blood. The only thing that identified her was the light blue JK skirt she wore. Flashes of how she had bullied me crossed my mind. Using my moisturizing cream on her feet, squeezing shampoo into my cup, placing tacks on my bed, and calling me a bumpkin. Now, she was dead. The screams from next door had stopped, and soon after, I saw a photo of Evelyn they had snapped in the class group chat. Oh my god, Evelyn looks so scary. She looks like a ghost. She even lost an ear. They started mocking her mercilessly, forgetting their usual flattery. My senior stood behind me. These people are particularly hypocritical, all nice on the surface but actually relishing in seeing you unlucky. I agreed. They are truly cunning, and Evelyn was truly foolish. Isabella, can you still not get through to your grandfather? Senior asked. I picked up my phone and tried again. The same message came through the receiver. The number you have dialed is out of service. At 6 in the evening, my phone finally rang, showing an unknown number. Girl, are you alright? Is something wrong at your school? I've been trying to call for a long time. Hearing my grandfather's voice nearly brought me to tears. Not just him, I had been trying to call all afternoon. It seemed there was a problem with our network. I briefly explained my situation, choosing to share good news rather than bad. Grandfather breathed a sigh of relief. We're all right here. The town is sealed off, and our village too. They say the military will come in a few days. Grandpa, don't go anywhere. Stay at home and wait. Once it's safe here, I'll come to find you, I repeatedly instructed him nervously. Later, the call inexplicably turned into a busy tone, and when I tried to redial, I couldn't get through again, but I felt somewhat more at ease. It seemed this time was much like the last. A safety base will soon be constructed near my hometown. Senior sister, let's stay here steadfastly and survive the zombies. Then we'll be safe. I comforted her. The howling outside never ceased, punctuated occasionally by cries of despair. In the middle of the night, wailing sounds emanated from the next dorm room. Two ordinary people were crying loudly, one calling for their parents, the other cursing why the emergency number wouldn't connect. In the darkness, my senior sister and I silently put in our earplugs. Dawn broke, marking the second day since the zombies had appeared. Early in the morning, my senior sister started cooking sweet potato porridge on a kerosene stove, boiled 2 eggs, and served them with pickled vegetables. We relished the simple breakfast. Afterward, we began organizing the supplies we had hastily gathered earlier. My senior sister, being meticulous, not only sorted everything by category but also labeled them according to their expiration dates. We spent the whole morning on this task, gradually calming down and coming to terms with the chaos outside. For lunch, we had noodles with luncheon meat, which tasted quite good with the various seasonings we had. In the afternoon, while my senior sister sat drawing at the table, I observed the scene. Outside with binoculars, the area below was now swarming with zombies, including a few familiar faces. I noticed that once people turned into zombies, their pupils became blood red, and their skin turned a stale gray-white, resembling eerie corpses. Their eyesight seemed to deteriorate, but their hearing and smell were extremely sharp, and their destructive power was immense. I witnessed a small female zombie repeatedly slamming into a wall. After much pounding, bricks fell, and eventually, the wall collapsed. Such terrifying destructive power. Without formidable weapons, humans stood no chance against them. We were simply too insignificant. I was also worried about something else. The water in the toilets wouldn't last long, probably only until tonight, when the water and electricity would likely be cut off. We had prudently collected some water in buckets and basins for later use. Sure enough, at 3 in the afternoon, a wail erupted from next door. Why is there no water? I turned the tap, and only a few drops of remaining water trickled out. Isabella, it's not just the water, the electricity is out too, my senior sister regretfully informed me, but we have a generator, so we should be okay. I thought for a moment, let's use it only when it's absolutely necessary, otherwise it's too noisy. Okay, we feared attracting not just zombies but also other survivors in the dormitory. Like the two next door, their voices leaked through the poorly insulated walls. Why didn't you collect water? Are you an idiot? Why didn't you collect it yourself? Also, why is there one less pack of my instant noodles? Don't be so petty. Once we get out, I'll compensate you. My dad owns a factory. Among these 3 roommates, indeed, 2 were wealthy second-generation kids. Evelyn, who had passed away, came from a family in the mining business, often brash and cunning but not very smart. One was Grace, whose family owned the factory. She was wealthy but loved to take advantage of others and had a sharp tongue. She usually teamed up with Evelyn. Another girl, named Abigail, came from a rather modest background and always played the follower to the other 2. On the surface, she seemed unremarkable, but she was actually quite scheming. It was she who had pushed me out of the dorm room back then. If the other 2 were like brazen, domineering dogs, then Abigail was the venomous snake lurking in the shadows, always ready to strike unexpectedly. The 2 of them together truly made for an intriguing spectacle. In the evening, my senior sister asked what I wanted to eat. Suddenly, I remembered the century eggs I had casually picked up from the supermarket. Let's make century egg and lean pork porridge. We didn't have lean pork, so we used sausage instead, added salt and lard, and sprinkled some dehydrated vegetables from the supermarket to create a fragrant, modified version of the porridge. After dinner, each of us had an apple to replenish our vitamins. To save water while washing dishes, we first wiped them with paper towels, then rinsed them briefly with a small amount of water. The used water was collected in a bucket for flushing the toilet. Being students from impoverished backgrounds, frugality was deeply ingrained in us, and at that moment, it was exhibited to its fullest extent. While we were well-fed and watered, a quarrel broke out next door over a bite of food. Grace shouted, "Abigail, you're so cunning, where have you hidden the food? Hand it over now," Abigail retorted sarcastically. "Ha, the instant noodles are mine to begin with, why should I give them to you?" Grace fired back. "Really, after all the times Evelyn and I treated you, turns out we were feeding an ingrate. Hand them over before I lose my temper." It seemed Abigail didn't give in, and after a stalemate, loud banging noises came from next door as if a fight had broken out. But this time, the domineering Grace didn't win, as she soon started wailing, "You'll come to a bad end." Hearing this, I shook my head, thinking that those 2 packs of noodles, if rationed, might last them for another couple of days. At the window, my senior sister was observing something downstairs. "Isabella, have you noticed, the zombies outside seem much more agitated today?" I went over to take a look, and indeed, today's zombies seemed more volatile than yesterday's, frequently slamming into walls and howling. We briefly analyzed the situation. Zombies need food too, and with almost no one left outside, their lack of food had driven them to desperation. Thus, anyone venturing out now was undoubtedly walking into their own demise. Just then, several boys in our class group started getting restless. It was odd because although we couldn't connect to the external internet, the campus network was still functioning. They shared that they had been hiding in the boys' dormitory for 2 days without water, electricity, or food, and couldn't go on like this. They needed to take action when they outlined a plan to use table legs as weapons and fight their way to the snack bar or cafeteria. I, having no close ties with those boys but out of a sense of camaraderie, responded, "It's already night. Do you know how many zombies are out there?" At this, Grace immediately cursed. "Just because you're scared doesn't mean everyone is. What would a country bumpkin like you know? All right then, have it your way," I thought. I had tried to advise them and was tired of it, so afterwards, I didn't bother anymore and just watched as they strategized. Their plan, they thought of everything from geographical positions to breakthrough points and response tactics. Finally, after discussing for 2 hours, they were ready to act. They uploaded pictures of the weapons they had made, sticks fashioned from 2 table legs bound together. Frankly speaking, zombies are incredible creatures that can continuously break down walls. Would they really be scared of such flimsy physical attacks? Soon, a few of the boys set off, chanting slogans of certain victory. In the group chat before they left, 10 minutes later, from the direction of the boys' dormitory, several screams were heard, abruptly cut off as if someone had been choked. "What's going on? What happened? Are they still alive? It seems there's no one left. My dormitory window faces that way, and the ground is covered in blood, with signs of dragging." For a moment, the chat group fell silent, including those who had previously egged others on. Naturally, this included the overbearing Grace, who was now as quiet as a mouse. As the night deepened, my senior sister tightened the curtains and placed a dim kerosene lamp by the bed. We had tested before that such faint light is negligible under the strong blackout curtains. Our supplies absolutely must not be exposed. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone is for themselves. People would fight over a morsel of food, let alone the stash of supplies we had in our room. We were very cautious when transporting supplies, trying our best to avoid others by moving during class times. My senior sister continued to paint. Getting to know her, she is a very artistic and quiet girl, extremely talented in painting, bringing scenes to life with just a few strokes. I started looking through the photos on my phone, most of them about my grandfather, him cooking with a bent back, sitting under a lamp counting the money he earned, cheerfully pushing a cart out the door. As I looked, tears began to fall. My parents died early, succumbing to illness when I was just a few years old, leaving my grandfather to raise me by collecting scrap. He never let me down. Even when he had no money, he made sure I never lacked food or clothing. He always had my school supplies and fees ready early so I wouldn't lose face in front of my classmates. During my adolescence, he would even plead with the neighbor's wife to take me shopping for girls' necessities. I really miss him. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to see him again in this lifetime. At my saddest moment, a tissue was handed to me. My senior sister looked at the photo on my phone. "Can I see?" She gently touched the photo, her voice somber. "Is this your grandfather? He looks quite old." "Yes, he's 74. I lowered my head. People his age usually enjoy their lives, but my family is different. The original plan was to start working part-time after military training, but then the zombie outbreak happened. Grandpa's good fortune will come later," my senior sister said, looking at me. "We'll survive, we'll be all right." I murmured in agreement. "What about you? How's your family now?" She paused for a moment. "I don't know. My mom died in a car accident last year. My dad abandoned us many years ago because I developed vitiligo." It turned out my senior sister had an even sadder story than mine. "At least I had my grandfather, but she was practically an orphan. Let's not think about these unhappy things anymore. Let's go to sleep early," she suggested. We each lay down in our beds. The sounds of zombies outside became particularly clear at night, and faintly, the sound of crying could be heard in the corridor, unclear from which dormitory it came. In a daze, I too fell asleep. I seemed to have a long dream, walking in a fog without seeing the path ahead. Bewildered, this was already the 3rd day since the zombies appeared. Just before dawn, I was awakened by a sharp scream. I turned over and sat up, clearly hearing where the sound was coming from. It was Grace next door. "Abigail, what are you doing tying me up? Let me go." "Let you go?" Abigail sneered. "Yesterday you stole my instant noodles. Today you're stealing my water. What are you, a rat? You lot are just like rats that can't stand the light. No different from that, Isabella. If it weren't for our pity, you wouldn't even know where to lick the ground." "Heh, fine." Abigail smirked darkly. Suddenly, I heard Grace shouting, "What are you doing? Why are you pushing me? What's going on?" Abigail was decisive, with the sound of dragging and doors opening swiftly. She then slammed the door shut with great force. Grace, who had been so bold just moments ago, started cursing but seemed to become frightened. Crying, she pleaded, "Please, open the door. There are zombies downstairs. I was wrong. Isn't that enough?" Abigail remained silent, which made her even more desperate. She started banging loudly. "Should I kowtow to you? Would that make it better?" Still, Abigail said nothing, and Grace immediately started knocking on the door of my room and my senior sisters. "Isabella, Amelia, please let me in. I'll do anything for you. Just tell me what to do." "Okay, let her in." "That's never going to happen." Indeed, she was senseless, her voice getting louder and louder. Little did she know, the louder she became, the more likely she was to attract the zombies' attention. Soon, she screamed, "Don't come near me." Ah, her voice cut off at its peak, and soon the sounds of zombies chewing and growling took over outside, through the crack of the door. I saw Grace, now a limp heap, being torn apart by 5 or 6 zombies. Her resentful eyes stared towards the next door, full of intense hatred even in death. Shortly after, Grace's limbs started moving, like a stiff-jointed puppet. She twisted and stood up, joining the group of zombies as they thrashed down the hallway. "This is retribution. Harm others, and it will come back to bite you," my senior sister murmured softly. She summed it up perfectly. For some reason, having seen so many gory scenes, we seem to have become immune, no longer feeling nauseous and uncomfortable like in our past lives. We had a simple breakfast of milk, bread, and 1 egg each. It was nutritionally sufficient. As we were clearing up the table, we heard Abigail knocking on the wall next door. "Isabella, Amelia, are you there? You weren't scared just now, were you?" What was she trying to do now? She continued knocking. "I know you're in there. I want to apologize for the past. My family isn't well off either. I was afraid they'd bully me, so I'm sorry." Her tone was sincere, but if it weren't for the experiences of our past lives and the recent events, I might have felt a tiny bit of sympathy for her. But now, I simply couldn't believe her lies. She kept rambling, "Isabella, Amelia, can you forgive me?" I still ignored her, and my senior sister simply pulled out her earplugs. Abigail became frantic. "I avenged you. I pushed Grace out there, and it was also me who sent Evelyn to find the instructor." I knew from the start something was off with the instructor. Don't be fooled. I also dislike them, just because they have money. They think there's something special. Wow, this woman was too dangerous to mess with. "Can I come over to your place? Can we be sisters for life?" She kept rambling on, too noisy. I also picked up my earplugs and started reading a novel. After a while, feeling hungry, we stood up as if by agreement to prepare lunch. Once we removed our earplugs, that hoarse crying voice drifted over. "Really, won't you forgive me? Why is that person still talking?" my senior sister asked. I shook my head. "Probably isn't thirsty yet." Amidst her sobbing, we cooked instant noodles, adding sausages and dried vegetables, and each of us had a large bowl. After lunch, things finally quieted down next door. We had grown accustomed to the sounds of zombies outside, so we took the opportunity to rest with a peaceful nap. In the afternoon, following my senior sister's suggestion, we did some physical training, using mineral water bottles to work on our arm strength, tying them to our limbs to improve speed, and doing planks to enhance our core and endurance. Senior sister said, "Isabella, we can't stay in the dorm forever. If no rescue comes, we'll have to leave eventually." I hoped that day would never come. In the evening, we continued by making century egg porridge, each of us enjoying a bowl. After dinner, senior sister fiddled with the radio. Our phones could no longer connect to anything but the campus network, but the radio still worked. Most channels were just static, but one was broadcasting regularly. The message was the same as it had been for the past 2 days. "In these critical times, citizens are advised to remain calm, stay indoors, and wait for further instructions." This message was unsettling. The outside situation must be dire, perhaps a complete collapse, to warrant such announcements. As I was feeling anxious, my phone lit up. Opening it, I frowned and said, "Senior sister, look." It was a message from Abigail in our class group. "I have no water or food, and my phone battery is almost dead. Next door, Isabella is refusing to help and even insulted me, and she caused Grace's death. By the way, she's hoarding a lot of supplies in her room, both food and drink. Can anyone break in?" Immediately, 2 guys responded, "Really? Is there food? Are you sure?" "We'll try to come over," Abigail replied, absolutely certain. At that moment, rage erupted in me like molten lava. I wished I could burst into the next room and tear her apart. A snake is always a snake, feigning pity while plotting a lethal move. Then came Abigail's arrogant laughter from next door. "Fine, if you won't help, let's all go down together. I was so furious, blood rushing to my head. I almost wanted to charge out and confront her. I had never seen someone so despicable. She caused their deaths and now falsely accused me as I clenched my fists. Senior sister said, she wants one of two things. Doesn't she? Either we go out ourselves, or someone breaks in and forces us out. We can't let her have her way. Yes, we couldn't let her succeed. With zombies thick as fleas outside, what were the chances of those people even getting here? Even if they did come, wouldn't the noise of breaking down the door attract the zombies? I immediately calmed down. Right, she just wants to see us panic, so I didn't reply at all. I thought that maybe one or two might be swayed by Abigail's deceit, but eventually, they hesitated. I feel like this isn't reliable. The girls' dorm is too far. We could die getting there. Yeah, hasn't Abigail always disliked Isabella? Maybe this is just her revenge. Forget it. Whoever wants to go can go. I only have a little battery left. I want to save it for emergency calls. I'm going offline. Classmates. In the end, Abigail was left shouting alone in the group. No one took action in the end. Eventually, she calmed down. No more messages came through. Probably her phone battery had died. She started to curse and smash the wall repeatedly, but the sounds gradually grew fainter, likely from exhaustion. Indeed, with only 2 packs of instant noodles, she could last 2 months at 1 meal a day. Assuming she didn't starve. That night, she intermittently ranted at the wall next door. Having endured zombie assaults twice, we weren't so fragile. We went to sleep, completely ignoring her. It's like a dog howling beside you. Would you bother to bite back? Especially if it were a mad dog. The next morning, as I opened my eyes, the familiar roar of zombies greeted my ears, continuous like cicadas in summer. It was the 4th day since the zombies had appeared. I felt something significant might happen today. I glanced at the wall, knowing someone like Abigail wouldn't quiet down until she was dead. With her energy still high and in a state of breakdown, she might do something drastic. After discussing with my senior, we decided to respond to changes with constancy and take decisive actions if necessary. We harm no one, but we must guard against others harming us. We cooked as usual, cleaned ourselves briefly, and used the remaining water in the bucket to flush the toilet. Still, what was meant to come, came. We had just gotten up in the afternoon when several sharp explosions sounded at the door. Bang, 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 peering through the door crack. I saw the explosions were caused by small paper balls thrown from next door. The technique was possible because there was a glass window on the dormitory door, allowing a small gap to throw through. I vaguely remembered these were snap pops. Evelyn had bought several boxes before and even sprinkled them on my bed as a prank. Throwing snap pops at my door had only one purpose: to lure the zombies, to break down my door. This woman had resorted to such a twisted and vicious method. Not good. I hear something, my senior said, her face pale. The zombies were really coming. Zombies have very poor vision, but their hearing and smell are extremely sharp. Soon after the noise began, the howls of zombies could be heard at the end of the hallway. The noise was getting closer and louder. Without time to think further, we grabbed a hammer and nails and started to reinforce the iron bars again. Just after a few hits, the zombies reached the door, pounding it with increasing force with each bang of the snap pops. The door shook more violently, and soon a crack appeared. Through the crack, I saw Grace's bloodied and disfigured face, her teeth bared in a howl, trying to squeeze through. Fortunately, the iron bars just managed to hold them back, but it was hard to say how long this barrier would last. My mind went blank at that moment, the terrifying images of death overwhelming, the despair suffocating. In that critical moment, my senior dragged a table over and forcefully held up against the bars. Her voice snapped me back to reality. Is there any way we can divert the sound? Oddly enough, her words cleared the fog before my eyes. Had an idea. I ran back to my desk and pulled out a small gadget from the drawer. It was a rechargeable toy, shaped like a fluttering moth, with a small remote control. This was a little gift from the science club's recruitment a few days ago. I frantically pressed the remote control, but it was unresponsive. The batteries were dead. In a panic, I connected it to a portable charger. As it charged, the noise outside grew louder, and the crack under the door visibly widened. The firecrackers next door continued to crackle loudly, and I could imagine how smug Abigail must have felt at that moment. I rushed to the door and pushed a table against it. Through the gap, the gruesome, bloody heads of zombies jostled for space. One even squeezed through the crack, its eye bulging out from the force. Although there was still some distance between them and us, The collapsing door meant our dorm was on the verge of being overrun. Desperate, I couldn't wait any longer than a minute. I unplugged the charger and accidentally cut my finger, dripping a lot of blood on the toy. Then I pressed the remote control. It worked wonders and soared up, flying right over the heads of the zombies. At first, the zombies didn't react, but as soon as I pressed the sound button, the rhythmic beeping noise immediately drew their attention. Along with the scent of blood, they paused, tilting their heads as if listening, a couple sniffing the air, perhaps. Catching the scent, seconds later, they swarmed out, frantically chasing after the fluttering moth. The experiment was a success. They were indeed highly sensitive to sound and smell. I couldn't see outside and had to operate the remote by feel, guiding the zombies down the hallway. It was a difficult process as the device kept crashing into walls. I pressed hard on the remote with my bleeding finger, trying to prevent any hint of the blood scent from spreading. Zombies are sensitive to the smell of blood and sound, but there's a limit to how far they can sense it, the specifics of which are yet to be determined. At my most tense moment, a firecracker from next door went off, followed by a scream. "Ah, Grace, don't come near, help, save me, save." Her voice cut off at its most shrill point. My senior and I exchanged looks, understanding the situation. All the zombies were now crowded outside Abigail's door. She had set off another firecracker in her panic, without any bars to protect her. The door was likely breached instantly. The first to bite her was Grace, who had turned into a zombie, so now, she was just another meal for them. It wouldn't be long before she, too, wandered the campus like them, with the zombies next door and the remote unresponsive because it was out of power. We had no choice but to quickly dismantle the bed and use the boards to barricade the door. Afterwards, we held our breath, not daring to make a sound, until the horde of zombies eventually moved away. My senior and I collapsed on the floor, drenched in sweat as if we had just been pulled from water. Just moments ago, death had been so close. We were nearly done for. We didn't mention Abigail again, partly because it was still a shock, and partly because it was a sore sight. If only she hadn't been so spiteful, she wouldn't have brought destruction upon herself. Now, as the sunset streamed into the room, I watched it for a long time. "Senior, do you think we'll ever get out of here?" She nodded vigorously. "Yes, Isabella, we will survive, and so will Grandpa." Senior used the same term as I did, calling him Grandpa. It warmed my heart, and I nodded along. After Abigail's death, our floor was completely quiet. Perhaps other classmates were still hiding on this floor, but no one knew. The class group chat had also gone completely silent. It's understandable. Several days have passed since the power outage. Even if there were any remaining power banks, they must have been depleted by now. I have no idea whether they are dead or alive at this point. The campus is no longer the bustling place it once was. The bloodstains everywhere have turned dark, attracting countless flies and insects, and the air is filled with an increasingly intense stench. My senior and I no longer dare to open the windows casually. When it gets too stuffy, we crack the window just a bit to let some air in, then quickly close it. The smell in the hallways has also become stronger, so we took the opportunity when there were no zombies in the corridor to quietly reinforce the door with nail-free glue and wooden boards. What the situation outside is like, we have no idea. The network on our phones has been gone for a while. The radio can only tune into that one mechanical channel. We firmly believe that the country will not perish, that brave people will stand up to save this world. They are scientists, soldiers, powerful decision makers, people from all walks of life who possess both wisdom and bravery. So, as ordinary people, we too must be brave. My senior and I encourage each other, telling each other that we must persevere. For a long time after that, we try not to think about the anxiety-inducing things, filling our days with study, hobbies, exercise, and housework. We try to keep our lives as full as possible. Over time, I've come to see this life as a blessing in disguise. There's no need to deal with annoying people or engage in pointless socializing. If it were peacetime, I might actually enjoy this. Time passes slowly, yet also quickly. Before we know it, it's already the 17th day since the zombies arrived. That afternoon, the usually dazed zombies outside suddenly became agitated. I went to the window and saw a disheveled young man burst out. He was wielding an axe, swinging it around, and started shouting hoarsely, "I'm going to fight you." I recognized him. He was a staff member from the cafeteria, I think from the stir-fry counter, perhaps because of his access to the cafeteria. He had survived until now, but why come out now? I was anxious, but there was nothing I could do to help him. I could only watch as he was tackled to the ground by zombies and violently bitten. Soon, he lay motionless. After a while, he got up, dragging one leg, and joined the horde of zombies. This incident deeply troubled both me and my senior. A few days later, on the 20th day since the zombies came, we took advantage of the quiet in the hallways to secretly run a diesel generator for some electricity, though we had closed the doors and windows tightly and used blankets to muffle the sound. The so-called silent generator still made a buzzing noise. Fortunately, the zombies only lingered at the door and did not break in. Once we had power, we charged our phones, only to find them silent. We had hoped for a surprise in-network signal, but it was to no avail. My senior suggested, should we try flying the drone, to see what's happening around the school? I nodded. That sounds good. We clumsily started operating it. When we installed the iron bars on the windows, we left a section that could be opened. Now, we carefully opened it and flew the drone out. The drone first circled around the dormitory twice. From the video, we could clearly see the state inside the dormitory. The neighboring room was a complete mess, with blood, garbage, and excrement everywhere. It was evident that Abigail had been so frightened before she was bitten that she lost control. Almost no one else was around, except for one. It was a female student on the second floor who had apparently turned into a zombie, but she was immobile, continuously writhing and howling on the ground. The whites of her eyes were blood red. I stared at the screen for a long time before I finally figured out the reason. She must have been trapped in a crevice before dying, struggling to break free. From a distance, through the window, I could see several zombies in the corridor. They bared their teeth and growled at the empty hallway. Wandering back and forth, I controlled the drone to tour around other parts of the school, where zombies were everywhere, particularly numerous on the playground. We also looked outside the school gates, where the streets were in bloody disarray with wrecked cars everywhere. No survivors were in sight. I wanted to look further, but the second-hand drone's battery was failing. To avoid a crash, we had to bring it back. After this observation, both my senior and I were very disappointed. The situation outside was far worse than we imagined. Escaping seemed as hard as reaching the heavens. 2 months after the zombies arrived, we had run out of apples and bread, though we still had plenty of other food. The troubling part was our water supply was running low. We had been very conservative, not daring to waste anything beyond what was necessary for survival. My senior and I discussed whether we should look for supplies somewhere. We had used the drone to scout. There were several places in the school with water, like the snack bar and the guard room, but they were too far, and we dared not venture there. At the end of the hallway on our floor, there was a laundry room with a big bucket containing more than half a bucket of water. We weren't sure if it was clean, and the risk was high. If it was contaminated by zombies, drinking it would be hardly different from drinking poison, so we had to give up on that idea. I turned on the radio more frequently, hoping for some good news before we died of thirst, and then, one day, it really came on. September 17th, more than 2 months after the outbreak, another mechanical female voice came from the radio. Several safe bases have now been established across the nation. The closest one to you is located at. We anxiously waited for more information, but then there was a long stretch of static and nothing could be heard. My senior and I looked at each other, but we were still incredibly excited. There's a safe base near us. We might be saved, I said. We need to pay more attention to the radio. These next few days, we must find this place. That was the happiest day for my senior and me in over 2 months. In the following days, we constantly fiddled with the radio, even carrying it around in search of a signal, imagining that doing so would help us catch the entire message. And then, in the evening, the message reappeared. The virus surges forth. Defenses are falling back. Several safe bases have been established nationwide. Please proceed to them autonomously. The closest one to you is located at longitude 101 degrees 08 minutes. Latitude 26 degrees 05 minutes, longitude 101 degrees 08 minutes, latitude 26 degrees 05 minutes. I quickly wrote down the coordinates. After checking the map, I discovered that the location was called S-Town, surrounded by mountains and quite far, over 100 kilometers away from us. My senior and I looked at each other. If it had been 10 or so kilometers, we might have attempted it, but 100 kilometers, how could we go? After all, even escaping the school was difficult. Let's wait a bit longer. There must be a way. Maybe we can find others to join us, my senior said soothingly. So, in the days that followed, we packed up simple survival supplies while frequently using the drone to probe the outside situation. We discovered 2 survivors. They seemed to be a couple, curled up in a sealed bridge tunnel. Every day, they would venture out in search of food to verify the reliability of these two individuals. We observed them with a drone for several days. Fortunately, we did. Because the incident that occurred 2 days later filled us with dread. After missing several meals, the woman found a bag of bread in an abandoned car. She intended to eat it secretly, but the man suddenly appeared. A struggle ensued between them, and the woman was slapped several times before falling to the ground. The man didn't stop there. He kicked her several times, with tears streaming down her face. The woman watched as the man finished the bag of bread. When we returned the next day, we found the man dead, surrounded by a pool of blood, with a knife still embedded in his body. The woman stood nearby, holding a piece of bloody flesh in her hand. She was actually smiling. Then she noticed the drone, smiled at the camera, and waved her hand. Her smile sent shivers down our spine, and I immediately flew the drone back. Taking a long detour to avoid being followed, we had to be extremely cautious. If anyone discovered we still had food, my senior sister and I would undoubtedly be in grave danger. We sat in silence in the dim dormitory, the air growing increasingly thick with the stench of blood and decay. We knew we had to leave soon. We decided not to rely on anyone else and to leave on our own. It was a risky decision, but in this treacherous environment, where survival was at stake, we had no other choice. Isabella, can you drive? I suppose I can. Not sure. Well, you can learn. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs walk. In this apocalyptic world, who cares about traffic violations anymore? I reassured my senior sister. I think it'll be okay. It's like driving a go-kart. There was an open pickup truck downstairs, a diesel model, perfect for our needs. My senior sister and I began to inventory the items we needed to take with us. Heavy items like rice and generators were out of the question, but we tried to take everything else we could, including a storage battery and 3 power banks. After all, we weren't sure if we could safely reach S-Town. Carrying all these items downstairs in multiple trips was not feasible. We figured out a slightly better method. We first packed our belongings into 3 bundles using bed sheets, then we pried open the iron bars of the window with tools. Afterwards, my senior sister operated the drone to scout around the dormitory. With practice over many days, we had become quite skilled at controlling it. Once we confirmed that there were no immediate dangers nearby, I threw out a rope with several knots tied in it. Carefully, I climbed out of the window and slid down. This was also a tense process. Although there were no zombies in the dorms below at the moment, we had to be vigilant in case they suddenly appeared. When I reached the 2nd floor, a zombie's scream startled me. I remembered it was the one stuck in the crack, biting my teeth. I gathered my courage, slid down to the pickup, and quickly climbed in, locking the door behind me. This car had been brought by a teacher after the zombie outbreak. He had crashed it into a wall, and while checking the damage, was overwhelmed by zombies inside. The scene was preserved as it had been. The keys were still in the ignition, and a briefcase lay on the back seat. After entering the car, I took a moment to calm down, then signaled an okay with my hand to the drone. My senior sister pulled back the rope and began to lower our belongings. When they were close to the bottom, I took them and stuffed them into the car. Throughout this process, we maintained absolute silence. The noise, and even the scent we emitted could attract zombies. Just like that, 1 bundle, 2 bundles, 3 bundles. I quickly stuffed everything into the back seat. The process was tense but smooth. Finally, it was my senior sister's turn. She stuffed the drone into her backpack. She climbed out of the dormitory. Looking at her frail and thin figure, I couldn't help but feel worried. After all, things had gone too smoothly up to now, unnaturally so. My 6th sense told me that something might happen. I kept my eyes fixed on her, while also watching every movement from the windows. Earlier, when I had come down, there had been a senior monitoring the drone, but now there was no one to protect her. Her body swayed as she descended to the 3rd floor, then to the 2nd. In midair, she paused for a moment, no doubt startled by the zombie noises just as I had been, but she quickly adjusted her posture and continued to slide down, soon reaching the junction between the 1st and 2nd floors. Just then, the zombie noises became much sharper, and 2 seconds later, a disheveled zombie with a face covered in blood lunged out of a 2nd-floor window, opening its gaping mouth towards the senior in midair. It was the female zombie who had been stuck in the gap. She had managed to escape. I almost screamed, but quickly covered my mouth, realizing that the noise would attract more zombies. The situation upstairs was extremely perilous. The zombie was only a meter away from the senior. Any hesitation on her part, and the creature could have lunged at her. After all, They are a species driven purely by instinct. Fortunately, the senior had good mental strength. She didn't look up but sped up her descent. She was just over 3 meters from the ground. I clenched the door handle tightly, ready to open it quickly and pull her in as soon as she reached. Meanwhile, the zombie upstairs became more agitated, half of its body already protruding out. It was only a matter of time before it would clamber out entirely. I was desperate to rush out and pull the senior to safety, but that would likely have ended in mutual destruction. I had to be ready to floor the accelerator as soon as she was down and drive away immediately. My heart was in my throat, silently urging her on. Hurry, senior, hurry. Finally, she slid down. The instant I opened the door and pulled her into the car, the zombie also crashed down, landing right on our car roof. At that moment, my scalp nearly split open, as the zombie separated from me by only a pane of glass, bared its teeth and drooled blood onto the window, looking terrifyingly grotesque. Fortunately, aside from baring its teeth, it didn't turn back to bite the senior or break through the window. In that instant, my mind went blank, and instinct drove my actions. I pulled the senior into the car, slammed the door shut, all in under 2 seconds. Then I started the car and floored the accelerator, reversing out quickly. Because of the speed, I soon shook off the female zombie. I drove skillfully towards the school gate. This was a pre-planned route. The road was wide and unobstructed, not easily blocked by zombies. Of course, the noise of the car attracted quite a few zombies, who crazily chased after us, including the female zombie who had rolled up from the ground. The scene was horrifying as they chased the car out of the school and onto the streets. I drove recklessly, followed by a horde of frenzied zombies. At that point, I could no longer distinguish the roads. I just drove wherever I could shake them off. My heart raced as fast as the car, staring intently at the rearview mirror, charging forward. Finally, after bursting out of a small alley, I lost the group of zombies. The senior looked back several times. It looks like we've lost them. Isabella, your driving isn't half bad. That's when I realized my hands were shaking and my back was soaked with sweat. Senior, I've never driven a car before. Really? Yes, but there was an auto repair shop right next to my family home. I watch them fix cars every day, I said, still shaken by the memory. My senior sister hummed in acknowledgement. Maybe it's your talent. In reality, I'd rather think of it as a stress response. People often release energy beyond their natural capacity in emergency situations. For instance, I once saw a mother lift a car with her bare hands to rescue her child trapped beneath its wheel. My senior sister opened up the map navigation, although there was no internet. The offline maps were still available. We chose a remote route towards the highway. Our journey was nerve-wracking. The city's destruction was far worse than imagined. Malls, supermarkets, and pharmacies were all smashed and looted. The ground was also littered with dark, decaying human remains. Of course, we also encountered a few small-scale zombie attacks. It took us a long time to finally get on the highway, but we were shocked to find the entrance blocked by large stones and railings, all cemented together. Moving them was impossible. As it was getting late, we dared not head back to the city and instead found an empty house near the toll station to stay temporarily. At night, we occasionally heard zombies moaning and moving outside. We hid in the house and cooked 2 bowls of noodles on a kerosene stove. We were famished, having not eaten all day, and wolfed down the food. After eating, feeling a bit better, my senior sister looked out through the glass window, then came over and opened the map. Let's discuss where we should head tomorrow. Considering the hundreds of kilometers we needed to travel, today's detours had only covered less than 12 miles. I was anxious about when we would arrive. I suggested, let's avoid the city center. Although the roads are better, it's much more dangerous. Then let's take the rural roads. The more remote, the better, as they are less populated. My senior sister marked our route in red. We'll pass through County N, then these villages. How about that? My senior sister's planning was thorough, and I had no objections. This time, we were much more composed and braver than before. We took turns sleeping and keeping watch at night. Due to the tension, our sleep was restless, filled with nightmares. The next day, at dawn, we quickly ate something and set off. As our car was leaving the highway, an elderly zombie suddenly burst through the barrier behind us. The zombie moved incredibly fast, darting to the window, almost sticking its head inside. Quick as a flash, my senior sister jabbed it with a wooden bucket that was close. She quickly rolled up the window, vowing never to open it again. We had grown, without a doubt. If we continued training, we could become women capable of slaying countless zombies. Along the way, my senior sister kept a close eye on the map and our surroundings, while I concentrated on driving. During tense moments, I suggested playing some music. As soon as I pressed the play button, a creepy, chilling sound filled the air. Turns out, the previous car owner was listening to ghost stories about tomb raiding. Forget it, better not to listen, we were already having nightmares, no need to add to the mental torment. By then, the car was driving through a wasteland, with lush crops on both sides. The sight was disheartening. These crops would probably never be harvested again. Occasionally, a few zombies appeared in the distance, but they were too far away, and with the car moving fast, they posed no real threat. Thus, our journey was much more relaxed than the day before, and our mood significantly lighter. Suddenly, my senior sister asked me, if at that time, when you said to get supplies, if I don't help, what will you do? I've considered the worst-case scenario. If need be, I'll struggle on alone, but in the end, even if I have to tie you up, I'll make sure you're in the dorm with me. I also asked my senior a question, if it wasn't me who ran to your doorstep in a previous life but someone else, would you have helped them? She smiled after hearing this. Can I keep that a secret? You'll find out eventually. I was naturally not pleased with that answer, so she responded, as someone with vitiligo, I am seen as an ugly outcast in the eyes of others. Some even think I'm contagious and keep their distance. Isabella, you are the only one who greets me and initiates conversation with me. She paused for a moment, so, I don't help just anyone. After hearing this, I felt a warmth in my heart, and I believe she did too. Although it's unfortunate to find ourselves in such dire times, we've been fortunate enough to forge a most precious friendship amidst the adversity. That evening, we finally neared the town of S. Ahead of us lay an incredibly steep mountain road. According to the map, once we crossed it, we would enter S town. However, as night was fast approaching, we decided to rest for the night. At the foot of the mountain was an abandoned factory that had been deserted for a long time. Its doors and windows were wide open, and large iron pipes over a meter in diameter were scattered around the ground. This place was far from an ideal camping site, but we had no other choice at the moment. Staying in the car was too exposed. The doors and windows of the rooms were broken, and there was a particularly foul smell inside. Reluctantly, we decided to spend the night inside the pipes. For dinner, we indulged in instant noodles with a luxurious addition of a can of luncheon meat. After dinner, I habitually turned on my phone, and to my surprise, there was a faint signal. It seemed that the information from the radio was correct. S-Town was indeed a safe haven. I couldn't access the internet, but I tried making a phone call and, amazingly, got through after 3 attempts. I couldn't make out what was being said on the other end, so in haste, I quickly shared our situation. Before I could finish, the signal was lost again. It's okay, my senior sister comforted me. Tomorrow we'll head straight into the mountains. As the night deepened, we took turns keeping watch and sleeping. It was a peaceful night, but who could have anticipated that this calm was just the surface of an undercurrent? Not far from us was a small village swarming with zombies. While we were sleeping, they were heading our way. I was half asleep, gazing at the night sky outside the pipe, when suddenly I heard a faint groaning sound. I woke up instantly, squinting into the distance. What I saw next nearly scared me to death. Hundreds of zombies were wandering in the dark, less than 100 meters from us. I quickly woke up my senior sister, who was also startled. Grabbing a stick and her backpack, she said, "Quick, Isabella, let's get to the car." My face was pale as I looked over her shoulder at the pipe opening behind her, where a zombie was already poking its head through. Realizing something, she suddenly said to me, "Isabella, open the trunk and climb in. Hurry." Our car's rear was blocking the other exit of the large pipe. My first reaction was no. What about my senior sister? If I got into the car, I would rather we perish together. But then, my senior sister lunged at me, pushing me forcefully, her voice turning shrill. "Climb inside." "No, hurry, think of your grandfather," she cried. "What will happen to him if you die?" Pushing me again, this time with more force, I hit the trunk. Behind me, I heard my senior sister scream as the zombie bit into her. She looked at me, tears streaming down her face, her lips forming the words, "Please go, I beg you." With a heavy heart, I opened the trunk and climbed inside. In that instant, more zombies flooded in, tears streaming down my face. I gritted my teeth, started the car, and as I looked in the rearview mirror, my senior sister staggered out, her eyes now a bloody red, just like those of the zombies. As she opened her mouth wide towards me, "Senior sister, sis, Tears blurred my vision. The car sped forward, pursued by an increasing horde of zombies. Instinctively, I pressed the accelerator, racing up the mountain road. In that moment, my heart felt as though it had been gouged out. Overwhelmed by fear and confusion, once again, I found myself the loneliest person in the world. I remembered a conversation I had with my senior. I asked if it had been someone else who ran to your doorstep in a previous life, instead of me, would you have helped them? She replied, as someone with vitiligo, I'm seen as an ugly outcast in the eyes of others. Some even think I'm contagious and avoid me. Isabella, you were the only one who greeted me and spoke to me willingly. She added, I wouldn't help just anyone, but you are Isabella. Because of my little act of kindness, my compassionate senior saved me once again, but this time, it cost her her life. I hate these zombies so much, hate the virus that turns people into zombies. Hate this world so much. Tears clouded my eyes. The car had reached halfway up the mountain when it suddenly stopped, unresponsive to the gas pedal. That's when I realized the fuel tank was empty. Confused, I remembered the diesel I had picked up yesterday, intending to refuel, but it was too dark, so I planned to wait until daylight. Now, that diesel was still in the abandoned factory. Behind me, the growling was not far off. At their pace, they would catch up with me in half an hour. It seemed like fate had doomed us. Perhaps escape was never an option. Death was our destiny. I looked up at the pitch-black sky and collapsed to the ground. I didn't want to run anymore. Let's all die together then. Perish together, I thought. The zombies' growling grew louder, and I could now see their bizarrely poised but astonishingly fast figures. I stood up, standing still in the middle of the road, waiting for them to reach me. Under the moonlight, zombies appeared at the bend in the mountain road. Seconds later, they swarmed towards me. I closed my eyes, familiar with the pain of being bitten, which would soon revisit me. They lunged at me, and I smelled the disgusting stench of decay. But as seconds passed, 1, 2, 3 seconds, 10 seconds and more, the anticipated excruciating pain did not occur. In shock, I opened my eyes, and there before me was my senior. She stood among the zombies, her eyes blood-red, staring at me. The surrounding zombies seemed disoriented, sniffing wildly in all directions, baring their teeth but not biting me. Senior sister, what's happened to you? My head buzzed. Had she turned into a zombie? Why had the other zombies also started acting strangely? Then, something even more bizarre happened. The zombies scattered like headless flies in every direction. My senior sister didn't leave. She just stood there, dazed. Aside from her blood-red eyes and pale skin, she didn't look too terrifying. I reached out to touch her, but she suddenly stepped back, as if frightened. Hesitantly, I took a few steps towards the car, but she remained where she was. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, pointing towards the direction of S-Town. Senior sister, shall we go together? She didn't respond. I tried walking a few dozen meters forward, and she followed me from a distance. Not too far, not too close. Overjoyed, I realized my senior sister hadn't left me. She was always by my side, not as an unconscious zombie. So, under the night sky, we made our way to the mountain peak, one behind the other. I was thrilled that this time we could enter the safe base together. I forgot all my fatigue. Even the steep mountain road felt easier. Every time I looked back at my senior, she was there. At 6 in the morning, I finally reached the summit, where my phone picked up a clear signal. Soon, I received a message. Please stay in touch. We have sent people for rescue. I was overjoyed. I waved my phone at my senior. We're saved. We're going to make it. With blood-red eyes and an expressionless face, my senior kept a steady pace, following me neither too closely nor too far. Thus, we descended the mountain slowly but with determined steps. At the foot of the mountain, I excitedly saw a huge iron gate. It was the largest iron gate I had ever seen, thick and heavy, painted black, and covered with netting. It seemed that not even a sparrow, let alone a zombie, could get through. As soon as I appeared, a green light scanned us. After a moment, the gate opened, and several fully armed soldiers came out, their guns pointed not at me, but at my senior behind me. It was then I realized that I was under the green light, but my senior was bathed in a strange blue glow. Fire, commanded the leader with a gesture. I was terrified and rushed to shield my senior. Don't shoot, she's not a zombie. Their guns remained aimed at us. Desperate, I placed my hand near my senior's mouth. Really, look, she's not biting me. If she were a zombie, she would bite. My senior is not a zombie. Please, I beg you to look carefully. My voice was piercing and hoarse. After what seemed like an eternity, One of them spoke into a walkie-talkie, then drew his gun and fired. My senior fell, everything went black for me, and I fainted. When I woke up again, everything around me was stark white. I looked down to see myself in white clothes, lying on a single bed with an 4 drip next to me. Soon, 2 people in protective suits came in. One of them asked, "Awake, how do you feel? Why did you have to kill her?" "She wasn't a zombie," I said, sitting up and rushing towards the door. Pulling out the 4 needle, they stopped me, saying clearly, "That was just a special anesthetic. The atypical infected person who was with you has been taken to a research facility. She may have some kind of antibody." Atypical infected? Yes, don't worry, this is our first encounter with an atypical infection. After being bitten, she developed a strange substance that can interfere with zombies. We are studying it. My heart raced. Really, of course. I pressed further. "You won't dissect her, will you? Will you hurt my senior?" "Rest assured, our scientific research does not harm the innocent." After several days of isolation, I left the hospital room and went to Base 1. There, like me, were survivors who had risked everything to respond to the radio signals during this time. Several more days passed, and I finally received a call from my grandfather. He was extremely anxious but relieved that I was safe. Hearing his voice, tears fell, but I reassured him with a smile. "I'm all right, isn't this okay?" I asked. "Isabella, how did you get from the school to S-Town? It's so far away," Grandpa asked worriedly. I softly shared the story about my senior sister with him. Grandpa was extremely surprised after hearing it. "Is her name Amelia? Does she have several white patches on her skin and is she thin?" I was stunned. "Grandpa, you know her?" "Yes," Grandpa recalled. "You were about 7 or 8 years old. Once, after school, you came with me to collect scrap, and we saw Amelia in a pile of garbage. She said she was unwanted. Do you remember?" "I can't remember clearly." "Then what happened?" "I felt sorry for the child and offered to take care of her. She cried a lot after hearing that." My heart clenched, thinking of my senior sister's past. In the end, her mother came looking and took her away. After that, there was no news. Grandpa sighed. "Over the years, I've occasionally thought of that unfortunate girl." Tears welled up in my eyes. It turns out, everything is interconnected. My senior sister and I didn't just know each other in a past life. We met when we were very young. A few days later, the research institute brought good news. They had extracted cells and blood from my senior sister and discovered a substance that could combat the deadly virus. They were now testing this substance in animal trials, and if successful, it could be used on infected individuals. However, it could only be used on zombies whose bodies were intact. Those who were severely damaged were beyond help, like Abigail, Evelyn, Grace and others. I was overjoyed and went to see the person in charge that day, insisting on visiting my senior sister. This time, he did not object. A month later, I finally saw my senior sister again through a protective glass. She was lying in bed wearing a white hospital gown, her face still very pale, and her lips colorless. "Senior sister, senior sister," I called out loudly. After a few calls, her eyelids moved. Then, she opened her eyes and looked towards me. Her eyes were back to normal, and her lips moved slightly. I could make out what she was saying. "Isabella, we survived."